of cooperating, it takes some time to identify the means of cooperating, of really creating the fruits we're actually harvesting nowadays. And I think this workshop today shows that we were able in common to identify common topics that are hot. There was a lot of work, but it's worth it, and I'm happy that today we are able to see some of the results already. We have really interesting projects in different scientific areas. You will hear of some of them, and we still have more projects to come. So I'm sure that for the next Green Rio we will be able to present even more fruits of this cooperation. What I want to underline is that yesterday we had a steering committee meeting between the two countries for the first time again after the COVID time, where it was impossible to travel, it was impossible to meet, and that was a really important steering committee meeting, because I mean these 2 years were tough for everybody, were tough for every individual, hit the world really strongly, and for international cooperation it was really a challenge. Nevertheless, yesterday in our steering committee meeting, where we gathered all the involved ministries, we noticed that the will of cooperating is still there, and the common understanding of where we want to get with this cooperation is still there. So I'm really happy that yesterday we agreed on going on with that cooperation, and thinking about new projects and thinking about new ways of cooperating together to foster the exchange of ideas, the exchange of knowledge between Brazil and Germany. So I'm happy to be here. I'm really happy with the outcome of these meetings in presence here, and am as keen as you are now on the outcomes of the project that have been running for some time. So again, from my side, on behalf of BMEL, welcome to everybody, and let's all together enjoy this workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tilman. I'm very happy when you say in the next Green Rio. That means we will continue together. No, without further time, I would like to pass the word now to the Minister of Agriculture, who is here represented by Dr. Clecivaldo Ribeiro, Director of Production and Structuring. Dr. Clecivaldo, please.
Bom dia a todos, bom dia a todas. Muito bom ter essa oportunidade de estarmos aqui tentando, vamos dizer assim, né, falar um pouco dos resultados de uma parceria que já é histórica. O que é bacana de tudo isso? É poder ter a oportunidade, acho que no meu caso, eu sou oriundo de uma base de formação que começou com uma parceria Brasil-Alemanha no Nordeste. No Nordeste do Brasil, eu estou falando ali de 97.
I'm speaking about 1997, 96. It was a project called Competir, that involved Senai, Sebrae, and GIZ. And I'm telling you all about this because you know, I'm from the state of Piauí, and what's great is to know that when a partnership works out, it continues over time and it has real impact. The economy here in Brazil really depends a lot on this kind of partnership. We are the children of a country that has a lot to offer, a lot to add, a lot to contribute to the world's development. And to be here is a great pleasure. So welcome, Germany. We are here to work together. We are here to keep this country moving forward, to keep this country green, and to have the economy develop itself in this way. And this is the best way for us to live, for us to breathe, for us to really enjoy what is good about these small producers. And the Ministry of Regional Development, in a partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture, we had the opportunity of being present in rural communities in the region of Cariri-Mochotó, which is a very vulnerable region in the border of the states of Paraíba and Pernambuco. And we were at the home of an old lady called Dona Madalena, and she said, "Wow, my life really changed. My life is so different now." And we evaluated the results of a project that was developed there and in which they participated. She produced goat's milk. And when we started this project, she did not produce anything. Then she started becoming a small producer. The project was developed for 2 years, and then she was producing 60 to 70 liters of milk per day, and this gave her a monthly income at that time of about 3,000 to 4,000 reals, and before that she did not produce anything, and this was the direct result of a partnership like this. So I just wanted to give this example because sometimes we talk about so many things, we travel, and I have tried to insist on this, especially in our governments, Mr. Secretary. We want to reflect on the results of these programs that we develop. So the result is not necessarily the application of resources, the capacity building, the courses that we offer, the consulting. The result is actually the transformation that we promote in people's lives. How were they before and how are they today? We need to learn how to do this so we can evaluate if our work is being efficient or not. And it's our responsibility as representatives of the government. We need to understand this. And we never imagined, we never thought that millions and millions of reals could change somebody's life. We need to understand how this can be done, how we do this, and so we need to change our thinking of what these results mean in people's lives. When I spoke about this specific certification that affects family agriculture and small producers that has impacted more than 300,000 people, is because these people's lives have actually changed. They are now living in a different way. And today, we have a fantastic partnership to expand these studies with GIZ's support. These studies will definitely create opportunities, and we will look at different opportunities for the production of biodiesel. So the government's task here is to guarantee that we can increase the amount of fuels that come from biomasses in these mixes and these alternatives to fossil fuels. So we're at about 10%. We want to reach 15% next year, but we understand this is a gradual transition because we are going through a global crisis, so it's not easy to make this happen, but it's a commitment that this government has. We want to reduce the emissions of polluting gases.
And while this is always going on, we still improve people's quality of life, which is fantastic because these are people that live in a vulnerability situation and they are able to reach through the partnership. We can't imagine how much. I always say that the work is being done here has a direct impact right at the edge of the pyramid in the communities in the Northeast, where we develop programs like More Sustainable North. These are programs that we have had partnerships with great institutions, and this has changed people's lives. So the partnership, the building of partnerships, healthy partnerships such as this one, historical with the German government, are paramount for people's lives so that they can continue to survive, live, and have opportunities to grow through the alternatives that there are in the countryside. I was talking about this yesterday. Family agriculture is the one that feeds us. We have 75% of the food that is at the tables of Brazilians coming from family agriculture, from the small producers. And this is exactly why we're here and exactly why we understand the importance of this partnership, and this is why we want to keep and make it persist. So we really wholeheartedly thank the support from the German government that has come over the years. We thank the partnership of the institutions from the German government that constantly have been in Brazil, have basically resided here in Brazil and discussed with us our needs and how to help them. We have our gaps, but we also have a great technical team. We have a lot of good technicians. We have good technical professionals, and these opportunities are created as these technicians can put into work all of what they learned during the research. One of the most capable institutions is Embrapa for the livestock research and development of a country, and I think this for us it's very important to be here occupying this space, and I would like to thank BIA once again for creating an opportunity for us to discuss and to show that we are capable of showing the quality of life of this country through agriculture. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, BIA.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Clecivaldo, diretor Clecivaldo. Eu estou muito orgulhosa de tudo que você falou, porque quando você fala que quando nós temos somente uma bandeira só, é uma bandeira muito verde e é uma metáfora incrível que você fez sobre a bandeira e o evento e o quanto que o Brasil consegue contribuir neste cenário. Muitíssimo obrigado. Eu gostaria de passar a palavra agora para a doutora Verônica Jakonowski, que substituirá então o doutor Stephen Lendot, porque ele não pode estar disponível. Doutora Verônica, muito bom vê-la aqui. Seja muito bem-vinda ao Green Rio. Na próxima vez, eu espero que você possa estar aqui em pessoa. A palavra é sua. Muito obrigada, Bia. Você pode parar a tradução? Eu estou ouvindo a tradução no meu ouvido.
Pode parar, por favor, a tradução.
Well, Stefan Lampel is unfortunately unavailable today due to illness, and that's why I have the pleasure to send you some welcoming words on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Education and Science in Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, you all know we are facing huge challenges these days. The war in Ukraine is even intensifying the food crisis and the need for an energy and resource turnaround. However, we are not powerless with regard to these crises. We are all asked to confront them resolutely. We do so with courage, openness, and sustainable innovations, and we do it together. The bioeconomy is even more important than ever in this context. We need the bioeconomy for a livable, climate-neutral, and sustainable future. But we are still using the bioeconomy not enough. We need to exploit its full potential. The philosopher Sir Karl Popper once said, "We can improve our world by taking responsibility." And we are willing to bear that responsibility. We are willing to break down barriers, and we are willing to use the given opportunities. And what I point out in particular is that we have this global responsibility to find a way to stop climate change, to change the entire industrial production to a sustainable way, and to keep the world a livable place. And the global corporations are mandatory for this. Since we are all facing similar challenges.
Já que estamos todos com diferentes desafios, temos que encontrar soluções juntos. Para isso, nós criamos o Biocon Internacional 10 anos atrás e estamos para nossa cooperação com o Brasil. Nós começamos com uma cooperação com o Brasil, como foi isso aqui. Estamos muito felizes para os resultados do Brasil e Alemanha, da parte da Alemanha, e estamos prontos para lançar um outro, com o nosso comitê brasileiro, no futuro próximo, lançar um novo projeto. Mas eu gostaria um workshop muito interessante aqui para poder aprender sobre essas cooperações bilaterais muito bem sucedidas.
Muito obrigada, Verônica. Thank you very much, Verônica.
Muito obrigada, Verônica. Da próxima vez.
I would like to invite now, I don't know if Dr. Marcelo Morales has arrived from FINEP. Because I love him so much, that's why I'm saying Marcelo Morales. It's now it's Dr. Marcelo Morales, it's not from FINEP. It's you.
Thank you, Bia. I love you too.
We will take a picture like that.
I think all of us loves you. And good morning. Thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to be here. And all members of this session, it's a pleasure for me to see how special is this moment and to talk with you about this very successful collaboration between Germany and Brazil. Bia, I'm going to switch to Portuguese. I think once we have okay, thank you. Bia, Tillman, Stefan, Clecivaldo, todos os componentes da mesa. É muito importante esse momento para mim, não como secretário de pesquisa e formação científica do Ministério da Ciência
Information for the Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation, but as a scientist myself. Clecivaldo said back at the edge, what we want, the edge of the pyramid, to reach the well-being of our population. But we can only reach our population's well-being adding value and bringing science, knowledge, and the knowledge that is generated inside the country brings well-being and riches to the countries. Countries that invest in science and technology are the successful ones, the ones that have the most sustainable development possible, and it's with that value as a scientist that I see this cooperation with Brazil and Germany, not only in bioeconomy, Tillman, but also the scientific cooperation that we have very well consolidated with Germany in all areas of human knowledge. I'm a biophysician, I'm a doctor, and our cooperations in physics and biophysics are spectacular. This not only brings knowledge and scientific development, but also technological development, which in itself brings well-being to the whole world, not only just to the Brazilian population or German population. And the possibility to be able to meet again in person with technical visitations and meetings is going to allow us to go deeper into this partnership with Germany, that we've had a history of developing joint knowledge in several areas, and is not going to be different when it comes to bioeconomy, since both countries prioritize bioeconomy in their sustainable development. All my other colleagues have already exposed each of the ministries that are involved in this cooperation, and in bioeconomy what we've done so far. And about the Ministry of Science and Technology, it's in the base of bringing the knowledge to everyone and to improve using the best knowledge available here between both nations. And science is actually the best diplomacy that we can have. When we discuss science, politics are left behind. And the love that scientists have in reaching their goals and making improvements for the populations at the edge of the pyramid is what we have, especially me as a doctor. I wanted to be a doctor since I was a kid in order to help people. And when I was going through medical school, being a scientist, I would actually be able to reach more people. And when I was invited to be a secretary and scientist, I saw that I could reach even more people. And this is a great motto, to reach a positive impact in people's lives. Between 2020 and 2021, we did the ODBio project, Opportunities and Challenges of Bioeconomy. And every time I have a problem and I don't know how to take care of it, I do a seminar or a symposium or a workshop, as I do in the lab. I gather my students up, we discuss that topic specifically, bring bibliographic references, we do presentations, a great brainstorming session, and then we set up a project that we want to develop. And it was not any different with the opportunities and challenges of ODBio that brought the strategies of Ministry and Science and Technology and Innovation to our bioeconomy. And I would like to highlight here that they received governmental, academic, and business contributions, which allowed them to establish a forum of discussions with several actors of the Brazilian bioeconomy sector. The strategy is represented by the mandala, that I don't know where it is. It should probably be back here at the back. Where is the mandala? That's the slide that the secretary asked us to project. Thank you. And here, it is structured after this discussion. It's structured in 4 thematic axes, which we're going to work with: sustainable production, biomanufacture, industrial biomanufacture, management of knowledge, and the support to bio businesses. I think this is a very important strategy because it allows us to advance in critical sectors for our economies, as the productive chains of biodiversity, sustainable agriculture, industrial biotechnology, new materials, renewable chemistry, bioenergy, and energetic transition, new food systems, contemporary food systems, pharmaceutical and cosmetic industries, resources, circular economy, and food security and nutrition. Integrating this strategy, we have the axle of support to bio-businesses, innovation in bioeconomy, which had their first action yesterday and was launched in Green Rio. This network has 27 Embrapa units which work directly with the bioeconomy topic and circular economy. Embrapa, like FINEP and CNDQ, are agencies connected to our ministry. And this Embrapa action is going to aid us in developing structuring projects in strategic areas for bioeconomy, such as biological control, resources, all connected to our map and totally in line with it, biorefinery technology, and renewable chemistry through biomass. In the same meeting, it was announced a new fostering mechanism, Business Fund Alliance, which is going to support cooperative projects from sectors of science, startups, companies in borderline topics such as knowledge. 20 million has are already available to make it operational. Another very important topic is that the international cooperations are also very important. We were gathered here today with our German partners to deepen the cooperation between the two countries.
And we defined the next steps in this meeting. We exchanged experiences and lessons learned. And I would like to highlight that a common point of interest for both countries that is part of this strategy is the sustainable bio inputs. So we launched alongside FINEP and CNPq and with resources from the National Fund for Scientific Development, And this is where I highlight the importance of this national fund for research. We need to have this fund so that we can have a foreseeability on funding for research. So this is something that I really want to highlight. This needs to exist for the researchers, and we are seeing the results of some of this now. We launched 2 open calls that total 72 million for the development of agricultural inputs that are sustainable. And this year we launched more than 70 public open calls totaling approximately 3.5 billion reals. And this is quite an achievement for Brazilian science that depends on these resources. Another program that I would like to highlight in this strategy is the program for productive chains in the bioeconomy. We have 2 open calls right now with 40 million reals. 28 million for companies and 12 million for researchers. And we will try and find solutions here for the technological issues and challenges. And other programs that we are structuring for the next few years are programs for science and technology for biorefineries, and the program Renova Química, and a program for foods of the future that do participate, that count on the participation of the Brazilian industry and businesses. I also want to highlight the importance of the circular economy for this strategy, and recently we instituted a specialist in the circular economy. So there are so many strategies and actions to be discussed, and all of this is done with a scientific base which guarantees that we will have results. And this is what we are doing with Germany. So I want to thank you for this partnership, a partnership not just with Germany but with actors in Brazil. We are articulating with ministries, with agencies, so that all of this can happen. Thank you, Bia, and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Secretary
Muito obrigada.
Morales. I think that you said something that reminds me a very quick story I wanted to share with you, that somebody asked what God will ask you when you arrive in heaven. And he will ask, how many souls, how many lives have you touched? And I am very proud that I can speak here from these 3 people who are here. You have touched many lives. And that's very important, that this table and this partnership is touching so many lives. And that's the best legacy that this project could have. So congratulations. I'm very proud to be with this side of the table representing Brazil. And to see with that side of the table representing Germany. What a wonderful moment to have so many lives being touched by you, and I thank you for that. Well, we are going to continue. Now I think I can call Marcelo Camargo. Is he around? Has he arrived? If not, I will go on and ask immediately Dr. Birger. Are you, Birger? Are you here? Online? No, I want to know if he's here on the screen. Wonderful. Not yet in Rio, but next year. No. Welcome.
Well, shall I start?
Yes, please. The screen is all yours.
Yes, well, the order was supposed to be the opposite one. So, as Marcelo Camargo was first in your list, so
but he's not here, I'm sorry.
As he has a very full presentation of the call, and so maybe it will be a bit funny now. Well, what I would briefly say, well, the results of the joint
rapidamente que
were 4 projects, then 3 on the project topic, industrial use of renewable resources, so the Aqua Alliance project, development of aquaponia value chains, and the micro-hop projects, micro-encapsulated hop extracts, the Bioeconomy project, development of Amazonian biogas from renewable resources, and then 1 project on the topic medicinal and aromatic plants. So it's a nut plant in project, native Brazilian plants as a source of innovative raw materials. Well, and the project started between early 2022 and October 2022, and unfortunately the German side of the project started rather late. Well, we had our federal elections last year in September. We took us quite some time to have a new government, and naturally the new government wants to have decide about the federal budget for this year. And this took very long, so we ended with having a new budget for this year just in July 2022. So that's the reason for our delay, and well, it's completely out of our hands. But well, if everything goes well, we will have our next federal elections in the year 2025, so some years to go there. Well, just a brief overview about the projects, because I understand you will have a Brazilian workshop about the projects this afternoon. And so the Aqua Alliance project has a goal to develop high-value refined oils, proteins, and dietary fibers from Karuba foods while addressing major gaps for the development of a sustainable web. And while the German Fraunhofer Institute, and I think about the Brazilian partner.
The sound is not good.
Important project for the sustainable use of local biodiversity, which I understand is a very important aspect in Brazil. Then the second project, it's not plant in, so it's the native Brazilian plants as a source of innovative raw materials. So with the aim to establish a scientific collaboration between Brazilian and German universities to exchange their knowledge and expertise to explore and cultivate native Brazilian plants, and with the company Rio aiming to develop and produce innovative raw materials for the cosmetic industry. And so this project, it has partners from Brazil, so the Federal University of Goiás and the Federal University of Sao Paulo, and German partners are the University of Wuppertal in Germany and the University of Berlin, and then you have a Brazilian company working on the commercialization of the results of the project. Well, completely different project is micro-encapsulated hop extracts. So the first 2 projects, they are funded by the German Ministry of Agriculture. This project and the next one are funded by the German Ministry of Research. And so there's the aim is to develop a novel feed additive on the basis of hop, well, which is well known for its antimicrobial properties, well, and with the aim to contribute to a healthy and sustainable growth of poultry. So antibiotic use in poultry farming is an important issue, and this feed additive could reduce the use of antibiotics in this industry. And so I think it would be very important for, well, both for animal health but also for human health in the end. And the partners are the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg in Germany and the University of Joinville in Brazil. And finally, the Bioeconomy project is about the development of Amazonian biogas from renewable resources. So they're looking for biodyeing agents with good color intensity and high fastness for the industrial coloration of biopolymers. And they look at dyes from renewable Amazonian plant resources, mining crops, and food industry residues, always ensuring that there's no harm to the environment. and they are aiming also for industrial viable solutions, so reducing the drawbacks of biogas so fast. So that's the fastness of drying of biogas, low affinity, low heat stability, and metal ammonia pollution, etc. This is a project with 5 partners. So you have 2 German partners, the University of Aachen and the company Bachel GmbH.
Burke, can I interrupt you a little bit?
Also in Brazil, that's the
Oh my God.
Industria e Comércio de Plásticos, the University Federal of Rio Grande do Sul, and finally the National Institute de Pesquisas na Amazônia. So well, I won't continue the name in Portuguese because my Portuguese is too poor. So I think it's a very nice balanced partnership, I would say.
Burke, can I interrupt you a little bit?
From the joint call, well, which started actually in 2020 and then, well, took the whole year of 2021. So I think what was a very positive experience that the response to this joint call was very, very high, well, especially from the Brazilian side, also from the German side. Then I think the proposed template was good, both in form and in contents. And well, the eligible proposals and the expert evaluation were of very high quality, which created a kind of a luxury problem for the agencies and the ministries, because we had to decide between many, many excellent projects. And also this was not easy. The final decision meeting on which proposals to select for funding was very straightforward and in harmony between the Brazilian funders and the German funders. But we have also learned a few things. We still think we can do better in the future. So I think it would be important to still to improve communication to applicants with the aim to lower the number of ineligible proposals, as there was quite a high number of proposals which did not pass eligibility check, and so elements of improved communication would be to improve dissemination, so with the call documents, webinar, and the guidelines for applicants. Then I think what would be also advisable is to have one central submission platform for Germany and Brazil to submit the proposals. Whether the submission platform in Brazil or in Germany finally doesn't matter, but it would make the proposal management more effective, and it would reduce the workload and potential confusion for applicants. Then one aspect we've found is that, well, we should still strive to encourage applicants to improve the description of the exploitation of the project results, both in Germany and in Brazil, as this is a key aspect for the scientific evaluation and also for the, well, for the decision making of the agency and the ministry. So exploitation with the aim really to bring results of research projects to the market, well, ranks quite high among the criteria. Well, and finally, something we learned, and I've touched this already, is that it will be important for the next call to find a good balance between the scope of the call and the available budget of the call. So to ensure that there are not too many frustrated proposals who have finally submitted an excellent proposal and still did not receive any funding. Well, that's my presentation. Well, as I pointed out, so order of presentation was supposed to be the other way around, so I hope Marcelo Camargo is around now, and then he can go more into detail on a number of aspects here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very, very much. But I must ask you something. That's why I was trying to interrupt you. We don't get the presentation. Can you upload the presentation? Do you mind?
Well,
because we were paying attention all the time. I was just writing everything you were saying.
That's my mistake. I'm very sorry.
No problem. But if you think it's too much to pass the slides very quickly, you can show very quickly, and then we send the presentation to everybody. We publish in Green Rio.
Okay. Oh, I'm very sorry for this mistake.
That's why I was trying to never mind. It's okay.
Yeah,
but
I did not hear you, and I had the presentation on my screen. So, can you see it now?
Yes, we see. It's beautiful.
Okay, so then very short, really, really short. So,
thank you.
Just to show the 4 projects I have mentioned. And I won't go into the details there again. So, Agro Alliance, Micro Biopolycol, and Not Plan In. Then there were the descriptions of the 4 projects. So first Agro Alliance, then Not Plan In, Micro Hop with micro-encapsulated hop extracts, and finally Biopolycol with the development of Amazonian biodyes from renewable resources. And my final slide, and that was the one which I elaborated most on, were really the lessons learned from the first joint call, so the positive experiences we had with this joint call, but also things we can still do better the next time with regard to the communication, to the central submission platform, the proposal content and exploitation of results, and finally, the balance between scope of the call and available budget from Brazil and Germany. So, sorry for this, but this was a communication problem.
No problem. It's good that now we have twice the information, we learn more. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. And it's very good, your idea of have a center of communication, I think. I don't know what. You want to comment something? Or?
Yesterday we had a very productive meeting, and I think I'm going to say to Portuguese. Porque quando eu começo a falar em português eu não consigo falar em inglês.
I can't speak English, and when I start speaking Portuguese I can't speak the other language, so it's kind of like ties down my head. Everything twirls around. But anyway, we had a meeting, a very productive meeting with good directions, and the topics will be delved deeper into in the programs that we had resources with conjunct call, joint call, and we had some problems. There was always problems, and we have to work on solving and learning from them, from what we had that didn't go as planned previously. And so this was deeply discussed, strategies to mitigate these problems, to get better resources. We had in the call, for example, projects which were evaluated through merit, and if we can get additional resources, I think that we can get from the Brazilian sides to foster these projects that were, evaluated with merit but did not get resources because there were not enough resources available. We can actually, use this evaluation to start fostering these projects that have already been evaluated and are relevant. So if we have resources from both sides, I believe that we can foster them. But the most important point is to go deeper into the topics that we had already talked about. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada.
Special pleasure to invite now to the next panel, which is Brazil-German project on pharmaceutical plants. And very, very happy I invite Dr. Josiane Costa to take the floor. Please, Josiane, welcome.
Thank you, Bia. I would like to thank you for invitation to this table. It's a great honor, and at the same time, a great recognition of our work that you have developed. I would like to welcome our German friends here, and at the same time, apologize me because my talk is going to be in Portuguese to reaffirm our linguistic identity. So, well, vamos em português agora. Bom.
I'm here in order to present the Article Fito project, which we developed in a partnership with the Agriculture Ministry and the Oswaldo Cruz Foundations, which is also connected to the Health Ministry. The Oswaldo Cruz Foundation is a strategic institution for the state that goes towards the promotion of the health in the Brazilian population. And this value chain project in medicinal plants has a strategic axle in the inclusion, productive inclusion, to improve the quality of life of Brazilian population, especially in the production base for family agriculturists and extractivists, which are our main beneficiaries. It has been developed since 2015, when we did a great diagnosis effort for 26 productive chains, identifying. And it's important to highlight that we used a method from our German partners here in Brazil, GAZ, and this methodology, which was adapted to the analysis of a Brazilian biodiversity, has allowed us to identify potential problems and potential great things to explore and challenges for the great chains of bioeconomy in the country regarding special vegetable species of our biodiversity. And our focus lies in the economic growth for fair opportunities in the market and competitive approach, generating advantages for this production base. Another very important focus that we have, I don't know if there's any, I'm sorry. There we go. So Article Fito, this project is focused on the mapping of the production base for medicinal plants, with the focus and the extractivism and the base, the productive base, extractive produce and family agriculture. So through the value links methodology, with the cooperation between Brazil and Germany, represented here by G&Z, diagnosed 26 products of value chains from family agriculture chains and extractivists in 4 different biomes in Brazil, focusing on medicinal, food, and cosmetic segments. And from this diagnosis, we were able to identify potential problems and gaps and challenges and potentials and fragilities. Article Fito project is developed in the Fiocruz Foundation with a partnership with the Brazilian Agriculture Ministry, and it's important, it wants to outline the policies and services focused on the social perspective, economic perspective, and environmental perspective. And in this perspective, our focus is to create fair markets, environmental sustainability, using our biodiversity, water, energy, and mitigation of climate change, and also the production inclusion of the community through these family and agriculture endeavors, and the traditional communities that are also present in these biomes. And now I am going to focus, so to have a very short time, in a chain that's specifically that brought us to this cooperation table, because we had a few bilateral meetings with Genescum Institute, and here we have the Florian Frank here to talk a little bit more about the cooperation that we had from the intention letter that we signed with the Fiocruz Institution and the Genescum Institute through the Article Fito project, to be able for them to support us in one of the actions, and a few of the actions in this project, specifically regarding the training, quality control, and interchange of knowledge. So through these bilateral dialogues, we are going to be able to make a visit to the value chain of Jaborangi in the National Forest of Carajás, where there is the production through extractivist workers of the jaborandi leaves, where pilocarpine is extracted to produce medication for glaucoma and for patients that have ostomized and that have some problems moistening their trachea. So these two medications are produced from this, from the resources gathered at this production basin project from people who are in social vulnerability situation, extremely high. And we live this contradiction in Brazil where we have workers. This bioeconomy needs to reach the productive base. We have levers in jaborandi who produce medication for the pharmaceutical industry, but contradiction to that, we have a social sanitary situation that is horrible, and this is why Fiocruz and the strategic foundation that understands health not only as doctors, medication, and hospitals, but a broader scope to have rights, sanitation, and proper land and proper living conditions for these people, so they can have quality of life. So when we did this mapping of this change, the problems that we identified were it's an extremely heavy load of work. It needs to be coordinated, obviously. There's a lack of succession because the children of the workers do not want to exert the same profession because it's extremely hard work. So there will be no succession because there is not enough technology. And I think that FINEP is really, and MCTI is really important to look at this productive base, because if we want to generate riches, we need to generate riches to these people that are in this productive base. So, but we also have opportunities. So the opportunities also come through these partnerships, mapping partnerships, not only for this country, but also international partnerships, because Brazil has been considered a hotspot for the climate change issues. We are a strategic country for the future when it comes to these topics of climate change, which, you know, we had all these breaks, systemic breaks, ecological breaks. There has been a pandemic and a change in human relations and production chains, and that's why these value chains, because in the production chains we don't look necessarily at the relationships, we look at the production chains in a very fragmented scope. What is a resource is a resource. Whoever wants to buy buyers, and when we look at value chains, we look at specific values, not only monetary but also cultural, environmental, social, and other issues such as gender, for example. There's a great expectation that we can work with training, partnerships, and, you know, diversify, because we know that the production of the leaves doesn't need to be the only economic activity to this community. And here I bring the coordinational, the agricultural, the broadening of the knowledge base in the sustainable base of agriculture, and institutional development, which means the strengthening of the conscious side and the development through these partnerships. And that's the signed deal, and we show a picture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada. Parabéns, Josiane. Você e sua equipe fazem um trabalho maravilhoso. Eu estou tão orgulhosa de vocês. Você sabe que eu estou muito orgulhosa de você e da sua equipe. Parabéns. Parabéns a todos vocês, a todas as mulheres maravilhosas que trabalham com vocês.
You need to be recognized because you're representing the... Yes. Good to see you. Congratulations. Frank, you have a very important mission because you are now the counterpart of this article Lafito, and I think Germany could be better represented than by you. Please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And maybe I can have my presentation, only some slides. And let me stand up and say it's a pleasure for me, it's an honor to be here. And I want to use this chance to give some information about the US Kuhn Institute and my institute. Do we have a pointer? Is there a pointer? And we start now cooperation with, as Josanne said, and many things, as we heard in the morning, go in the good and right direction, but not all. Things are changing in the world, you know. We heard about climate change, and we have some other, there's a war in Europe, we have an energy crisis or problem at least. And so let me present here some ideas, one idea, one example to overwind this crisis. In Germany, we have only half of the next one. Can I have the next slide? No, now it is wrong, but don't work. The next slide. This is one back, please. One back. One back is the structure, but we can go over to this example I want to present to you. That is an example on Caraway. Now we have the one before, and the point is that we work with three groups of plants, of crops, vegetable, medicinal, aromatic plants, and also ornamental plants in my institute. And at the first, I have written that we are working with adaptation to abiotic stress. Abiotic stress is, on my opinion, on the top of our problems. Yield is a second, that is not new. And all this we do for new cultivation systems. New cultivation systems in Germany are under discussion. It's necessary because in this year we have only in the region, the northern Harz region, only half of the precipitation from normal years. Okay, quality improvement is a big point. Evaluation of plant genetic resources that we do over years, over decades, and that is a must for breeding, for the begin of breeding, and we want to do this also in the future, and it's a chance to give attention to the value of plant genetic resources, natural resources, and we can do and want to do this also together with the Brazilian friends. Resistance is another big point, and also organic cultivation. But I have not enough time. Maybe we can discuss the next slide. I have to hurry up. The next slide is I can do that by myself. Yeah, okay. Caraway. Caraway is important in Germany, also in Brazil, but maybe more in Germany. And we import a lot of caraway. And the idea is to, in the next slide, to have better caraway, which we can also use for medicinal products. For this, we need more than 3% essential oil that comes from the pharmacopoeia, and we need a better yield. Our breeding goal is not 3, it is 5% essential oil and 1.5 tons per hectare. For this we need rain. That's the central problem. Next slide. I switch some crossing and selection steps and present you the first results of winter annual caraway. So you should know that caraway is normally a biannual plant. It is a long time. Growers are not happy with this. And we, beginning from the 90s, starting developing annual caraway. Annual caraway you sow in the spring, and spring is now so dry that we will lose the yield. So the idea, make winter annual caraway, and you see there is an aprim related lines. There is a line, there is a variety from Czech Republic, very low in essential oil, 2.5. I please remember, said you that Pharmacopoeia said minimally 3%, and that's why we crossed our material with high essential oil material. But our crossing partners are biannual. So that is the result after the winter 1920, and you see that are our standards. You see nothing. That is from 0 to 100%, and the standards we lose completely. Our lines are in the middle, and why you show this, the aprim lines are the best ones, so it's not a surprise. The next one gives us the information about essential oil, and you see that the aprim lines are not good enough in essential oil. Some of them are now over 3%, but not stable. But our material goes up to 6.5%. So that is breeding material, and that is our mission, to produce such material together with partners of the industry, or breeder and grower in this concrete project. And that could be an idea, that could be a way to have caraway production also in the next years, and also under the conditions of dry spring and dry summer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. I think this partnership with Fiocruz and Articula Fito can only bring only good news for us in the next future, very next future. So to follow up, I would like to invite now Dr. Jan Bonner, if he's going to enter online.
Não, ele está aqui ao lado.
Cadê ele?
Aqui, ó.
Ah, I had the information that you would be online. You were mostly welcome. Sorry. My mistake.
Sem problema.
You materialized yourself here.
Você se materializou
Então,
aqui na...
muito bom dia. Meu nome é Jan.
Good morning. I'm Jan. I am one of the colleagues that works on this project. We have a shared presentation here with Jorge, who is next to me. He speaks much better Portuguese than me, and I will speak a little bit, and he will speak a lot. I just want to give you an introduction on our project. I don't know if the slides are available. All right. Production team, can we get the slides up here? Can we get the slides up here? Well, I can start speaking in the meantime. We know that the bioeconomy has a proposal, a transformational proposal. It means transforming the current system into a sustainable economy. And we know that we agree that this can only be done with technology and knowledge. But it is not enough to just have technology and knowledge. We need rules, we need public policies, regulations so that this knowledge can be used in a sustainable way. We felt that 3 to 4 years ago, this focus did not really exist in research on bioeconomy. So we developed a project that speaks about the governance issue, which is the process of creating rules and policies, implementing them, and understanding if they work or not. That is the proposal of this project that is divided in 2 groups. A group that thinks more about public policies and studying processes on creating policies for the bioeconomy, and a group that works with impacts. How does this work? Do these policies work? What is the transformational impact that they have on the bioeconomy? So we have a group of economists led by Jorge, who is here, who is the next speaker. And the group of policies is led by another colleague who is not here with us right now. Jorge's group collaborates with the University of Bonn. We have a group of scientific cooperation that works in each country. And as the Ministry of Agriculture of Germany has a bilateral agreement, we work with them. So we work with Brazil, Uruguay, and Argentina. We have focuses in these 3 countries to understand how these transformational policies work. And Guilherme, who is here, works with us as well. He works in the public policy group, so if you have questions about that, you can ask him later. Can we go to the next slide, please? These are the ministries that I have just mentioned. Each country has a strategy for the economy that we try to follow, and we try to follow the implementation of these policies. And I think that, okay, I've already said enough, so I'm going to pass the floor to Jorge now. Thank you. Can we go to the next slide, please? So these are our research groups. Where do I need to click here? To the right? Okay, I think it's working. Great. So, I'm going to try and give you a brief presentation here on results for the subjects that we work with in both research teams, my group, and then the group that is led by Karen, as Jan just mentioned. So when we speak of the bioeconomy, many times we speak about the energy issue. And yes, there are good reasons for this. If we look at data from 2019, about 85% of all of the energy, of the global energy, comes from fossil fuels and sources. So low carbon alternatives are a very small percentage of this. So this transition to more sustainable energy sources is a very important point of the bioeconomy that appears frequently in these debates. So if we want to conduct this transition to renewable sources, we need policies to support this transition.
And we see that some kind of policies that have been the hotspot, on the spotlight here, are the bids for renewable energy sources. As you can see, the International Renewable Energy Agency has a very interesting report about the bids for this kind of energy. This is kind of policy that has been adopted by several countries in the north, and it's going to be adopted for many countries in the south. And there are good reasons, theoretical reasons, to ask ourselves whether this policy kind of works or doesn't in our context. For example, where the quality of the institutions is not as good, or countries where they have problems, macroeconomical problems. So we decided to ask ourselves this kind of question in an article that we were preparing. And so we created a database with about 100 countries, data coming from 2000 to 2020, to analyze these bids and see if they actually help to increase the percentage in the energy matrix of the countries. And these are different ways to estimate the effects of the policies, and then what we see is that yes, in a general way, there is a positive effect of the percentage of renewable energies in this energy matrix for each country. However, when we break down these data for when countries that have good macroeconomic institutions and countries that maybe not so much, we see that the results are really interesting. We see that the countries with good institutions and a good macroeconomic condition, the bids work perfectly, but not in countries with macroeconomic problems and institutional problems. So the next question that we need to ask ourselves is, can we do something about the design of this policy to make it work in this kind of context? This why we decided to zoom in to the Argentinian case, because as you know, Argentina has a lot of institutional problems and macroeconomic problems as well, has had for the last few decades, and then they recently implemented a bid called Renovar in 2015, and a very interesting observation in this, I passed twice, in this Argentinian program is that they implemented a guarantee structure. There are 3 levels of guarantees. Basically means that if by some reason the entrepreneur or the investor that won the bid does not get paid for the money for implementing the new renewable sources, there are 3 different levels that guarantee that he will get the money, and this obviously reduces the risks related to investing in this kind of energy in their country. And when we did our analyses, the full line is the trajectory of Argentina, and the dotted line is the synthetic Argentinian built with econometric data, and we can see that the factual progress of Argentina until 2015, 2016, which is when the policy is implemented in Argentina, and then we see that it really takes off significantly, which suggests that the Argentinian policy was indeed successful. And I think that this shows the importance of a well-designed policy, taking into consideration the context of each country where the policy is being implemented. So now going to Brazil, we all know RenovaBio, the main policy system for bioeconomy and for biofuels in Brazil. But this policy is relatively recent, so I think that really there's no way to say what kind of effects this policy had in our lives. But my friend Fernanda Martinelli did a study with biofuel specialties. She interviewed dozens of them to try to get their perspective on how RenovaBio could potentially impact the ODSs. As you can see, the SDGs, you can see the SDGs, the goals were categorized in different aspects. And you can see here in this graphic, the more to the right, there's more impact that the policy is going to have, and the higher, the more positive impact. And what you can see in terms of climate and economy, the specialists are really optimistic related to RenovaBio. They think that the policy is going to have very good impacts in our economy, but they are less optimistic when they talk about social aspects on the left, the bottom left corner of the graphic. But we're going to say that yes, okay, RenovaBio is not a social policy, so maybe it makes sense that specialists don't think that it's going to have social impact. So I think that the next step to discuss in this policy is going to the seal social fuel that Dr. Classivaldo has already mentioned, to create in 2004 we had the goal to integrate small producers in the value chains for biodiesel, especially biodiesel, and with that cause a regional development in the northeast region of Brazil, and diversify the kind of biomass as well utilized in the production of biodiesel. But what we see in the trajectory, these are the amounts commercialized in the policy for the seal per region of Brazil, and what we see in this case, that most the commercialized biomass is coming from the south region of Brazil. Is that a problem itself? Not necessarily, because we can say that the small producers of the south region are getting benefits from this policy, but however, we know that in Brazil, the most complicated regions that have the lowest socioeconomical indexes are the north and northeast region, and however, this has not been the benefit. This policy has not benefited these populations, and the reason for that is that because soy took over in the policy, because it's a kind of biomass that's much more efficient to produce for biodiesel, and the soy market is also much more structured and consolidated than the other biomasses that we have available here. So here it's important for us to ask ourselves if biofuel policies are the most adequate, if we presume that our goal is to generate development, economic development in the north and northeast, the poorer regions of the country. This is a food for thought that I leave you in this presentation. Of course, as we know, the bioeconomy is not only just biofuels, it's not just sugarcane and soy. There is a lot of biodiversity, and a topic that has come time and time again is bioresources. We have a very bio-based inputs, and of course inputs means a lot of things, but we've had focused on agricultural bio-inputs based on microbiome. It's a kind of technology that several organizations in the international organizations have promoted this kind of use of technology, and we are trying to create a system, all the literature that already exists and the kind of knowledge that we already have and what's still lacking in this kind of technology. And what we see is that despite all this hype with this kind of technology, the levels of adoption are still very, very low. This probably is because the producers don't necessarily know the benefits of this kind of technology, and we also see that the literature that exists is not coming from the real world. It's something coming from labs and scientific controlled tests, so we still don't know very well what kind of socio-economical effects that the adoption of this kind of technology for agricultural production is going to have. I think this is a gap in knowledge that we still have to fill. Oh, sorry, I went over one slide. So, when we talk about biodiversity and the use of biodiversity, it's important to think in about the laws in the country to try to regulate the use of biodiversity. And a law that we have is the biodiversity law, which is what Guilherme is going to discuss. So if you have any questions, you can talk to him later. But what Guilherme shows in his study is that basically, despite this whole policy having brought benefits and gains of efficiency and diversification of the system, of how to share the benefits of the biodiversity, this law still has a lot of challenges to go through. There's this underfinancing in terms of administration, and the projects that should have been implemented to distribute these benefits have not been implemented yet, at least not properly. And last but not least, I'd like to emphasize the importance of value chains. When we talk about bioeconomy and biodiversity, there's a lot of potential to generate new products, more sustainable products based in biomass and biodiversity. But with the creation of these new products, we're naturally going to have new value chains being added, supply chains that generate value around these products. I'm not going to go into further detail because of the time, but basically these are conceptual examples of value chains that we're probably going to see being developed from bioeconomy, and we're trying to emphasize here what's the role that the provider of biomass is going to have in these new chains. So here we have chains ranging from simple, like biodiesel, for example, fast generation biodiesel, and highly technological, based in biotechnology of state-of-the-art. And so it's very important to keep in mind the kind of structure that these new chains are going to have, because the way that these structure themselves will inevitably impact who benefits from these new markets. And I'm going to stop my presentation right here. I would like to leave to you our website. I invite you all to check it out. You can, subscribe to the newsletter so you can hear all the news about our projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I speak English because
Muito obrigado. Eu estou falando inglês porque eu deveria falar.
And then I'm going to use a Brazilian expression that I don't know how the translator will manage to translate this, because você levantou uma bola, you raised the
You
ball.
kind of lifted the ball, or just.
I think the Brazilian would like to answer and complement what you just said with your very good presentation, by the way. Congratulations, parabéns. And so immediately I send the ball to Clecivaldo and then to Secretary Morales, because I think they would like to comment your presentation. Por favor. Passei a bola para você, Clecivaldo.
The ball is yours.
Obrigado, Bia. Mas é um comentário
Thank
rápido.
you, Bia. It's a little comment.
A ideia é só
The idea is just to comment
da importância
the importance that there has had. It's very important for us to have this reference, especially towards diversification of biomass for the production of biodiesel in Brazil. The policy, when it was created in 2004, it had the goal to contribute with the development of production and the improvement of quality of life and generating income for family agriculturers in the Northeast. Since soy has, become so prominent, we know that it's a very powerful culture, even though oil has always been a residue rather than because animal protein is which has more added value than the oil. We have sought alternatives so that this policy returns to the Northeast, and first going back to the Northeast is really important. The workers that had mamona was really studied, that had this alternative produced mamona. Mamona did not prosper. The soy production in the South was more prominent, and now more than soy, or alongside soy, we talked about all of the other, for example, all the other plants, oil seeds, canola, chicken oil. There are other alternatives that are already used for biodiesel production. And as I said, we are increasing our studies through cardamom, because safflower, because we have scarcity in terms of water. It's a culture that is very prominent in Israel and the desert, and we brought here, with the aid of the Federal University from the Rio Grande do Norte state, the great studies there. What comes from oil in a grain of soy is about 18 to 19%, and safflower can reach about 49%. So the very, very exciting prospects for the future, and the semi-arid region of the Northeast is probably going to start producing this.
We do have a concern that has to do with incentivizing monoculture, which is not the intention here. Of course, we are worried about food security, and we need to have on our tables what we need for our day-to-day. So we are incentivizing this because it's about survival for many people, and we will need to develop this further. The Ministry of the Economy is working with us, and they talk to us so that we understand that it's not just about incentivizing the production of a monoculture. We need to look at production, and a lot of people are living as producers by making biomasses for the biodiesel industry. We need to understand that this is an important discussion for all of us. Thank you very much. Secretary Morales, please. Well,
Jorge, parabéns pelo...
Jorge, congratulations for your presentation. Congratulations on your presentation. As a doctor, I love to talk about the diagnoses because there is no sound coming to the translation booth. So we're interrupting the translation for now.
Pronto. Ok, Jorge,
So, diagnosis is what leads us to the treatment and the cure. When you speak about development and knowledge, that knowledge sometimes does not reach the place it needs to reach. And that is an important diagnosis in all areas of knowledge and of Brazilian research. The big challenge for Brazilian research is how do you generate this knowledge, transform it into value for the population. So how do we do this? In Brazilian research, we have a lot of positive results, but how do we scale these results? This is not a Brazilian problem, it's a global problem. We need to learn here, and we learn this with Brazilian agriculture. We have done this with Brazilian agriculture, with tropical agriculture. How do we deal with this when we're speaking of new knowledge regarding bio-inputs? I see here with your diagnosis that we have an open call with 72 million reals for bio-inputs, new fertilizers, and many others. Maybe we need to speak with the Ministry of Agriculture and FINEP. Marcelo Camargo is here, he knows the open call. Maybe we need to do what I did when I was the vice president of CNPq. I implemented in the CNPq that all of the open calls, at least in my area, we had selected the projects and we started a framework with all of the researchers present. So this established where we wanted to go. And that's how we dealt with COVID, that's how we developed Brazilian vaccines. It's about directing this. So researchers who are selected for an open call on bio-inputs, we need to direct them to the result. But this result needs to be linked to the producer, in this case the agricultural producer. In the case of the vaccines, the pharmaceutical sector, or Fiocruz, or Butantan. Because otherwise, the research might be completed, but it will not have the results that we would like. So when we speak of microorganisms and directing through bioorganisms, we have many results, and we have research with these results. We conduct pilot projects, so we don't do the scaling of this, of what is done by the researchers. We start with a pilot project, so a pilot project on areas that have been affected by mining and other activities. It's not just about planting trees. You go to the affected area, you analyze the soil, you conduct the diagnosis on the best buds that will grow in that region that has been affected by mining or activities that use a lot of mercury, that produce a lot of mercury. And so we start with this pilot initiative. And then we think about scaling this according to the situation. And in this case, I think we could implement this pilot project. And this action with the Ministry of Agriculture is very important, because otherwise we would conduct the pilot projects and that would be it. And just to finish up this open call, we have a lot of resources, you know, over 70 million reals. And these researchers, once they are selected, I would like to work with the Ministry of Agriculture, Marcelo, and have a ground zero kind of meeting on the selected projects, so that we can decide how we want to follow these projects. And they know about this. Where can we conduct this experiment on the field, at our pilot farm, for example? How can we do this? By collaborating with the producers so that these results can be implemented in a product that is at least minimally feasible. Because if we might have good research, but we also need a product that is feasible. So this needs to happen. This needs to come out of the labs. The diagnosis is very important. So this is the challenge we're facing with FINEP, the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Agriculture. These open calls and these resources need to be directed towards a scaling according to the dimension. Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary. Bom, eu acho que foi uma boa e uma resposta.
And you too, Jan, agree with me, I hope. Well, now I would like to pass the word to Ingo. My pleasure to call Ingo. Please, Ingo, welcome.
Muito obrigado, Bia. Sempre um prazer estar aqui com você. Enquanto está carregando a apresentação, quero aproveitar o tempo de saudar algumas autoridades. Em primeiro lugar, o cônsul. Muito obrigado por estar aqui. Quero saudar também a presença do Ingo Plug.
And I want to greet Ingo Plug, who is my colleague from Abaki. Thank you to the head of the delegation for inviting us here. Guilherme, the head of the Sustainability Center, who is also here, Sebrae, responsible for the area in Brazil. The head of the European Commission, Márcio Weise, who just, I think he just left. The Ministry of Science and Innovation, and other friends and institutions who are here. Embrapa, Marcelo, it's great to be here with you. So I just want to make 2 or 3 comments before I think they're still getting my presentation up here on the screen. Clecivaldo. So I feel like I'm from the northeast of Brazil, in my heart at least. And we want to understand that the National Biodiesel Program, we need to understand that the indirect impacts can be measured or evaluated as well, in the sense of structuring the production or the production base of castor beans, for example. This helped to structure the production base for castor beans, and I think that the family productions really were benefited by this because the productive base was structured. And Josiane, I think that, you know, we know about this project that started 15 years ago in Piauí and Maranhão. And when we speak of innovation, Sometimes this also means we need to have a lot of patience. So I want to speak about the agro-political dialogue that is an initiative. I think I can go through my slides here. Okay, so this is a program of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food in Germany, and it's a partnership with many other countries. You can see here the partnership with Russia was suspended for obvious reasons, but there is an agro-political dialogue with many other countries. And last year we started the agro-political dialogue with the first country in Latin America, which we possibly considered the easiest country to start with. But anyway, this is my company. It's a consulting company. It's a very peculiar, very unique company in Germany that conducts agricultural consulting in Germany and around the world, including here in Brazil. So the agro-political dialogue, as I said, is an initiative started by two ministries in Brazil and Germany, and it involves many other stakeholders and leaders of the sector, of the private sector, and civil society as well, academia, and the intention is to create bases for a better understanding between both sectors. So the Brazilian agro sector, the German agro sector, and we think there is a lot of space and a great need for these conversations and exchanges. So these are the three areas that we work with in this agro-political dialogue. So we organize webinars, publications, events, exchanges, and also face-to-face events, exchanges. We just conducted one on carbon farming, carbon markets in Germany. It was a collaboration with these two excellent scientists here, Georgie and Jan. Thank you so much for this collaboration and this cooperation. So the first area we work with here on the right side, you can see the partnerships. These are public policies. So we want to talk about public policies to improve sustainability. And of course, one of the subjects that we will deal with next year are the due diligence laws. How would we say that in Portuguese, Jorge? Okay, we will say due diligence. We'll stick to that for the supply chain in a more sustainable manner. And another area we work with is innovative finance for agriculture, for sustainable agriculture. And here we collaborate with the central bank and other institutions like the Brazil Coalition and IPAN, speaking about different payment instruments for environmental services. And the central bank has a very elaborated program with bold norms and regulations that make it mandatory for banks to follow these regulations, these national regulations for the environment.
And finally, bioeconomy, what we want to understand is, especially the way it has been highlighted here several times here yesterday and today, we want to understand as an engine for innovation and decarbonization for the economy as a whole. What we've learned so far is that Germany and Brazil have challenges, sustainability challenges for their agricultures, extremely different challenges. So we have a generalized understanding in Germany that there is the intensity of the use of pesticides and of the fertilizers and extremely high, and so there's an understanding that we need to reduce sustainability in the German agribusiness is about reduction the intensity of the use of these components. And here in Brazil we understand that the intensity is to improve and increase sustainability and tends to have to be higher. It's extremely paradoxical and curious, because to respect and understand these differences, I think, is a very interesting basis and necessary basis to actually, come in an equalitarian form. And the second point is that we should highlight that the livestock farming and agriculture in Brazil are much better than their reputation in Europe, but in general, but also in Germany. We would like to understand and look at both countries, but also look at through the eyes of each country to both agribusinesses. And we recognize that the reputation is much better, but obviously it's not only a matter of reputation. We know that the agro-technological process in Brazil has been impressively fast, and the sustainability issues have been at the head front of research in Embrapa, convincingly so. But while there is more than 90% of deforestation in the Amazon is illegal, and as well, while this phenomenon of deforestation, of illegal deforestation, not only just in the Amazon, but in of the other biomes, it is really difficult to defend these progresses. And the third point is that we are convinced that there is an interest, not only just in Germany, but there is in Europe a global interest to dialogue and cooperate with progress, the agro-technological progress in Brazil, and go deeper and seek several ways to cooperate, such as this is one of the forums that we value a lot. We think it's a great, very important forum to interchange dialogue and go deeper into the cooperations for both countries and with other countries too. And finally, bioeconomy, as I mentioned before, we understand as a very powerful instrument for innovation and machine to promote, or like a machinization to promote technological progress. And obviously, nice to remember always, to decarbonize the economy, not only just in Brazil. We understand that without Brazil, we won't have a chance to really reach a process of decarbonizing global economy. I'm almost done. Talking about bioeconomy, we did at the APD several events, always looking at first Germany, then Brazil, and then creating dialogue environments and interchanging environments as well. We did a study, the state-of-the-art of bioeconomy in Germany. We discussed it with authorities, representatives, scientists, and then we did the vice versa. The tour that we did this year about the carbon market and the relevance of the agribusiness in the carbon markets in Brazil. We did a tour in Germany. It was extremely fruitful with the colleagues from Embrapa and with representatives for the Agribusiness Global and FGV Agro and others. And in the start of this week, sorry, we didn't do it, but we actually lent our support with the exchange about bio inputs alongside the Münster and Dogon University and entities from Uruguay and Argentina and Brazil. And to finalize, I would like to emphasize a very important point, that we, in the political dialogue, we don't do our own research, but we would like to highlight our complementary role in this process. As I said, we want to look at Brazil and Germany with the eyes of the other. We want to be understood as a complementary agent, and we are always available at your disposal to any clarification that you may have, and any fortness I can say, Dankeschön, muito obrigado. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ingo. It's great that we have two Ingos here today. A very dear Ingo to me sitting over there. Nós temos dois Ingos aqui, muito caro para mim, você também, mas aí a senhora está na antiguidade, o princípio da antiguidade tem um ranking muito maior.
I would like to say, to pass the floor to Secretário Moraes. He would like to say something about your presentation.
Comentar a sua apresentação.
Ingo, congratulations.
Ingo, parabéns. Congratulations. Thank you for your presentation.
Estimula.
That always stimulates us.
Gostaria de
And
compartilhar com vocês.
I would like to share with you something that
Sempre eu sou colocado à frente
I'm always put at the head or facing this situation. When I presented the actions for science and technology
na Organização Mundial
in
da
the
Saúde,
World Health Organization, where with Tedros Adhanom, and I showed that in 2020, in the start of 2020, we had a structure. I brought the researchers for the Ministry of Science and Technology to create a strategy to face a possible pandemic that hadn't been announced yet, that was, nearing, and they created a strategy
de monitoramento do vírus em todo o
to
território
monitor
nacional e
the virus in all the national territories. This is why you see the identification of the genetic sequencing and variants in the whole national territory. We have in all our territory the wild animals monitorization, and we use this network now to diagnose animals, domestic animals with monkeypox. We did respirators. We created 15 national vaccines produced by Brazilians. We have 2 Brazilians, one for RNA from Bahia. It started the 10th clinical test in January. And when I started talking all about to Tedros Adhanom in the presence of Marcos Pontes, the minister who was with us, they started looking and saying, we didn't know that. When I say this to you, you also did not know that, right? Brazilian research, you either spend money with the researcher or you advertise what you're doing. And because of that, I would like to share with you what the Brazilian research is doing to mitigate the impact, the environmental impacts. The National Institute for Space, the INPI, is a very important institution within our ministry that monitors Brazilian biomes deforestation, forest fires, and is extremely important. It was located only in the Amazon forest. I took it all the way to the Cerrado as well, in the center region of Brazil. It's very important attention to identify these focuses of illegal deforestation and wildfires. We have a research institution to do that for us. With the support of the ministry, we are broadening the scope for to all the Brazilian biomes. To mitigate the impacts of fires and deforestation, we have also got to invest in the local population so that they have resources to survive them. And the ministry, then, this is in the pilot of English. We are responsible for the pilot experiments. We use scientists in our ministry. And we have the productive chains of bioeconomy that envelop these local communities. Regeneration with Regenera Brazil, as I mentioned yesterday, involves all of the local communities because we're doing open-air experiments to forestry so that this population can also continue to use cupuaçu and açaí in these areas of regenerated forests. We have the Amazonic system of satellite labs that we're building 50 floating labs in all the Amazon so that we can take the researchers to do sustainable exploration of the Amazon. We have in the Amazon forest the monitoring towers for the environment, the ATO tower, which is in cooperation with Environment, that monitors the whole microenvironment of the Amazon. We took some ambassadors to visit it, including the German ambassador and so many others, to visit this whole thing that we're talking about. We have an experiment that we're doing, which is the Amazon face, that are rings that are put in 30 meter diameters in the, as you can see, for example, imagine a ring, and the forest is within this ring with several injecting CO2 and mimetizing the quantity of CO2 for 2050, so that we have the answer of how the forest will adapt or behave facing the increase of greenhouse gas emissions. This is an Brazilian experiment in cooperation with the United Kingdom. So all of this that I'm mentioning, we took the ambassadors that were not aware of this whole thing happening in the Amazon and the number of research projects that we have. When the Pantanal caught fire, I brought researchers to the Ministry of Science and Technology, and I asked them how they could help so that this wouldn't happen again. At the time, there was an extreme drought in the Pantanal. There was a whole favorable environment to the spread of the fire. And we asked, how can we mitigate this? So I created the Pantanal network of research, and we can see the results today. I don't need to mention them, right? We mitigated through the scientific competence the fires that happened in the Pantanal. So I would like to just point out to you that in this ministry there is a very important action done by scientists through the ministry to mitigate all the Brazilian problems that we have: hunger, lack of resources, environmental problems that we are trying to solve through science. And only through science can we bring solutions to the problems. In pandemic, it was the same. We have results, and bringing the Brazilian vaccines into production with great help from Fiocruz is not to take care of COVID or to solve the problem, is to bring platforms for the Brazilian problems like dengue, chikungunya, Zika, yellow fever, with RNA vaccines to solve our problems. So I would like to, leave the message here that we are not aware of what Brazilian science is doing and what Brazilian scientists are doing. And so I would like to use this opportunity to show what we are also doing to mitigate the environmental issues here in Brazil. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Secretário Moraes.
Obrigada, secretário Moraes. Eu realmente não sabia sobre o que você nos contou agora e eu acho que muitas pessoas não sabiam. Só quero fazer um parêntese aqui, já que você está falando sobre mostrar o que o Brasil faz, eu quero mandar um recado.
The Brazilian embassy asked that they are going to promote more and more in Berlin exactly initiatives that shows what we don't know about Brazil. So they are going to do an event now called the Amazonia Connection, and just as a parenthesis, I wanted to underline the importance of showing what we, even Brazilians, don't know. I want to pass very quickly, just a comment to Josiane, if you could, you want to add something.
Eu gostaria só de fazer algumas considerações que eu acredito ser importantes.
Considerations that I think are important. First of all, about the diagnosis, you know, Brazilian society does not know about what Brazilian science produces, so we need to create a closer relationship between our society and science and knowledge. The work that we have done in the project, it needs this intersectorial dialogue. Because when we reach the territories, when we go to these places, we find devastated states and a situation of total inequity, be it inequality in the access to science, because, okay, in science we have a dialogue with our peers, but how do we really establish this cross-cutting dialogue between health, the environment, science? Because science cannot be something that feels like it's unreachable. It's something that is human. It needs to reach people. And just another comment, we have developed demonstrative units in the territories that we work in. We have conducted environmental recoveries through institutional partnerships, and we want to value this action of getting close to universities and technical units and the technical agents like Emater. These rural technical agents are very important for this connection between knowledge and society. And we have had some very good results in partnerships with the Institute for Forest Development in the state of Pará, with excellent agricultural technicians. So we need to think of this knowledge, the base knowledge, the technical knowledge, and the scientific knowledge, and we need horizontal and vertical axis for this. We need to think about this. That was it. Thank you. Excelente, Josiane, eu concordo totalmente. E agora, eu gostaria de começar a falar sobre o estabelecimento da economia sustentável, Dr. Peter Eisen, Lucas Iva e Felix Jacob. Peter, você está aí?
Where are you?
Peter?
I'm there.
Wonderful.
Sim,
Welcome.
eu estou aqui.
Very well. Nice
Vocês
to
estão me
see
ouvindo?
you.
Maravilha, que bom te ver.
Great.
The screen is
Ótimo,
yours.
muito obrigado.
Thank you very much for
Muito
inviting me today, Bia, and it's a big pleasure to be again at Green Rio. Unfortunately, I'm not there with you, but I promise you next year I try to do my best to be again in Rio because I like this country so much. So now I would like to share my presentation with all of you. I hope it will work. Please let me know if you can see the presentation.
It's coming, yes.
Yeah, I think it looks good. So now I'm back. Okay. So hopefully it works because I can see that. Oh, okay. So my slides can be seen. So, I would like to talk today a little bit about the collaboration between ITAU and IBB over the last 12 years. So we have a long collaboration over the last 12 years. And it was focused, this collaboration, on innovations. From the beginning, we decided to focus on, yeah, I see that you are looking around. Is there any problem?
No, don't worry, because it was just a piece.
I cannot hear you, unfortunately. No, I tried to do it again.
No, it's the other way around, I'm sorry.
I do it again. So hopefully it's working now.
Ah, yes, okay.
Yes, I can see something. Very good. So
thank you.
Let's try it again. I think it was 2 times now, and the best is 3 times, you know. No, the collaboration about ITAU I was talking about is now taken on since 2010, and I think we have reached a very nice approach in several protein and fiber sources. We were focused in this time on a lot of raw materials, and I would like to give a little summary about our approach. This means let's make joint innovation happen. This was our goal from the beginning. Together with German and Brazilian researchers and also with industry. And I would like to give you 2 examples of very nice success stories about Brazilian raw materials and how we brought this to the market and how we are planning to do the same in the next year with Macaúba, what was already mentioned today. So hopefully the presentation will work, yes. Here you can see our intention. So our mission, what we were defining 10 years or more than 10 years ago, Luis Mardi and me, when we were planning our activities in our project center, what is now called an innovation platform. So we decided to focus on developments of products and processes all the time with the focus having innovation in our bag. So this means that we all the time think about how we can bring the results of the research from our research projects into products, processes in the market in the end. And the intention was also to bring together people, not only the ideas or some activities, also to bring together people from Germany and Brazil and let them work together, let them think about the future and let them think about how to solve our challenges. What we have heard today, unfortunately, or we have already heard it today, that there is a lot of challenges. And as I already told you, made in Brazil and Germany, this was our logo in the end, to say we would like to work together to find the best solution, fitting to the German requirements, fitting to the Brazilian opportunities and requirements, so that we can create the biggest benefit for both countries and of course for the people that are living there. And in the end, as I already mentioned, it has to go to the market, it has to be in the market, and it has to create jobs. Otherwise, I think innovation is not a real innovation. So what was our intention? Of course, development of products and processes. And I think I'm really proud, and I would like to thank Alexandre Martins. He's also in the auditorium today for his effort and for his support that makes us able to have so many projects already funded. And I would also like to thank all of the funding agencies that are here today. I would like to come to this to a later stage. And you can see here that already just 4 projects are already completed, and that we have 7 ongoing projects in the moment. This means we have a very active collaboration. We are working all day on different kind of projects. You can see here sunflower, Macaúba, food waste, algae, and a lot of things. And I put out now that we have really a focus. The focus, what was the focus of my presentation? This is oilseed. Oilseed means everything we have heard about, the biodiesel project already today. The focus of oilseed production, of course, is the oil. And everybody thinks on oil, biodiesel, and everything what you can do with. But we identified that the most critical point is what to do with the residues. And in our collaboration over the last years, we could identify a lot of options, how we can use these residues, what we are producing by de-oiling, and how to create a lot of value added. And you will see later in my slides that the value added coming from the residues is much, much higher than the value added coming from the oil. this was our idea, having people together, and really until today we have more than 70 project partners in our joint projects together with not only ITAU, it's the IAC, it's a lot of institutions and universities in Brazil, as well as in Germany also. But you can see a lot of companies and a lot of people are working together to reach the aim, create joint innovation. We also had a lot of scientific congresses and a lot of workshops. So you can see our intention to bring together the people we could reach after a few years, that we could really demonstrate that the collaboration is real. And I think nowadays we can say, after 12 years, we can say it's not only a real collaboration, it's also a sustainable and long going on collaboration what we have. Come to the first oilseed, because this is the topic of my presentation of today, innovation from oilseeds. And here I was talking about this, I think in 2018, when I was the last time making a presentation on your conference. I already was talking about the sunflower, but I would like to show it again to you. So how we are going ahead? We try to identify the challenge. From this challenge, we define research and development projects, hopefully to get funded. And in the end, we say, let's make joint innovation happen, how we can bring the results from this research and development to the market. And the answer is quite simple, even if it is not simple in the end, but the answer is quite simple. We have to create a value added that is of interest for industry, that is of interest for investors. We have to create solutions that offer a lot of value added, because then industry is interested, then investors are getting interested, and this is the fitting that is needed. As an example, this is Mato Grosso. This is, everybody of you I think know Mato Grosso, huge fields, huge areas, and here we have the sunflower as an intercrop between two seasons of soy production. What we can realize is if we put away the oil, if we press the oil, then we get a residue with a very low value. So the people there were suffering a little bit, that they said the value we are creating is not so high. Is there any solution you can offer? So we went to MCTIC, we went to BMBF, and we were asking, what do you think about a new project funding where we do a modification of the existing system of oil production? It was not a big modification, because in the end it has to be adaptable in industry, but it was a modification that had a certain challenge, and we could solve this challenge. We were able inside of this project, working together with, I think it was a dozen of people, and we identified a solution that was so simple, just dehulling the sunflower kernels and then create value added of both fractions of the oil. The residue can be used as a food ingredient. And what you can see now in the last slide, we created proteins with a value of more than €5 per kilogram, what is 25 reais per kilogram, from a beginning raw material that had a value of 1 real. So this step was the reason why we were able to find investors. So we found investors. We were searching, unfortunately, we were searching in Brazil. We could not find anybody. We had a lot of discussion, but the people told us, let's do it first in Europe, and if it's working, you can come back to Brazil, then we will realize this is there. And we were able to find 2 investors, strong companies from Germany, Centis and Ehrmann, and they created sunflower, Sunbloom together with us, the startup of Fraunhofer, what we did 5 years ago. And we were very, very proud. Last year, we started the production at the site of Centis, what you can see here in the picture. It's a production site. It was investment of around about 15 million euro. And there was a large demand for additional research, but we could help everybody, and of course the design of the plant. And nowadays Thomas is producing here in this plant a lot of protein every day, and industry is really interested in. And of course, because I was starting 2010 to bring innovation in Germany and in Brazil, our intention now is to bring this technology again, hopefully back to Mato Grosso if there is enough sunflower available. And this is my intention for the next years to try to find investors also for this technology in Brazil. Next topic, Macaúba, and we have heard a lot about oil today already, biofuels and so on. And what you can see here is the demand is increasing over the last 20 years tremendously. Each year we need more 6 million tons of oil. We have now a demand of 220 million tons. If it will increase like this, we will be in the end of 2040, we will have a demand of additional 120 million tons more. What is around about 330, 350 million tons? There is no area available for this amount. We don't have the land, but we need this amount. And what we should not do is deforestation or something like this. We should protect our environment. But how can we solve this problem? We need more and more and more oil. But on the other side, we have limited area. So the question is there any sustainable solution for this demand? And finally, we found nice partners here in Brazil. Yes, there is a solution. And we really, really think that macaúba can be the solution, can be the game changer in the problems what we are facing nowadays with rapeseed oil, with soybean oil, with sunflower oil, because macaúba can be produced together with pastry land, together with the production of animals. If we put this plant on a pastry land, there is more grass growing because this plant, this palm is making the soil more humid because of the roots, what is produced there. This plant is binding a lot of carbon dioxide. And in the end, the farmer can have more animals on the same area, even if he is producing additional oil. So what we can do is around about 2 tons of oil every year, 2 or 2.5 tons of oil per year. We can increase the quality of the soil. We can prevent erosion, and we have a great optimization of the soil quality. And this all without having additional land. We can just use the land what is already existing, and the land what is partly degraded because the animals were standing for a very long time just on grassland, and so the land was destroyed in a certain amount. So we are now in discussion together with Inocas. I think all of you know this company. They are working on this integrated concepts, and they have designed a picture like this. We can say the future can be having the production of cassava, having production of animals, having production of soy, but additionally producing these palm trees, because this palm tree offers shadow. And as an example, coffee is producing the double amount of productivity if it is growing in the shadow of such palm trees. So I think this can be really, really a big game changer, this tree. And for this reason, we have focused a lot, and we would like to do the same what we did with the sunflower, we would like to do with macaúba. So the intention is, of course, on the one side, try to get a very high valuable oil and a fat fraction. There is a lot of things to do, and we had a discussion yesterday in the evening. I had a long call with Johannes from Inocas. There is a lot of challenges to get a high quality oil, but I think we can solve this. But the additional accept, and this was done in our Acrobats project that was also funded by the BMBF. Thank you very much again, Veronica and everybody who is there today. We have to use the byproducts, because macaúba not only offers oil, macaúba also offers protein and fibers. And these both fractions are very valuable. They have excellent properties, a wonderful taste. And if you see there, this is more or less the state of the art residue from the pulp oil pressing. This is the residue from the protein pressing. And if we get out in the end, our ingredients, they look a little bit like this. It is not black anymore. It is now a more or less bright powder, and the protein also the same. And the protein has one very special thing that no other proteins have. You know, soybean, pea protein, they have the beanie taste because of the oxidation of the oil. And as we have inside this kernel here just fats, there is almost no taste. So you have a very neutral protein with a very high nutritional properties in the amino acid composition. And so we can also create from a low value animal feed press cake to a high valuable protein, as an example, that can be used for feeding people and so on. So totally my last slide about our macaúba is we have a huge potential in Brazil. I think Brazil is the country of the future if we are talking on oil and protein production for the future. Look at this, what I made some pictures about. This is the nice fruit we have on these palms. And this can offer not only the oil, we have it here, the fat and the oil can offer very nice value, but also we can produce these fibers, we can produce the proteins, We can also do the hamburger or whatever we would like to do with the proteins or plant protein products. You know, nowadays it's very, very popular. We can do this. We can also produce biodegradable films from this fibers here. The fiber fraction has fantastic properties. Yesterday we had a discussion how to optimize the properties of this fiber films. Additional nutritional fibers for different kind of applications. So you can see we can valorize the whole fruit, and we can increase the value by this on a yield of almost 36,000 reais per hectare. You know, everybody who's a farmer inside, this is a huge amount, and this is just the value what we produce additionally. So this is not we have to choose between soy or macaúba. We can do both in parallel, and we create this nice value added. And I think this is a nice idea for the future, and we would, of course, we are really motivated to work on this for the future in the next years. We are really thankful that the BMBF, BMEL, were funding us additional project. Today we already heard about the Aqua Alliance project, what we are doing together with University of Viçosa, IAC, ITAU, and the University of Hohenheim. I think these are the core projects that can really change the game, and hopefully I think we can work on this for the future together with all our friends, all our partners in Brazil. And Bia, as I told you, next year I will try to be back again in Rio. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for all the partners that were financing our research. And of course, thank you very much for the people that were doing the work. And for this, I would like to stop. I hope I was not too long with my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. It's a pleasure to see your presentations because your enthusiasm is linked to us, and now I understand why macaúba is considered the superstar of the plants. I totally
Absolutely,
agree.
Yeah.
Yes, I learned that from Alessandro too. So immediately, because now we are running out of time, I would like to pass the floor. Now it's the screen, not the floor yet. Dr. Volker Cyber, please.
Yes, hello everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about some projects here. Let me first share my screen. Oh, should be visible now, I hope. Yes.
Yes, perfect.
I actually would have liked, as Peter just mentioned, to be with you in Rio today, but maybe in another year it will be possible again. Last time in 2018 I really appreciate it. Now, since time is running short, I'll just jump into the talk. I'd like to introduce to you one project that's currently funded as a joint call between FAPESP and the BMBF, which is about utilization of certain enzymes, sulfatases and oxidases, and you don't need to understand many of the details, but we use here the enzymes for creating new bio-based products and bio-based solutions. And so the title of the talk is, how we can utilize the natural diversity of enzymes here for tailor-made bioproducts. And see, the project itself is called Biotrim, and the idea is that in a more sustainable world, we would like to avoid petrol-based, fossil-based products and rather change to bio-based products. However, if you want to do this, these bio-based products have to fulfill all the specifications that the now used fossil-based products bring about, and that's not always easy. So we need a high diversity in specifications, many different products, to then be able to create the products for our daily need. And another issue in sustainability is that whatever we are producing for our world is not allowed to be toxic and should not be non-degrading whenever it is released into the environment. And for these two issues, we can now go to the bio-based or the natural functions of microorganisms, of enzymes in microorganisms. And in this specific project we are looking here, we looked at marine-derived microorganisms to get new tools for our two goals that I mentioned before. And below here you see basically the whole research team at Neste. It's Professor Lara Sette with Iko Otero and some further persons where I didn't have the picture. And then the team in Germany with mostly Alexander Fuchs doing great work, supported by Enrico Hupfold, but the real stars of the project are actually shown in the center here. These are the marine fungi, the ones that bring now the tools, the enzymes. And let's first start with the project about the new polymers, or biogenic polymers. And this is about new varieties of carrageenans. You might know carrageenans from some of your food products, but they are also used in cosmetics and in other some technical applications. And carrageenans are polysaccharides that are extracted from red seaweed, from red algae. The world production is quite big, so it's quite a big market. And there are different types of carrageenans, these polysaccharides, depending on the number of sulfate groups. That's what the red encircled here. And so we have different types of carrageenans with different properties. Now, if you look at the world's map here, then you see that the seaweeds are obtained all over the world. However, at different parts in the world, different seaweeds are obtained, like the Conifers crispus here in the northern Atlantic, or more in the Pacific region, you have Oikema species, different ones, Cotyledon spinosum. And in South America, actually, it's Gigatina, which is heavily used. And so what the production used to be that the seaweeds were collected from natural sources, but nowadays, especially in the tropical areas here, and as far as in Brazil, then there's actually seaweed farming going on, which is a good source of money, good source of income for people that used to depend on fishery. Now with not so many fish around, no jobs, they started to grow these seaweeds, get an income, especially also women. So it's really a very good way, growing these carrageenans seaweeds, to get income to these marine environments. And we heard a lot about agriculture today and getting plants from the land and from the forest, but don't neglect the marine environments here. So quite a good source. Now, what I said is that you need the right specifications, and we do have certain variants here, and different seaweeds bring different combinations. And what we were looking for is possibilities to enlarge the toolbox of carrageenans, to have more different types of carrageenans and be able to produce them more efficiently. And for this, we're working here for enzymes that would split off the sulfates, and by that also standardize the product. And for this now, we obtained these, Lara Sette, our partner at Neste, obtained these marine fungi from the Antarctic region, send them to us, and we were screening them for the right activity. And you always get disappointed if you get this flat line here, that there's basically no activity. But you see there's one hit. So we actually were indeed able to find here one enzyme that's doing the right job. Unfortunately, this one strain, we don't have the sequence, and it's a lot of work to get the sequence. So we were a bit in a hurry, so we rushed forward and went into some bacterial sources where we did some genome mining, and indeed were able to find now different sulfatases which are active at different natural carrageenans. And you don't have to understand all the different ones. So here are two commercial ones in blue, A and D. And now by the action of one sulfatase, we get these two new hybrid variants, and another enzyme with the action down here will now get to further polysaccharides, further variants. And this might look a bit boring if you're not a chemist here, but what's interesting is that now we produce the enzyme and we analyze the carrageenans, we produce the carrageenans, and indeed found that with some of the modifications, we now have a reduced gel strength and reduced system stability. So in the application, for example, in cosmetics or in some of the food, this might be helpful, but usually it's not. However, on the other hand, we have here variants, hybrid variants, and new beta carrier. The gel character and stability are highly improved. So this is now offering many new applications, and specifically the beta carotene doesn't have any sulfate anymore. With that, it's not salt dependent anymore, and so you can apply it in many new fields where the now commercial genes are not possible to be applied. And we went one step further and applied the sulfatase that we, or the sulfatases that we newly developed, so we newly identified, we included them into the production process. So we obtained different types of seaweeds here, Chondrus, Cappaficus types, and we did the extraction as it's done in commercial processes. However, we included and excluded the sulfatase. And what you see here is that for the different varieties we have, there's always the increase in the melting temperature, but also in the gelling temperature. And even more important here, actually the sulfatase here is also right, is that we have much stronger gels, which you also see here. So when you include the sulfatase, you have a gel formation. No sulfatase, it's just like water. So this is now giving a great opportunity for enlarging the product range and make seaweeds and the growth, the cultivation of seaweeds even more beneficial, get more money out of it, because you can find a wider market here. And this is certainly possible for the seaweeds that are grown in Brazil, but also for all over the world. And this last few minutes, I'd like to go to the second part of the project, which is about the bioremediation. In this case, detoxification and decolorization here of textile dyes, toxic textile dyes. And these are not specifically found in environments, in the sea, in marine environments, but the effluent waters where these toxic molecules are found and where they have to be degraded are quite high, have quite high salt concentrations. And so looking now into marine environments for organisms, for marine consortia that can degrade such molecules would be beneficial to get then the enzymes to be active in the high salt conditions. And indeed here marine consortium was found that was able to degrade such compounds, detoxify it and decolorize it quite nicely. But if you have this consortium, it doesn't really help you. You need to get to the real tool, the enzyme at the end. And to get this, then Lara Sette, our partner, was enriching certain fungi which were able to decolorize here this sulfur indigo blue dye, and identified two fungal strains that was very, very active in this. And from these fungal strains, then a certain enzyme, a lacase, was obtained. And I'm not going to describe the lacase. The problem is when you know a certain enzyme, it doesn't help you at all. What you need to have to be able to produce the enzyme. And today you talked a lot about upscaling. So getting the tools, the enzymes at a high concentration at the low cost, that's very important. And here the Brazilian PhD student, Igor, came to my lab in Germany, where we had developed this PK Pastoris synthetic biology toolkit to create different variants with for finding the ones which have the highest activity, for then using these basically as an almost commercial platform to produce lots of enzymes. And now this lacase that has been identified as being able to detoxify these molecules, we found here good conditions for the production, and then could characterize it more, and found also that it's very active in the decolorization and detoxification. There's very different dyes here. and under different conditions with some helper molecules. So working quite nicely, and now it's further in the upscaling and application process with Laracete again in Brazil. And I think my time is off, so I certainly would like to thank the funders here for PESP, for the Brazilian side, and the BMBF for the German side. This was just one project that has been going on now for about 2 years, and I think we are on a very good track here. Still have a few things to do ahead of us, looking at the project plan, but we are optimistic to really find here new products for new markets, and by that a new valorization for people in Brazil and beyond. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and we are, of course, we are going to follow your advice. Don't neglect the marine environment. I think this should be in capital letters. Thank you very much for everything you proved that you're right in this advice. So immediately I pass the screen to Dr. Felix Jacob, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the invitation and that we have the opportunity here to present the results of a joint project between us, so the groups of Professor Schwanenberg here in Aachen and Professor André Priech. And in Brazil, we were collaborating with Professor Henrique Ferreira from the State University of Sao Paulo. And the overall goal of the project was to develop new strategies for pesticide reduction, so that we need less active ingredients on the field. And I mean, the reason is simple. What we saw is, I mean, what we are faced, as a society, as a world, we have a growing world population. We do not have endless resources, and we have to use these resources in a responsible manner, right? And at the end, which is a bit mean in my opinion, is what this does is it increases the pressure on agriculture and especially on farmers. And then at the end, we have to work on innovations and solutions to release pressure and to also make the agriculture more sustainable, especially if you see also that there is the strong need also to reduce pesticide usage here in Europe, especially with the directive and the Green Deal. So at the end, I think 75% is the goal that we should reduce active ingredients. And what is a major cause of active ingredients loss is rainfastness, right? So at the end, we applied the active ingredient to the plant, and it has to stick to the surface, and only if it's on the surface it can protect. This is an example of a sugar beet leaf, so with a high concentration of a copper formulation, and then after some rain events, I mean, there's almost nothing on the surface that can protect the plant against pests. Of course, there are added some polymers, so adhesion promoters, and our approach is to use bio-based adhesion promoters, so we call it anchor peptides. We develop peptides that at the end adheres in a strong rain-fast manner to the surface. And what we use there is the repertoire that nature offers us, right? So at the end, we are looking in nature where we can find peptides that strongly interact with surfaces or membrane like antimicrobial ones, right? So what you see here is the sacropine A. It's a perfect match of a peptide with an with a membrane of a bacteria, and it really sticks there and anchors. And on the left-hand side is the LCI. So what you see here is a lot of different amino acids pointing to the surface of a material, and then at the end, the multitude of the interactions gives you a really strong, irreversible binding of the peptide, and we call it a bit the gecko principle, because at the end it's the same. So a gecko is heavy and it can walk up a window, right? And this is what we do. And these peptides we investigated for leaf binding. So we fused the green fluorescent reporter protein to the peptide, and then applied it to different leaves, potato, barley, apple, and sugar beet in this case. And then you see here, without the anchor peptides, you have no fluorescence. With the anchor peptide, you have the fluorescence, so you have the binding and interactions. We also validated this with the rain simulator, so we have a rain-fastened adhesion here. And these peptides are biodegradable, bio-based. They are rain-fastened. We had in more than 17 days stable in the environment. And at the end, they are plant-compatible. And of course, we can use them also to replace some polymers, which are in the debate to being microplastic that is banned on the fields, right? And then you can apply it by simple spraying on the surface. So you spray it, it adheres, binds, and it's there. And in a recent study, we are also working on the understanding. So the peptide at the end binds to the wax of the leaf, and then we identified key residues. And the key thing is that we can make the binding of this wild-type peptides even stronger than it is now and more rain-fastened. And with this technology, we developed two applications. One is on the left-hand side, you see a purely peptide-based application or protein-based, where we have an anchor peptide that binds to the leaf and then presents an antimicrobial peptide or antifungal peptide. And this we developed once for a fungi, so a soybean rust in a successful manner. And on the right-hand side, it's a more versatile system. So we decorate a microgel container where you can load all kinds of different active ingredients in. And with anchor peptides, bind it rain-fastened to the surface. And then we have a slow release of the active compound. And by this, reducing the amount of active ingredients that is needed. And this technology we developed in pre-projects in the Bioeconomy Science Center here in Germany, and we had these technologies at hand, and we were really lucky that we had a very good visiting postdoc in our group, Letizia. She was from Sao Paulo, and then we said, okay, maybe we can make a cooperation with your home country, right? And we were looking for collaborating partners in the road of this ProPlanta project, and we came up, or we identified Professor Enrique Ferreira, who is working with the citrus canker, which I will show you later. And then we were even more lucky because we got the funding from the Bioeconomy International course. So on the Brazilian side, FAPESP was funding the work, and in German side, the BMBF was funding the work. And Enrique told us, which I was not aware of, is that Brazil, is the producer of orange juice, right, and the exporter of orange juice. So 80% of the orange juice that you get is exported by Brazil. Yeah, and therefore, of course, also economic-wise, this activity generates a lot of jobs, more than 200,000 jobs in Brazil, but there's a threat, right? So what Enrique is working, he's a microbiologist, and he's working on a pathogen called Xanthomonas citri, which is causing the really serious citrus canker. So if you do not control citrus canker, as I learned, there is no yield in the orange fields that you really can use. So it's really important to control it. And this is at the moment done using a lot of copper formulations, right? Copper has a long history in pesticide. It's really effective, but at the end, it's a heavy metal. It accumulates in the soil. It might get in the food chain. So I think it's really worth to investigate alternatives for the copper treatment. And this is what we did. So in the ProPlanta project, we jointly developed a bifunctional peptide. So first we identified a peptide that is binding to an orange leaf. So this you see here by the green fluorescence. We had the orange leaves and then applied it with the green reporter. And everywhere where you see green fluorescence, we have a binding. So we have a peptide that at the end gives us a strong binding to the surface. And the other component has to be active against Xanthomonas citri. And there we were going to literature and checking different antimicrobial peptides. And important was that this antimicrobial peptide is active as a fusion protein because it will be fused to the anchor peptide. And there we were lucky. We screened several ones, and one was really efficient. It was an antimicrobial peptide that also did not bind, which is really important to the leaf surface. So at the end, we have a really good orientation of the antimicrobial peptide on the surface of the leaf, and this one was active against Xanthomonas. Then we produced it in a scalable manner, right? It's a recombinant production process. We can scale it up to 100 liters in our facilities. We produce the peptide, and shipped it or sent it to our collaborator, Professor Enrique Ferreira, and he applied it in greenhouse trials to the orange trees. And what you see here, this is the water control, so you count all these brown lesions. With the water you see a lot, so without any treatment. With our bifunction peptide, you see almost the same protection as with the kappa, right? So at the end we have a protein-based protection, and if you compare the active ingredients, we have also threefold less active ingredients in the system. So for us this was a success, and we continued with the second strategy, so at the end with the microgel. What is a microgel? For sure a lot of you maybe did not hear this term before, but we in our institute have Professor Piech as a leading PI there, and this is a nice electron microscope picture of a microgel. So you see it's not like a round ball, it really spreads on the surface, and you have a really nice covering of the leaf area. And within these microgels we want to put some active compounds. Another advantage of a microgel is that it has responsive properties. So imagine if it's dry, it shrinks, it protects the active ingredients. If it's humid, when the citrus canker comes, it swells and releases slowly the active compound. And therefore we have, a protection when we really need it, so when it's humid. And Professor Piech is synthesizing this microgels from renewable resources, so polyolefin based but also polysaccharide based ones. And within the microgels, of course, we at this point we did not want to put the kappa again. We included galates, where Professor Ferreira is working on. So galates are alternatives for kappa. What he investigated also the different mechanism of actions. And what is interesting is there is a galate, octylgalate, which is also used as a food additive, so it seems pretty safe to use it. But there was an issue because this one did not really adhere to the surface and was easily washed off. So the idea was to combine the microgels with the active ingredients and the galates. And this is what we did within the course of the project. And at the end, it's one final figure, right? So what you see here, it's again like the leaf acid before, the lesions. What you see here with the untreated water control, you see the microgel with the gallet, loaded with the gallet, similar amounts to the kappa active ingredients, and you see a perfect protection of the orange tree against citrus canker under dry conditions. If you put rain, so if you simulate rain, you see that you still have a very good protection, not as the kappa, but still, as a first 3-year project. I think this is quite remarkable, the results that we achieved here, and with the means of the engineering we can still improve the rain fastness if needed. With this, I'm already at the end of the talk, so I hope I could show you how we developed alternatives for kappa in the ProPlanta project. And we made the first steps for safer biodegradable alternatives to kappa-based defensives. And I hope that in the maybe if we get the possibility in a follow-up project to really scale it and to bring it also to field applications to further investigate the protection potential of this technology. And therefore, I'm at the end of the presentation. I would first of all thank the team from Enrique Ferreira in Brazil and the whole ProPlanta team who worked hard on this project and made this happen. And of course, I would like to thank the funding agencies from Germany, BMBF, and PESP from Brazil again for funding this really, really exciting research. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Jacob. It's always wonderful to see a picture in the end of the presentation that shows how many people are working together to bring some new technology to help our planet. As much as we have run out of time, but we cannot miss the opportunity to have Marcelo with us, and so he's going to do a very short presentation. We cannot waste this opportunity. Thank you, Marcelo, please.
Acho que esse está aqui. Bom, primeiro eu queria saudar todos os presentes, em especial os nossos colegas alemães, a equipe da Josiane da Fiocruz, o Clecivaldo, o secretário Marcelo Moraes, o Bruno Nunes, que aqui representa o secretário, e em especial Maria Beatriz. Ou seja, eu gostaria de começar, eu sei que o tempo é curto para mim, botaram 2 minutos, mas eu queria dizer que a Green Rio tem se constituído exatamente como um grande fórum para a gente combater essa questão da assimetria da informação, que é muito ruim para o país. Ou seja, a gente tem que dar exatamente a notoriedade, o que tem que estar se desenvolvendo e publicizar os resultados do que a gente vem fazendo. Quando sentei aqui na cadeira, eu vi aqui um prospecto sobre o German Center for Research and Innovation. E se a gente analisar assim, o que a gente no país, a gente ocupa de vanguarda,
what we have in terms of forefront of technology, we could understand that oil is an area that we have the forefront because we had a strategic vision to invest in Petrobras and the universities in Sempi to create this synergy of the helixes could work. And the same thing happens with Embrapas. Embrapa is a reference, a world reference we have in the agribusiness because we think strategically ahead and develop a great research center that is Embrapa. And now we also have the aeronautics with the CTA, Embraer and ITA. So we have to start thinking again strategically in this country, and we have 2 new research centers that we can occupy with biotechnology, for example, at GREET, Ana Beatriz, which is to promote this debate and look and say, we need to occupy this space before it's occupied by others, and I think that our country needs to have this strategic vision. I don't know if I can say in 2 minutes,
mas vai ser difícil para mim, mas basicamente a gente está um pouco de to our colleagues from Germany, I presented this presentation yesterday
privadamente para eles, mas eu acho que é um prazer repetir os resultados que nós tivemos.
Essa esteira da gente ter que ocupar essa posição da biotecnologia é muito importante as parcerias. E essa parceria com a Alemanha é muito importante para nós. E nessa chamada que teve perdão,
Sorry.
pode ser tão rápido assim?
It can't be that fast.
Eu não sei se está passando aqui.
There we go.
Nós tivemos
we had in this call the signing of in 2019, which created the release of 2 editorials with a very small commitment. I think we need to be more ambitious to create this new resources for this joint initiatives. We have about 10 million from part of Brazil, from 2 million euros for the German part, and we concentrated that in the aromatic and medicinal plants and industrial use of biomass. We actually had projects or initiatives for companies and for ICTs which varied about 200,000 to 2 million reais, and we have now some contracted projects for 36 months to be done in 36 months. And what we note, what lessons learned do we have? It's kind of hard to go forward with the slide, but here we go. Establishing the cooperation agreements is a large bureaucracy between countries that we need to improve on. We had several meetings that requested these deals, how we were going to evaluate these projects. We created 2 webinars, and then we had a reunion with all of the boards to reach a final list. In the submission, what we realized is that the public calls, we had several offers, but we had 99 started, which means we still have to poke our business people so that they are interested to participate in calls like this. And for the ICTs, we had a larger volume. We had 40 submitted offers, and what happened was that the demand for resources was extremely high. Here are the statistic results for the call for companies. We had 7 offers submitted, and then the ICTs, we had about 62 million requests, but obviously the resources for this call was so very restricted, and we had excellent projects with excellent grading that could not be supported because there was a need of a support from the German side and our side. What happened is that we had 3 projects that were supported, one in Santa Catarina in Joinville, another one in Goiás, the UFG, and another one in Viçosa, and another one from a company, Peplast, which is the production of colorants for non-aggressive colorants. And so these are the 4 projects that we decided to invest on. As you know, I'm not going to read the scope of the projects, but you had the 2 areas, significant, relevant, with really high grading, but we also had a demand that could not be supported. So this is the ongoing call. Most of them has all been contracted. The resources have already been transferred, and now we need to supervise these projects and, you know, try to do this from the Brazilian part and from the German side harmonically. And since this is a joint venture, we actually need to have both sides following up on us. And one project we're having a bit of a delay because of the signing of the contract from the part of the Germany, but I believe we will be able to move forward with it. Another very important point is to combat this asymmetry of information. I'm having to speak very fast, I know. We are releasing another submission call for bioeconomy projects, to one model for CT and another for companies, where we took a step to incorporate the helixes. And obviously in this case we're talking about the community. We talk about the quadruple helix, the state, the university, the companies, but also community that is the direct beneficiary of these projects. And these calls have this matter at center. If they have the approval of the community, is the only way that they will be supported. So we have another for ICTs, there's 28 million and 12 million for companies, for bio areas, for bioproducts and bio inputs. So circular economy, we are going now to start to communicate this and combat this asymmetry of information. As it was said before many times, we would like to have a lot more projects received and submitted, and we have to start to create mechanisms in order to communicate all of the initiatives, the results. And then I'd like to point out that Green Rio consolidates ever more as a forum where we can come show the results and new initiatives. The calls, as I said, are for companies or ICTs. For companies, it's from 500,000 to 2 million, and there's a deadline of submission to November of this year. So there's a large period, but you know, even though the community being involved, we need to get the mutual cooperation agreement, or we will have to try to improve our communications. And last, we would like to use the opportunity to talk a little bit about lessons learned. It's a little complex. It's not going forward. There we go. So I think it's important for us to understand that we have a very important problem with this currency exchange in this, because it was a big problem to hire more projects. It's very important for us that not only Brazilian institutions, but also the Germans and all the countries that want to do the partnerships with us, that we are able to unlock the access to these institutions. Not only the Germans had some troubles on their side to access our institutions, and for us to access their institutions, to be able to create a unique platform or a sole platform for the submission of projects, which I think is extremely important. A standardized evaluation process as well is very important, and we also need to discuss what's being talked about and what are the new areas that are interesting for both countries, which I bring Green Rio as a great forum for debate, giving this perspective view of what are the new areas that we need to occupy in biotechnology and bioeconomy. And last but not least, We have projects. We need to have follow-up methodologies that are accepted by both countries and have checkpoint meetings consistently to evaluate the going on these projects, to create standardized reports to communicate society of our results. I highlight once again that this matter of the centers, I'd like to comment that FINEP has a public call, understanding that we approved in the environmental and innovation letter the advanced strategic centers for technology. They have 250 million in resources where we are with a consultative committee by ABC, SBTC, Protege, and other are participating as well. A really high-level council that is discussing strategic centers for the country, so that we can understand and repeat the successful experience that we had with Sempis, oil, Embrapa, agriculture, and with aeronautics. So we are receiving 38 offers from centers. So we're going to make it more open. So bioeconomy, biotechnology is a topic in one of these centers. So we need to have this vision to occupy this space. We're going to have great research centers in our nations so that we can get universities, companies, funding. I'm sorry, I was late. I know everybody wants to go to lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcelo. I wonder how
Obrigada. Estou curiosa com os intérpretes aqui.
I will try to speak in English, but I think that probably all the audiences in Brazilian people, then I...
No, you're right, você está certo. Mas é que eu também agora vou ter que terminar rápido essa fala, essa mesa. Muito obrigada por todos pela presença.
Thank you to everyone. This was fantastic. Muito obrigada. Acho que funcionou bem.
Bruno, if you want to say.
Bruno, você quer dizer alguma coisa?
I don't know if you're going to match Marcelo, but you can try.
Não sei se vai dar depois dessa fala do Marcelo, mas você pode tentar.
Possibilidade da gente, como disse o Marcelo, transformar aqui o Green Rio, aproveitar a plataforma que o Green Rio se transformou.
Of having Green Rio as a platform for international collaboration, and for promoting these products and our open calls, our actions for the bioeconomy. And it's great to see this movement growing, to see Green Rio growing and bringing forward new partners, and the collaboration between the Ministry of Science in Brazil and the Ministry of Science in Germany. Seeing these collaborations growing, we've seen some important steps happening recently. It's good to see each other face to face again, so that we can discuss what started in 2017, then 2019, now 2022. I hope this can be annual now, so that we can advance on the subjects that we determined yesterday. So thank you, Bia, thank you to the German delegation, and everyone who is present here today, because this is a great possibility to share our information. Thank you so much, Bruno. You're so important here.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada.
Delegation, to the Brazilian delegation, to all of you who have spent the morning with us. We have a very short break, but the program continues very good in the afternoon. I must close the table now, but thank you very much. A pleasure, prazer enorme. Parabéns, time do Brasil, deu show de bola. Congratulations, team you also gave. I don't know how to translate show de bola, but anyway, you were great. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
E? Boa tarde. Boa tarde, Dr. Cláudio. Está ouvindo bem a gente? Tá. Dr. Cláudio, está me ouvindo bem? Dr. Cláudio Furtado, boa tarde, tudo bem? Vai nessa... Não, foi aqui. Dr. Cláudio Furtado, boa tarde, está nos ouvindo bem? Está falando agora. Dr. Cláudio Furtado. Seu microfone está mutado, Dr. Cláudio. Pode abrir, por favor? Perfeito. Te ouço bem. Está feito o teste. Muito obrigado, ótimo evento, hein? Pode deixar baixinho. Aberto? Não, aberto? Deixa baixinho, bem baixinho. Só você.
Então, boa tarde, gente. Boa tarde. O meu nome é Mariano Riqueri, eu sou o líder da ação Alinvest Verde, direitos de propriedade intelectual. Um novo projeto da União Europeia que começa a funcionar. E hoje é a nossa primeira oportunidade de fazer a apresentação em público para vocês. É um honor estar aqui em Green Rio. Agradecemos muito à organização Green Rio, com os nossos parceiros mais tradicionais no Brasil, que é o INPI. Estamos aqui juntos e muito contentes de iniciar esta aventura, este projeto por 3 anos aqui com vocês. Então, a primeira coisa é me desculpar por o meu portunhol. Não estou querendo insultar o idioma português, para nada. Era difícil escolher uma língua para falar hoje, não é? Então, isso é a língua franca do Mercosul, eu acho, o portunhol, então vamos falar nessa língua aí. Então, simplesmente dizer para você, o programa Alinvest Direitos de Propriedade Intelectual é um programa que tem como objetivo fortalecer o sistema de propriedade intelectual a favor da inovação na América Latina, com especial atenção aos países do Mercosul. Quando falamos de fortalecer a inovação, naturalmente temos em conta os novos desafios globais, a inovação verde, não? E o desenvolvimento sustentável. O nosso projeto tem, para não levar tempo os ponentes hoje, tem 3 linhas principais da atuação. Uma com as instituições que administram a propriedade intelectual, com o objetivo de fazer
of having them be more accessible and help them be more efficient, even more efficient, and favor the digitalization so that the user of intellectual property can have an intelligent, smart service and fast service, and also favor the sharing of information on and experiences on processes. So the processes regarding intellectual property. The second line, which I think is the most interesting one for us, for those of us here today, is our work with the productive sector. So We want to work so that the productive sector of different areas and industries and production lines can have knowledge on how to work well with intellectual property, not just the basic aspect, which is protection. So we've been speaking about this for 25 years, and protection is the basic aspects. And it's a very important aspect to create this bridge between research and the industry, this transaction, this commercialization of intellectual property. So here we have a very important field to work with, and those of us here, I'm sure, will find it interesting, and we have a lot to exchange. The other two elements here are the creation and strengthening of networks of intellectual property. Our experience as the Office of the European Union's Intellectual Property is that, especially when we speak about the networks, they are what facilitates the work between different institutions and different actors. We have a situation in Europe where we have common unified legislations. This also gives us the opportunity of working with offices of different member countries, and we have found out that it is group and joint work that really can facilitate many things. So in a more modest way, a more humble, I would say, but within our possibilities, our economic possibilities, we want to favor this use of experiences here in Brazil and other countries of the region. And something else that we also consider to be very important that has to do with Brazilian legislation that incorporated the Madrid Protocol recently, which is the internationalization, so raising the bar, raising the standard for international protection in Brazil, putting it at the international level, and also favoring importing and exporting. So I want to leave you all with our speakers today. We are very lucky to count on experts who come from abroad and local experts who maybe come from another region, who maybe are not even here, but thanks to technology, we can have them here with us. Our first speaker is Luis Fernando Samper. So he has a very extended CV, so I'm going to try and give a brief presentation here, introduce him quickly. I met him as the person responsible for intellectual property of the coffee of Colombia. So this is a very important experience to us, and Luis Fernando is an expert in intellectual property, a consultant who has worked with intellectual property and aspects like geographic indications, brands, etc., favoring as well the sustainable developments. And today he is here to share his experience, his knowledge, and we are also lucky to have the INPE here. This reminds me that yes, this is a partnership with INPE. Professor Furtado is present here, and he will speak about the initiatives by INPE, different things that are happening in Brazil in this sense. We also have here Felipe Augusto, the Director of Brands of INPE. And for questions and answers, I'm going to invite everyone who is present to go by our booths, the INPI booth, and we will answer questions there. We will have that space for talking, and I will pass the floor now to Luis Fernando Samper. One more thing. Luis Fernando, are you going to speak in English? Yes? We have simultaneous translation and Luis Fernando will be speaking in English, so if you need the simultaneous translation, we have the devices here. Thank you. The risk of insulting the Portuguese language is quite a risk for me, so I will move to English now. Is my presentation up? 2 seconds, 1 second, at any moment now.
Muy bien. Mientras,
Bom, então eu vou passar para o inglês agora.
Okay, so first of all,
primeiramente,
to ENPI, all invest the European Union for the invitation to be here. It's always a huge satisfaction to come to Brazil. I have come to Brazil many times in my career, and I hope this is not the last one. I have promised that there is a presentation is coming. So in the meantime, what I'm going to be talking is I'm going to be focusing in one topic of intellectual property, that is geographical indications, which is probably the most relatable area of the intellectual property fields into sustainability. My sense, anyway, that there is a relationship between sustainability and all intellectual property areas, patents, trademarks, indigenous knowledge, there is always a link between intellectual property and sustainable development. But I'm now focusing on geographical indications. Many of you will know that in the world we have the World Trade Organization, and the World Trade Organization has something that is called the TRIPS agreement, and the TRIPS agreement basically makes like a minimum standard for definitions of particular intellectual property instruments, and that minimum standard is also defined by the TRIPS agreement for geographical indications. So the TRIPS agreement actually explains or puts together a minimum, definition or an agreed upon definition that all legislations in the world, Brazil, Colombia, European Union, United States, Asian countries, whatever, everybody that belongs to the World Trade Organization has to provide the public with instruments associated with the World Trade Organization, associated with definitions, minimum definitions for TRIPS. So the definition that, there we go. I told you we had a presentation.
That's not yours.
Oh, it is. Okay, thank you. Now, does this work? No, it's still aquí. All right. So, it takes a little while. Okay, there we go. So this is the definition. I have it in Portuguese. There you go. This is how we define geographical indications in the world. And I'm going to break down that definition for you. So first of all, the definition talks about The definition talks about a product. You know, I have to highlight that. A product is not a service. It's a product. So you can protect products. You define that definition, or you read that definition, it says it's a product originated from a territory, and there is a relationship between the quality and reputation of or any other characteristic of that product to that territory. So we break down product is one thing so it can be agriculture, can be handicraft, but it's a product. It has to come from a place. A defined place has to be defined, and that definition can be wide or small, but has to be. It is a territory that has to be bounded. And last but not least, or probably most importantly, is that you have to find a relationship between that product and its reputation and quality and the territory. So it's a short definition, but contains a lot, and that's something that you have to realize in terms of as an intellectual property instrument. So you look at the Brazilian definition. My finger is a lot too quick for this. And you look at the world definition, and it's it's consistent. So the Brazilian definition for geographical indications is consistent with the world or the OMC or the World Trade Organization. So you don't have problems with that. So you can look for protection not only within Brazil but outside Brazil if you so wish, if you are heading a project on geographical indications. Okay. Now, what are the benefits? I mean, there is quite a few studies from many countries around the world, European Union, Asia, of the benefits that geographical indications as an intellectual property instrument can bring to a strategy. And I emphasize that. You have to have a strategy, and then you look for the instrument. And geographical indications may be a very good instrument. But geographical indications are not a strategy, are part of a strategy. So you have to realize when you want to apply or use that instrument. It can be other instruments, can be trademarks, can be collective marks, can be certification marks. There are many instruments available for you, but if you look at the possibilities or the a spread of geographical indications around the world, and there are pretty much around 9,000 geographical indications around the world. There are many studies that well-implemented, well-thought geographical indications can bring substantial benefits to that territory, to the people that produce the products, because they were talking about people, not talking about products. I mean, the end game is to increase the living standard of the people within that territory. So these are some of the examples. I'm not going to spend much time on this. I don't have that much time anyway. So let's changes that we have. There is a lot of discussion around the world on the public policy. Let's see if I could. You hear me now? So I'm going to go closer to that to see if this works better. So there is a lot of public policy elements for geographical indications. From the economic perspective, you can have a legal protection that is located to one single product coming from one single territory, and that protection allows that people cannot compete with similar or trying to use your reputation of a product. So you have creation of associativity, you have creations of reduction of transaction costs. There is a lot of literature on geographical indication helping with that. You see? So I'm going to ask you to pass on. Is that all right? Okay. So let's do 1, economic. Let's go. 1. Second, associativity. Let's go. Okay. So this is a collective instrument. So you need governance. You have to, build a way of people making collective decisions. So associativity and governance becomes another big factor for geographical indications. And that helps a lot communities that can leverage things. It's not one single individual working for sustainability. It's a collective working for sustainability. So the impact is a lot larger. Okay? Third, go. Social. You have self-confidence, self-pride. You have many other aspects related to social. The social aspect was the social pillars of sustainability that is not minor. You have nutrition. You have the ability of connecting with consumers, reduce search costs for consumers. All these elements that are associated with trademarks are also positive in terms of geographical indications. And last but not least, of course, environmental aspects. And there are, the list can be a lot longer for environmental aspects, but there is a conservation, conscientization of resources, preservation of resources, landscape benefits, etc., etc. So it's a very nice instrument, and it belongs to the intellectual property field. When you go to places and they start talking, oh, this person is going to talk about intellectual property, people say, intellectual property, that's lawyers. Go to lawyers. No, this is important. This is important because it belongs to a collective and it is strategic. So you have to look at it as a strategic for your business and for your territory, where lawyers are of course important, but lawyers are instrumental to what you want to do. So please consider that. Next. All right. So let's look at it in the context of food. How much time I have? There is many things around the food industry you have to consider, many challenges. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, please. Go ahead. Go, and go. All right. So challenges in the food industry, many. Very significant. If you look in the terms of sustainable development goals, the food industry and geographical indications have common challenges. Wide challenges, significant challenges. They cannot be solved one producer at a time. You have to look for a scale. And that's another beauty, because you have, through geographical indications, collective strategies, not individual strategies. So that's very important. Next one, please. All right. So I want to emphasize that as a collective instrument, these instruments cannot be sold, cannot be commercialized, because they are intrinsically attached to a territory. You cannot delocalize production and move production elsewhere because it's related to a territory. So it's quite important that the benefits that you can bring about with a geographical indication instrument are benefits that reward or come back to that particular territory and can be shared, and more importantly, can be measured. So in terms of sustainability, let's go on. There is a relationship between origin and sustainability and product. It is a relationship that you can measure and you can escalate, you can leverage, it can multiply the benefits, and it has a collective impact. Let's go. So if you want to look at territory and sustainability, you want to consider that. How do you measure? There is a strategy that we have developed with FAO and Origin, which has 3 components: prioritize, evaluate, and improve. Next one. And through that, you have to an additional layer, which is communication. All right? So you have to develop as a GI, as a geographical indication, a sustainability strategy. How do you measure? Next. We have developed 62 potential priorities in terms of sustainability, including governance, economic, social, and environmental. We have 62 topics and 437 indicators that we could use to measure that, to measure our progress. And go on. And these are examples of how we evaluate priorities from the producers, from the government, from local government, from the people in the sector, and we find alliances, ways to develop alliances based on common interests. The graphs show you how you can, there are common interests, and then we can start talking about what we can do together. So, this is a little bit of a description of our database, sustainability instrument database, for 437 indicators. We have, classified all these indicators not only by pillar, topic, etc., but also by source, by relationship with GRI, with Sustainable Development Goals, with certifications like rainforest and things like that. I have 2 minutes. Then, next one, please. Certainly, we have a lot to work on. It is a lot of things that can relate or do relate with the 16 objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals. So these are the relationship that we have in terms of GIs. I'm sure most of you will be familiar with SDGs, so I am not going to work, evolve on that. And just to close, these are the top messages that I want you to take away. Number 1, there is a nexus, there is a link between different strategy, intellectual property instruments, and sustainability. So don't go, intellectual property. No. It's important. It's important for your strategy, for your business strategy, for your territory, and it's important for sustainability as well. Second, in the case of geographical indications, the beauty of it is that you can leverage. It's not individual, it's collective. And therefore, you can have more impact through that. Next. The other beauty of geographical indications is that they cannot be delocalized. So you are working on a territory. So you don't move your factory elsewhere. You don't move your factory to China because it's cheaper in China. No, it has to be done in the territory. That's the beauty of geographical indications. It is designed to benefit those people that are located in the territory. Okay, so the sustainability of that territory becomes a key issue for me being able to continue producing that product. Next. You cannot assume that because you have a geographical indications, it is sustainable. No. The elements are there, but you can have, you have to measure in order to be able to demonstrate that. And last but not least, you have to look at what the producers' emphasis are, the priorities are, and not just what the market tells you that your priorities are. So you have to look at the bottom-up approach and not a top-down approach only. Thank you so much. I think that's it. I think there is an obrigado. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Luiz Fernando. Você tem podido superar muitos obstáculos.
To overcome several obstacles, I did a very effective communication, but I would like to just remind you something. Continue speaking in Portuguese.
O café de Colômbia foi a
Colombian coffee was the first geographical indicator ever registered in the European Union. Is that so? In 2007, right? Agri and food industry, yes, that's correct. Yes, of course, we did in 2007. I would like to say that it's a geographic indication with a very high standard. So we don't have enough time now to ask questions, but I would like to invite you after the panel to go for the Al Invest stand. This goes to the exit door to exchange with him. But I would like to add, the first report of sustainability for the Colombian coffee was 2011.
So, our next speaker is the president of INPI, Dr. Furtado. Are you online? Can we make this connection, please? Dr. Furtado. Good afternoon. Olá, eu estou aqui. Vocês...
Doutor, você pode falar em português, não tem problema. Aqui
muito obrigado a todos. Eu vou pedir uma gentileza. Se for possível, que a tradução simultânea para o inglês não seja transmitida aqui para o meu áudio, porque eu vou falar em português e vou ouvir a tradução em inglês. Daquilo que eu acabei de falar, é difícil passar para o próximo conjunto de palavras. É possível fazer isso?
É possível, doutor.
Muito obrigado. Então, em primeiro lugar, eu quero agradecer a oportunidade de estar aqui com todos os senhores. É uma honra para o INPI estar participando de um evento de iniciativa, desse projeto All Invest Verde de propriedade intelectual, porque, obviamente, a propriedade intelectual ela está na base de todo o comércio e todo o investimento feito. Nós hoje não podemos desassociar os fluxos de comércio, os fluxos de investimento, sobretudo os fluxos de investimento internacional, de uma adequada proteção da propriedade intelectual dos produtos, serviços, inclusive, que forem oferecidos aos mercados beneficiados. E o programa
to the markets. And this program is being developed and designed to be consistent with a public policy from the European Union that maintains a line based on industrial property, which is considered an open and sustainable line for international trade. So there's nothing more important, really, here in Brazil, where we want to look at rights and legal protections and patents in the industry regarding products. It's very important to be here, and our chief of staff and other colleagues will be at the INPI booth available to show you all how the INPI can help, and help in a priority manner, these commercial transactions and investments that may be done in this green economy area. And that is why we are involved with promoting these objectives of the Green European Deal. And if any country can organize itself, insert itself in the world industrially, this country needs to have an institution such as the INPI that deals with intellectual property. It needs to be efficient. It needs to be more and more accessible through different programs. And these need to be based on a lot of information technology. We are very concerned with being efficient in this way. We want to show our processes. We want to answer questions very quickly. And that is why we have contributed so that the productive sector of the economy can increase its productivity, its competence, both in the management of its assets of intellectual property, but also, and above all, regarding these small and medium companies that today are the biggest employers of the economy, and that have expressed their concerns on intellectual property and the management of this capital. We have a very privileged relationship with the Office of Intellectual Property of the European Union. This is a centralized agency that has very important external actions, and we work with this organization today, and we have a cooperation agreement. We have a line of cooperation with the Global Organization of Intellectual Property, with a project that has become quite well known, that was conducted in the Amazon, in the region of Perfé. And this project benefits the Association of Producers of the Amazon, and we have been very lucky to, alongside the work executed by the Federal Amazon Institute and the Institute of Sustainable Development, we have been able to qualify these products from this region in order to obtain this registry, this certification for collective brand. So this applies to different products. So, for example, different nuts. And we have been able to very efficiently address these products because they can now be taken to the international market, because we have all of the characteristics that follow security and quality standards, and we have the traceability of this production. At the INPI, we have prioritized examining these cases of geographic indication or origin and products that are considered green. Of course, they need to have their own characteristics, and what I can say is that the INPI has been very fast and secure in its actions to define patents, and normally it's a year to a year and a half in our timeline. And the INPI is prepared to offer mentorships in the patent area, which is very special for these patents that constitute these prioritary products. And we also offer mentorships regarding geographic origin. We have a very important partnership in this area with SEBRAE. And we have a geographic origin that was recently granted here in the state of Rio de Janeiro. Producers of oranges here in Itaboraí. So these are specific oranges that have a specific quality index, and specifically the sweetness is 70% higher than that of other products that are considered high quality and commercialized in the market. So this is the kind of activity that we help organize, and this of course benefits the local communities that can then have more access to the market and maybe even the international market, doubling or tripling their market value. And of course, this doesn't happen just by chance. And for example, we have seen this in some cocoa seeds in some regions. This is another geographic indication. And that being said, I want to encourage you all to visit the INPI stand, our booth at this event. And please do speak to our brand director, our director of geographic indications, who is also at the event. And so you will be able to access all of this information on how we collaborate with local producers, and you will see these definitions and how we are following these international definitions and standards here in Brazil. We have geographic indications that have been granted in Brazil following these guidelines. So my colleagues are at the event ready to answer your questions. Please seek us out personally. Start a conversation with us, be it personally or online. And let's transform the Brazilian business environment in the intellectual property area and make it more and more favorable to the development of business, both of national producers and international producers who want to have access to our local production. Thank you to the organizers of this event. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here speaking to you all from São Paulo, because I had an urgent commitment that I needed to attend to here. I want to apologize for not being there personally, which was what I intended originally, but I think that I have fulfilled my role here with you all, with all of the participants here today. Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers of this event. Thank you.
Então, o tempo terminou.
So we are out of time. Thank you so much. We are very grateful to the INPI, Dr. Furtado, especially for the support we receive here in Brazil, for this partnership that we at the European Union Intellectual Property Office feel is a very privileged opportunity. And there are other projects in Latin America that are very well represented here in Brazil by colleagues. And now, how are we going to finish up?
We invite all of you to go to the stands if you have any questions to ask. They're going to be here to answer questions that you might have. And then we have a cocktail in the workshop room at 3:30, so you're all invited to go there, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Señor.
Fazendo um reclame, para quem conhece essa palavra dos anos 50, reclame. Eu estou fazendo um anúncio, estou fazendo uma chamada, estou melhorando, anos 60, 70. Estou fazendo um call, agora eu estou mais moderna. Mas, por favor, não deixem de vir, porque vai ter um Dream Team aqui. Agora eu estou super moderno. E quem veio vai dizer, eu fui. E quem não veio vai dizer, ah, que pena que eu não fui. Então, agora tem gente que está com medo de ficar lamentando. Álvaro, me ajuda a chamar esse povo que está de costas conversando, aí para olhar para cá. Isso, você, olha para cá. Vem para cá, aí, por favor. Rogério, Queiroz, olha que vergonha, eu estou chamando daqui, vamos para cá, estou esperando vocês. Obrigada, querido. Agora está ficando bom. Está ficando bom. Isso, boa, você. Traz mais gente, porque quem não assistiu vai lamentar. Vou começar a compor a mesa. Thelma, bem-vinda, já conhecia você de nome. Você tem uma ótima referência, que é a minha mais nova amiga de infância. Bom, vou começar então a chamada da mesa. Onde é que está? Eu vou assim, pensando quem que eu vou chamar primeiro, porque eu acho que isso aí faz efeito. Eu queria chamar, ele não está aqui, mas eu vou chamar de propósito ele. O Ismael Nobre. Vanderleia, você sabe onde está o Ismael Nobre? Ah, ele está aqui. Ele é o culpado de tudo. Vem cá, Ismael. Onde é que está você? Senta aqui que você vai ficar do lado da Lida. Você está muito chique. Aí, ali, Ismael Nobre. O Ismael Nobre, para quem não conhece, Marcos eu acho que conhece. Estou vendo o Marcos aqui. Obrigada, Marcos da Ré. Um expert em startup, sabe tudo. O Ismael Nobre, ele inventou esse domo geodésico. Eu vou fazer uma propaganda, posso? É um domo geodésico que está aí. Ele leva para Manaus, ele leva para o interior do Pará, ele carrega esse domo, ele põe... Eu não vou falar a tua apresentação, ele vai explicar o que é. Agora, a Marita Koch-Wieser vai entrar online, mas era bom, produção, já ficar... atenta para não ter aquele estresse de não entrar, enfim, para ninguém ter estresse. Depois eu queria chamar a Lida Belandi, que além de ser minha mais nova amiga de infância, ela também é presidente da Guarani Indústria. Ela é vice-presidente do CEAL, que é o Conselho de Empresários da América Latina. Ela é várias coisas, ela faz parte de vários conselhos, ela é multitask, e além de ser uma pessoa muito querida, muito especial. Bem-vinda, Lida, querida. Fábio Calderaro, cadê você? Fábio Calderaro, ele é o presidente do CBA, e também ele faz a delicada missão de juntar a biodiversidade com o SUFRAMA, com o mercado. Ele está, que bom que eu estou te vendo, bem-vinda. E depois eu queria chamar também, cadê o Muri? Muni ainda não chegou, né, Vanderleia? Está chegando? Então eu vou deixar o Muni para depois. Virgílio Viana está aí, já chegou? Aqui, Virgílio Viana. E vou chegar, last but not least, alguém que me inspira muito e que vai ajudar a botar as caravelas da Amazônia no mundo, que é o Oscar Metsavar. Oscar, senta aqui perto de mim. E eu não disse que era um dream team, olha só. É um luxo, né? É um luxo, realmente é um luxo. E o Muni daqui a pouco está aí, não é, querida? Então tá bom. Ele não vai ficar zangado da gente começar, não, porque... Sério? Então tá bom. Eu vou começar pedindo a palavra para o Ismael, mas antes eu vou pedir uma gentileza para vocês todos, Virgílio, Oscar, Alida, todos vocês, por favor, porque a gente está com um tempo bem estrito. Se vocês conseguirem fazer suas apresentações em 10 minutos, no máximo, daria um tempo, porque eu tenho uma pergunta, que é a mesma pergunta que eu quero fazer para todos. É uma experiência que eu quero ver a visão de vocês para uma pergunta que eu não vou dizer. Só no final que vocês vão saber. Mas, para ter tempo de fazer essa pergunta, vocês têm que me ajudar a respeitar o tempo. Mas o Ismael Nobre vai abrir, porque ele, quando eu o conheci em Berlim, eu fiquei fascinada com o projeto dele. E disse, Ismael, você tem que levar isso para a ONU. Onde quer que eu vá, eu falo isso com ele. E ele vai tentar mostrar toda essa complexidade em 10 minutos, mas vocês vão saber detalhes visitando e com a explicação dele nesse domo geodésico que ele trouxe. Ismael, por favor, tem um cronômetro desagradável aqui na frente, mas não tem como fugir disso.
Boa tarde a todos. Eu vou apresentar, acho que tem a apresentação, ela já está.
A apresentação do Ismael, por favor.
Obrigado, Bia, pelo convite e pelas generosas palavras, e a toda a organização do Green Rio. É o segundo ano que nós estamos aqui, e nesse ano a gente fez uma ousadia de trazer o nosso equipamento, nossas infraestruturas, para demonstrar e poder traduzir com vivências, né? A gente chamou de experiência Amazônia 4.0. Eu convido a todos, inclusive, para dar uma passada lá depois e ver, assim, na prática, o que nós estamos levando para a Amazônia. E agora eu vou falar um pouco do Instituto Amazônia 4.0, que é a base institucional que a gente criou para poder dar viabilidade a todas as ideias que nós começamos desenvolvendo em 2017, entre um grupo de cientistas, tendo como desafio fazer alguma coisa mais do que só estudar os problemas da Amazônia, né? São cientistas que passaram carreira estudando os problemas de desmatamento, de perspectiva de longo prazo, desse bioma continuar funcionando, existindo. E aí a gente entendeu que não tinha mais como esperar que soluções já usadas, tradicionais, fossem levar a uma mudança, né? 30 anos trabalhando pelo desenvolvimento sustentável da Amazônia, e o que nós temos ano a ano? Sempre menos floresta, menos floresta. Então, alguma coisa diferente precisava ser pensada, feita. O que nós tivemos como ideia é o que até hoje nunca foi tentado, é fazer a floresta ter um valor econômico maior do que as alternativas à floresta, né? Hoje, quando a gente tenta proteger a floresta, é por uma razão ou outra, né? Por uma razão moral, por uma razão ecológica, por um respeito. Mas, economicamente, a floresta vale menos. via de regra, tá? Claro que você tem pontos, exemplos aqui e ali que demonstram que inclusive demonstram que é possível fazer ela valer mais, mas isso acaba não sendo uma realidade territorial ampla, né? E a Amazônia é muito grande. Então a gente viu que a única coisa que não tinha sido realmente feita em larga escala era tentar agregar valor aos produtos da floresta, produtos esses que ganham valor fora da Amazônia em geral, né? Fora do contexto do interior da Amazônia. E isso é um desafio, né? A Amazônia hoje ela serve ainda muito naquele modelo antigo, colonialista, né? Em que serve matéria-prima para ser industrializada em outras regiões. E aí a gente pensou, pô, será que hoje, com as novas tecnologias que estão revolucionando os processos produtivos no mundo todo, a gente não consegue fazer isso ser de valor também para as pequenas comunidades? Para as cooperativas locais, as associações, que são quem realmente estão ali manejando a floresta, né? E aí começou a ideia, então, do Amazônia e 4.0, a gente chamava, inclusive, terceira via amazônica no começo, que era uma tentativa de sair desse debate entre preservar ou desenvolver, né? Claro que preservar é necessário, desenvolver é necessário, não cabe o ou. Então a gente falou, vamos tentar pensar alguma coisa. E aí, quando a gente descobriu que as tecnologias da quarta revolução industrial, né, que hoje servem a gente das formas mais incríveis, a gente nem lembra mais o que é viver sem essas tecnologias, né? O celular aqui é o grande exemplo no bolso de todo mundo, de como que as coisas podem mudar com novas tecnologias. A gente colocou isso agora a favor da agregação de valor. E aí, então, Amazônia 4.0. E o que a gente faz, em essência, né? A gente estuda uma cadeia produtiva, vê quais são as dificuldades, né? Estuda toda a complexidade de você fazer uma agregação de valor ali, né? A gente tem problemas de infraestrutura, né? Tem pouca energia disponível para agregação de valor, significa máquinas, processos que envolvem energia, né? Aí a gente vai buscar energias alternativas. Energia solar, quando solar em geral, mas solar fotovoltaica, quando é eletricidade que a gente precisa, ou solar de aquecimento de água, quando a gente precisa de fluxos que precisam de calor, mas não necessariamente de energia elétrica, então a gente aquece a água e usa essa água quente nos processos. A gente fez parceria com empresas de alta tecnologia, com comunicação, para levar a comunicação de alta velocidade para lugares remotos. Água é um problema incrível, né? Com tanta água doce que tem na Amazônia, a gente tem pouca água disponível de qualidade, então a gente desenvolveu uma estação de tratamento de água portátil, super moderna, autogerida por inteligência própria. E os processos produtivos, né? As máquinas, a gente deu um banho de tecnologia nelas, a gente transformou máquinas analógicas em máquinas digitais, que usam processos digitais. A interface com a produção não é mais mexendo nos controles das máquinas, mas mexendo numa tela de toque, e toda a complexidade para o produto sair com qualidade absoluta é administrada pelo processo. Isso permite a gente fazer produtos de alta qualidade em pequena escala, nas escalas que essas comunidades produzem a matéria-prima, e que depois, por elas serem muito padronizáveis, você pode juntar. E aí sim, você tem centenas de produtores atendendo a um mercado. E aí você começa a ter realmente volume, que faz girar uma economia poderosa ligada à floresta. Então, agora aqui que a apresentação está aqui, eu vou passar algumas slides. Foi. Passar 5 minutos, acho que não vai dar tempo de passar o filme. Filme?
Quanto tempo tem?
3 minutos e meio. Então, eu vou passar um filmezinho que é uma síntese do Amazônia 4.0.
A floresta amazônica, lar de mais de 25 milhões de pessoas, o maior rio da Terra, da maior diversidade de vida do planeta, de diversas culturas, tradições, repleta de conhecimento. Alguns dos mais importantes holofotes do mundo estão voltados para ela. Um grupo de cientistas descobriu que a Amazônia caminha em direção a um ponto de não retorno na estrada de sua savanização. Descobriram também uma boa dose de esperança. A Amazônia tem soluções para transformar o Brasil numa verdadeira potência ambiental e líder mundial de bioeconomia e economia circular. Nós, do Amazonas 4.0, estamos trabalhando nesse cenário que é, sim, preocupante, mas, ao mesmo tempo, de um potencial infinito. Nossa incansável jornada é para levar desenvolvimento socioeconômico aos estados amazônicos e recolocar o Brasil no centro dos diálogos sobre desenvolvimento econômico e social sustentável. Estamos mergulhados nas possibilidades encantadoras da bioeconomia. Trabalhamos dia e noite para conhecer os produtos da biodiversidade somados à indústria 4.0. Nosso conceito e nossa metodologia estão desenvolvendo conhecimento, formação, produtos de alto valor agregado, desenvolvimento econômico e social sustentável. A casa de tudo isso já está sendo criada. O Laboratório Criativo da Amazônia será o lugar onde produziremos pesquisas a partir de conhecimentos tradicionais, científicos e tecnológicos. Pessoas das comunidades locais serão capacitadas e treinadas para impulsionar o surgimento de uma bioindústria poderosa e transformaremos commodities em produtos de alto valor agregado, prontos para o consumo. A jornada é longa e o desafio maior. É hora de unir indústria 4.0, ciência, economia circular, tecnologia e inovação, natureza, biodiversidade, cultura, comunidades, ancestralidade, tradição, sem pontos finais, todos na mesma frase, escrevendo uma só história, Amazônia 4.0. Viva o futuro com a floresta. Vamos. A floresta.
Obrigado. Então, essa é a síntese. E essa estrutura, essa casa aí, ela está aqui hoje no Green Rio. E aí vocês vão ver que ela é toda modular. Essa tenda inteira veio transportada de São Paulo em cima de uma caminhonete estrada. E ainda coube muito mais coisa dentro dela. Não o que tem dentro, mas só a parte estrutural. Então, esse é um desafio da engenharia e da arquitetura que a gente fez para um grupo de arquitetos. A gente queria alguma coisa que pudesse ir para qualquer lugar da Amazônia, literalmente, mesmo que só tiver acesso aéreo. A gente desmonta toda ela, põe num avião, sei lá, da FAB, e vai e consegue demonstrar que uma comunidade lá na divisa do Brasil pode sim fazer agregação de valor. E em cima da agregação de valor do próprio produto tradicional, a gente pode agregar o valor cultural dessa produção. A gente pode contar a história. A gente tem um sistema de rastreabilidade digital, automática, que você consegue saber exatamente de que lugar, de que coordenada geográfica da Amazônia foi produzido aquilo, né? Até o produto final. E aí você pode ter, então, a história, por exemplo, de uma cultura indígena, por exemplo, ali traduzida naquele produto, ou da cultura ribeirinha, né, ou dos extrativistas. Então, dá uma dimensão muito mais profunda do que só uma dimensão comercial, mas uma dimensão de resgate e de valorização cultural. E a Amazônia é um berço da cultura brasileira muito pouco honrado, né? A gente tem uma cultura muito europeia, né, predominante, mas o que tem de saber, o que tem de ancestralidade na Amazônia é incrível, né? Eu acho que o Brasil se empobrece de não ter isso incorporado no seu dia a dia. E através dessa produção bem localizada, né, feita pelas mãos dessas pessoas de lá, a gente consegue resgatar um pouco desse legado cultural que é também a construção do Brasil. E aí, então, eu convido depois, a hora que vocês tiverem tempo, dar uma passada lá e conhecer em mais detalhes esse projeto, que agora já é um instituto. Obrigado.
Puxa, você deu um show, hein? Conseguiu passar uma mensagem, você deixou todos nós curiosos para saber mais sobre esse projeto. Eu acho que só com esse filme vocês têm a dimensão da riqueza que existe na Amazônia. E cada um aqui na sua área vai agregar essa consciência da responsabilidade que nós temos. Eu acho que isso faz uma diferença enorme. Eu queria saber se a Marita já poderia entrar, porque a Marita está envolvida no Amazônia 4.0. Então, a sequência faz um sentido. Ah, Marita, que prazer, tá linda. Enfim, Marita, que bom te ver. Você viu que bacana que o Ismael conseguiu fazer a proeza de 10 minutos, passar um filme, passar um recado, ele conseguiu em 9. Vai ganhar um prêmio já, realmente. Agora, como nós estamos falando de Amazônia 4.0, eu vou fazer até a virada assim, que você está enorme, linda, atrás de mim. Eu acho que agora você poderia continuar, porque, na realidade, é importante lembrar que a Marita que inventou um conceito chamado Rainforest Business School, e o Ismael veio com essa Amazônia 4.0, e isso tudo está dentro de um sistema. Marita, eu ia dizer, the floor is yours, mas não tem floor, então the screen is yours.
Obrigada. Bom dia para todos, boa tarde, onde vocês estão. Eu estou começando em português, mas eu vou mudar para inglês. Eu pensei que era a ordem do dia, então meus slides são em inglês. Peço desculpas. So let me just link up to what Ismail said and say the picture he draws, maybe the picture many of us have now, the vision we have of the Amazon we would like to see in the coming years, instead of what we see right now, which is a lot of desmatamento, a lot of destruction, a lot of loss, permanent loss of precious biodiversity and climate. So I imagine in this audience, in this group, of course, the majority of you would love to think about zero deforestation, or at least a road towards zero deforestation. And you probably don't imagine that this can just be done by policing, but it should rather be done exactly the way that Ismail just portrayed it: science and technology advances, bioeconomy, sophistication, competitive growth, smart recovery of degraded lands and waters, new industries and markets, and better lives and incomes. This is especially important for local people, both rural and urban. I don't know, somewhere there must be my presentation. Yes, if you could just move along next.
Next. Próximo.
Próximo y próximo. So here's my main point to you. Such what I call intelligent zero deforestation strategies. Amazonia 4.0 is an intelligent zero deforestation strategy. Depends inevitably on massive investment in rainforest business education. Next. Next. Okay. So business education for whom? There are three, I'm simplifying, of course, as you can imagine in 10 minutes, that to accelerate and professionalize sustainable socio-bioeconomy in Amazonia, there are three main target groups that need rainforest business education. Local producers, because their businesses so far in the past have remained small, artisanal, they don't know the markets well, and the value-added process is something that needs to be very much sharpened and registered, including intellectual property rights, like the previous session also pointed out. Next to local producers, people who need training are a very varied lot. Actors along the value chain. These are business people, some of whom know Amazonia, others don't. Entrepreneurs, industries, financiers, traders, and so on. And then there is the larger so-called ESG investment community, the people who would love to invest in projects and enterprises that have a return, but also have governance, social, and environmental value. Next. So, what's the 2030 decade of ours, which has already begun, 2 years have run, needs is not just one rainforest business school, but a whole system of rainforest business education, which is offered to all over the place in as many institutions as possible, and taught and proliferated by NGOs, by universities, by business schools, specialized enterprises, and executive training programs. When we started to look 12 years ago, we found not a single program in any business school on earth on rainforest business. You know, what are the products? What are the laws? This is much talked about. People talk about genetics. They don't know wheat. They know a few fruit, cocoa and acai and guarana, but the range of products, both visible products as well as products that are only seen in laboratories, is not well understood. We need to learn, we need to research, and we need to teach. The business education system is not such a complicated thing to build because it can be fed from collaborative sources and communities. So a lot of research and development going on in Brazil and in other adjoining countries. Industry, commerce, markets, all have their experiences. In Brazil, you have institutes like one of those who are co-sponsoring this session, I understand, SEBRAE, do fantastic work. They're experts in government law, trade, and economics. So this can be done, and it can be done fast. And it can be done even faster if we use online possibilities and if we share core curricula, if we develop instruments jointly between different partners. As we do this, my recommendation then is assemble the wheel. Do not reinvent the wheel. It's an old proverb. Put together what is basically like a mosaic with little pieces on the table. Make the best of available knowledge, project experience, and teaching materials. Engage existing teaching facilities. You don't have to build new buildings. Use the ones which are there in Brazil and internationally. Next. Next.
Próximo, por favor.
Obrigada. So there's quite a bit already underway. We started 2, 3, 4 years ago, and very much applaud the Rainforest Social Business School in Manaus, which has a first graduate course ongoing or almost coming to a close. There is a teacher training program, another important element, together with the Cap Gestão project in Manaus, at the Institute for Advanced Studies at São Paulo University, where I come from, in our Amazonia program. We hope to build a very much in-depth new discipline almost program for rainforest business. And as a very first step, we now have a list of 19 courses which we want to develop. 19 themes, not just in business, but also in technology, in natural sciences, social aspects, medical, pharmacological, legal, administrative, and so on. So that's our next target, and we hope to really achieve something over the coming 12 months. And we invite everybody to participate and to support, because it also needs support. And then there is the Amazonia Business School Online, which we are developing jointly with Green Rio. And there we hope that we make the opportunity of online access to rainforest business education a reality. Next. Próximo. And próximo. It's very important, before I go into this chart, to understand how much we are in a hurry. If you look at the map of ecological change and the threat of tipping points in particular parts of Amazonia towards a permanent savanna system, it means that rainforest business education is not just a nice luxury, but it needs to happen fast. And it needs to happen in two ways. One is an informal way, simply a knowledge highway. Many people try to self-educate. They try to find teaching materials that are available somewhere, but strewn through across many organizations. And they will also always look for new information as science and product development comes along, and comes along fast, as we also heard from Ismail. They want to know about specific value chains that are important to their own market, regulatory frameworks. They want to know geography, maps. We need maps on bioeconomy in Amazonia. Where is what, who is producing what is growing where, and of course, completely different field, finance, innovations. So on the one hand of the Amazon Business School online, we want to see a knowledge highway that constantly updates and amplifies the availability of this kind of information. And on the other side, in my slide, it's the side with the yellow dot, you have particular communities for which we are crafting courses. One is Amazonian communities and cooperatives. So what is important to learn from a local perspective about the environment out there. The other one is executive training for commerce and industry. The people who very largely also work outside Amazonia but want to foster and work with and profit from maybe the bioeconomy which is emerging. And then truly academic curricula that go deeper. I'm almost coming to the end and I want to sort of answer a question which you might have, which is, so how do we measure the impact, the success of such a rainforest business education system over time? And I think the basic indicators are these. Is there better access to information and training for bioeconomy in Amazonia? Is there a shared knowledge highway? So far, we have many little roads, but we don't have a shared platform. How many entrepreneurs have been trained? And what are, indeed, for each of the enterprises, the entrepreneurial outcomes? Did they get funding? Are they successful in the market? Are they growing? So this is all very much in your face. You then come to regional economic outcomes, which of course you can only measure over a number of years, but whether the economy switches from the, in good part today also black market economy to a sort of transparent and successful and enriching, locally enriching bioeconomy. And of course, over the medium term, as I started out to say, we should see some relevance for a reduction in deforestation, because people understand that standing forest has a high value and a future, and a sustainable future, and therefore should not be taken down. Now, next and last slide. Yeah. So for this kind of Amazon and Amazonian rainforest business education that many of you want, I think, massive investment, not just small little projects, massive investments in rainforest business education must be mobilized. I think this is there's something I want to underline. I believe there have been excellent programs on Amazonian. I've accompanied them, some of them, since the 1970s. One program after another that has come and gone, and that was not sufficiently sustained. And we really need to take the international community by the arm, at least, and say, you promised so many resources. What is really happening? Which always talk about climate and biodiversity. And if there's one place, among others, to start, rainforest business education is one of them. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, Marita. É como você sempre disse, se não tiver... eu queria ver a carinha da Marita, mas não faz mal. Agora sim, agora estou vendo. Como você disse, se não tiver uma massive education nas escolas de negócios sobre a Amazônia, a coisa não caminha. Mas a gente vai falar sobre isso aqui, Marita. Essa ideia tem muita gente de olho nessa ideia e você tem muito que agregar também. Muito obrigada. Não sai daí, não. Por favor, fica aí assistindo, que a gente ainda vai te fazer perguntas. Não vai embora, por favor. Muito obrigada, Marita. Bom, eu agora queria passar a palavra para a Lida, porque a Lida, além das várias coisas que eu já falei que ela também tem uma preocupação muito grande com a questão dos incêndios na Amazônia, e eu tenho certeza que isso será um dos tópicos que ela vai abordar. Alida, por favor.
Obrigada, Bia. Primeiramente, agradecer sempre as gentis palavras dessa minha mais nova amiga de infância, como ela falou, e a deferência de poder estar com vocês novamente no Green Rio e tratar de um tema tão enorme como é a Amazônia, né? E principalmente num fórum onde estão sendo tratados temas da maior importância para esse projeto de mundo que eu acho que todos nós gostaríamos que estamos aqui, né? Então, vou começar. Vamos ver. Não foi.
A apresentação da Lida já está engatilhada? Alô?
Sim?
Entrou. Obrigada.
Obrigada. Falar de Amazônia depois do Ismael também é um desafio, mas eu procurei montar para vocês uma estrutura de raciocínio onde a gente pudesse tocar algumas coisas que normalmente não estão nos fóruns. Eu queria começar apenas dando um novo nome para a Amazônia, que nas nossas pesquisas nós descobrimos que é a Massunu, que era o termo indígena e que significa ruído das águas. E eu acho isso tão belo e expressivo, porque, afinal de contas, nesse binômio floresta-água estão todas as respostas que nós precisamos. Aí eu passaria... Espera aí. Tem um pouquinho, desculpa. Aqui. Isso. A gente ouve muitas classificações sobre a Amazônia. Rainforest, pulmão do mundo, riquezas minerais, maior reserva de água doce, terra de conflitos. Mas talvez, eu acho que o termo cunhado planeta Amazônia é o mais adequado para abarcar essa realidade tão ampla, né, tão complexa e desafiadora. Então, eu vou passar muito rapidamente para alguns conceitos que, às vezes, mistificam a Amazônia. E nosso objetivo aqui é desmistificá-la nesse sentido. Pulmão do mundo, seu irmão, viu, Ismael? Eu coloquei aqui uma frase do Carlos Nobre, que ele diz, realmente, a Amazônia não altera o balanço de oxigênio. Ela retira anualmente até 2 bilhões de toneladas de gás carbônico da atmosfera através da fotossíntese e retorna para a atmosfera cerca de 1,5 bilhões de toneladas. Então, não é, na realidade, um pulmão do mundo. Mas ela é uma rainforest, sem dúvida nenhuma, e aí ela tem um papel fundamental, que é de reguladora do clima. pelos rios voadores que vocês já ouviram falar, e essas colunas de vapor que se transformam, né, num grande manancial de água doce que viaja quilômetros e influi na economia dos estados do sul do Brasil, por exemplo, para a produção agrícola. Deixa eu ver aqui. Ela é rica de biodiversidade, como vocês sabem, e os pulmões do mundo, na realidade, são chamadas, né, as algas, que fazem parte da economia azul dos oceanos. Como reserva de água doce, 1/5 de água doce do mundo, de água potável, está na Amazônia, sendo que 45% dela é água subterrânea, que a gente chama de aquíferos também, conhecidos por vocês, né? E 97% dessa água doce, para a humanidade, está no subsolo. Isso é fundamental entendermos também. A água é chamada de ouro azul, como vocês sabem. Agora, eu acho que a gente precisa também esclarecer, naturalmente não para alguns membros que estão aqui e para a audiência, mas a diferença entre o que é a Amazônia Legal e o bioma amazônico. A Amazônia Legal tem 5,2 milhões de quilômetros quadrados, é maior do que muitos países da Europa juntos, 61% do território brasileiro, mas contribui com menos de 8% do PIB. E aí a gente vai conectar para aquilo que o senhor Ismael colocou antes, né, de transformá-la também em oportunidades de geração de emprego, renda e negócios na Amazônia, né? E 21 milhões de habitantes, que é 12,4% da população do Brasil, com 800 mil indígenas de 305 etnias e 274... Eu não copiei seu slide, viu? E o bioma amazônico, por sua vez, são 9 países da América do Sul, 4,2 milhões de quilômetros quadrados, e no Brasil, praticamente metade desse contingente, englobando os 9 estados. Ainda vale a pena dizer que no bioma amazônico encontram-se as unidades de conservação de proteção integral, as terras indígenas, as áreas militares. Tudo isso dá praticamente 534 áreas de proteção mais estrita, os CIs, as terras indígenas, totalizando 165,7 milhões de hectares. Eu coloquei aqui, perdão, eu não estou me dando bem com esse controlezinho. Espera um pouquinho. Aqui. Não foi. Não foi. Próximo. Ai. Tem as fotos do Sebastião Salgado, foi um presente que eu ganhei, e eu queria mostrar para vocês, né, essa maravilha que foi dedicada à Amazônia. Está aqui. Não é só uma expressão de beleza artística dos olhos deste fotógrafo primoroso, mas justamente mostra a dimensão, né, da beleza dessa nossa floresta. Bom, agora, ela é, sim, um laboratório vivo. Então, juntamente com o regulador do clima, a grande importância da Amazônia é esse laboratório vivo, com uma imensa riqueza biológica de plantas, insetos, que é a fonte de pesquisa de inúmeros cientistas e de interesse tanto para a indústria farmacêutica como estética. Mas, se pudermos traduzir, ela é grande provedora de nature-based solutions, que é um dos temas que vem sendo tratado sempre no Green Rio. E está relacionada com a economia verde, obviamente, com as ODS, com os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. E eu quis trazer alguns exemplos, bons exemplos, do que está sendo feito na Amazônia nesse sentido. Em termos de fitoterápicos, que é um primeiro grupo, o mercado já é estimado em 22 bilhões de dólares, sendo 400 milhões de dólares no Brasil, um mercado que cresce 12% ao ano, e as duas grandes expressões que estão gerando esses recursos é a Natura e o laboratório Axê. Fitofármacos é o segundo grupo, que são substância aqui, e medicamentos extraídos dessas plantas, e como exemplos escolhemos a Bioamazônia e a Extracta. E o mercado farmacêutico também tem um valor impressionante, representa 345 bilhões de dólares ano. O terceiro grupo, dos cosméticos, que representa 140 bilhões de dólares anos, é o que o Brasil exporta em boa parte, metade desse valor é exportado pelo Brasil, 70 bilhões, e aí tem muita importância o papel da Suframa e da Bioamazônia, que é um órgão de pesquisa importante do nosso governo. E aí exemplos, o Body Shop, a Aveda e o Yves Rocher. O nome Amazônia já é uma marca, a gente pode dizer isso como um fato. Agora, a gente vai para o finalzinho, depois, nós vamos passar rapidamente pelos desafios e pelas oportunidades que tem a Amazônia. Aqui vocês conhecem muito desses temas, a gente não vai se delongar aqui. O desmatamento ilegal, mineração, grileiros, posse de terra através do CAR, que está sendo regularizado agora, nesses últimos anos, uma grande quantidade de propriedades, a biopirataria, o controle de fronteiras e imigração, narcotráfico e os incêndios florestais. Então, nós colocamos apenas alguns números rapidamente sobre o desmatamento ilegal. Essa série histórica é do DETER, tem vários radares na Amazônia e sistemas de controle, isso é um deles, né? E o Pará e o Mato Grosso lideram nesse sentido. A detecção dos desmatamentos em tempo real é feita também pelo INPE, que tem uma associação com a NASA, e dá muita credibilidade para os números que eles fornecem. A mineração, vocês já conhecem, tem muito a ver com o ouro, e nas terras indígenas, nas áreas de florestas protegidas, com contaminação das águas. E os alertas vêm aumentando, né? E foi 16% dentro das áreas protegidas entre agosto de 2020 e 2021. Então, deixa eu ver. Bom, grileiros, falamos rapidamente, e o controle das fronteiras e da imigração, a biopirataria, por incrível que pareça, gente, são turistas, muitas vezes que levam plantas, insetos para fora do país e contrabandeiam isso aqui. E a posse de terra, eu acho que esse número é interessante comentar, são 14 milhões de hectares no total das áreas destinadas a protegidas, inclusive, e 51 milhões de hectares no total. Ou seja, 28% estavam registradas ilegalmente como propriedade privada. O controle das fronteiras se faz muito através do portal da Amazônia. Ele fornece uma série de dados. Nós vimos um grande contingente de venezuelanos entrando para o Pacaraima, né, no Brasil, e também foram haitianos via o Acre e outros mais, inclusive japoneses, que foram tão importantes para o desenvolvimento do Brasil na agricultura. E o narcotráfico tem muito a ver, acho que a gente quis colocar isso, é um problema internacional, um problema global, mas a América do Sul ela tem uma relação muito próxima desse fenômeno. Nós fazemos fronteira, como vocês sabem, com vários países que são produtores de cocaína, e daí vem o problema, como é o caso da Bolívia, Colômbia e Peru, no mapa Pan-Amazônia. Agora, incêndios é o tema que mais nos toca, talvez assim, que estejamos lidando com isso há mais de 30 anos, Fomos cofundadores da Rede Mundial de Incêndios, na conferência que ocorreu em Sevilha, e depois, na África do Sul, fomos cofundadores da Rede Latino-Americana de Incêndios. E vimos trabalhando com muitos cientistas, especialistas nessa área, justamente para buscar os caminhos para resolver esse problema que é tão grave, porque eles são os maiores emissores de CO2. E aí tem uma importância também, não podemos deixar de mencionar a Força Aérea, a Marinha do Brasil, o IBAMA, o Preve Fogo e os produtores rurais. Desmistificando os incêndios. Só mostrar para vocês a complexidade de um tema que às vezes não é muito bem entendido. A diferença entre incêndios e queimadas controladas. A resposta está no manejo integrado dessas florestas e, naturalmente, o monitoramento, a prevenção, controle, a conscientização, educação e treinamento. Eu estou com o tempo, Bia, então eu não vou poder avançar muito. Mas eu digo que as condições climáticas, elas são fundamentais como consequência também dos incêndios florestais que eu dizia para vocês. Então, aumentou tremendamente as estações mais quentes e secas nos últimos anos, associadas também ao aumento de população e a práticas insustentáveis na agricultura, no uso do solo, porque eles queimam para plantar ou para fazer os pastos. Então, esse é um dos motivos que teve esse aumento considerável dos incêndios. O fator humano, e que nós chamamos hoje, dentro dessas universidades, também de incêndios antropogênicos, ou seja, são os incêndios causados pelo homem, é o fator humano. E eles vêm aumentando em número, frequência e intensidade, que não dá para descrever para vocês nos últimos anos os números que passaram pelas nossas mãos. E temos visto agora incêndios catastróficos, e esse eu acho que é um relatório muito importante, Bia, que é os Limits of Volatility, que a gente vai poder sempre controlar. Os relatórios da FAO dão que, em 2021, os desastres ambientais, entre secas, enchentes, tempestades e incêndios, foram 457 em 109 países, em todos os sistemas e regiões do mundo, né, afetando os sistemas agroalimentares, 3 vezes mais do que nas décadas de 70 e 80. Então, vocês vejam como isso está aumentando muito rápido, está avançando rapidamente. Só entre 2008 e 2018, os impactos custaram para os setores agrícolas dos países em desenvolvimento mais de 108 bilhões de dólares em perdas e danos. E a Ásia foi mais afetada, depois a África e a América Latina em terceiro lugar. Eu vou passar aqui rapidamente, depois quem quiser ver nessa apresentação, a gente tem uma porção de dados, né? E aqui é um bom exemplo, que eu não posso deixar de colocar para vocês, que nos envolveu diretamente. O Corpo de Bombeiros do Estado de Mato Grosso nos pediu que auxiliasse a eles, né, num trabalho que estavam sendo feitos com os índios caiapós e jurunas, na reserva do Capoto Jarina, no Xingu. Então, nós achamos que podíamos colaborar mais doando equipamentos e treinando as primeiras brigadas indígenas da história. Então, isso foi, para mim, pessoalmente, uma grande emoção. Ficar 3 dias com eles, dormir na rede, né, sentar no chão, comer o peixe com as mãos, mas, principalmente, ver, olha, vocês vejam que maravilha, eles uniformizados, essas brigadas dos caiapós, ele está traduzindo do idioma caiapó para o português. A gente estava atravessando o rio Xingu, e ali embaixo foi a entrega dos equipamentos. E esse case, depois de 5 anos, são 200 aldeias, vocês imaginam as distâncias que há entre elas, né? E muitos indígenas, mais de 800 indígenas foram treinados, e pelos gráficos que vocês veem, os incêndios foram praticamente a zero. Então, isso é um fato que mostra que pode ser feito, né? Que pode acontecer. O controle dos incêndios, inclusive com a inclusão dos indígenas. E nós fazemos esse trabalho em outros países também. Aqui é o exemplo do Panamá. E eu adoro essa imagem, o bicho preguiça, que ele entrou na caminhonete, fugindo do fogo, e ele entrou na caminhonete junto com uma das nossas máquinas. Então, né? Bom, eu vou passar os eventos, são muitos eventos dedicados a esse tema no mundo, nós participamos sempre desses eventos, e aí entra no que o professor Ismael falou, a importância da floresta em pé, do valor econômico da floresta. E aí envolve tanto reservas de nióbio, o Brasil é o maior produtor mundial de lítio, não aqui, mas no México, na Cabeça do Cachorro, em São Gabriel da Cachoeira, e também no grafeno. Vou passar aqui. Bom, desafios e dificuldades. Eu acho que todo mundo sabe que o tamanho do Brasil e o tamanho dessa área da Amazônia, 5 milhões, é muito difícil de controlar. Mesmo a fiscalização tem muitas dificuldades de poder chegar até os pontos onde são detectados os problemas. São grandes áreas de difícil acesso. A fiscalização nós falamos, né? A falta de recursos, tanto para o ICMBio e para os outros órgãos dentro do país, poucos brigadistas e brigadistas voluntários, foram 850, eu coloquei aqui, eu não consigo, mas acho que 850 apenas num ano de grave crise de incêndios florestais. O Pará é um dos principais problemas nesse sentido. Tá? E depois o Global Risk vai dar mais dados para vocês nesse ponto, para que a gente possa dimensionar esses problemas. As oportunidades. Eu acho que a gente gosta mais de falar, né, Bia, das oportunidades do que dos desafios. A bioeconomia é a aposta mais promissora enquanto vetor de desenvolvimento sustentável para a região, aliada ao desenvolvimento científico, tecnológico e empreendedor, e a um ecossistema de inovação voltado à bioeconomia para a Amazônia, que é da Fundação CERT, através, né, do Centro de Economia Verde. Para estimular a cultura empreendedora, estava aí, né? Isso aqui. O turismo sustentável, certamente, e o turismo sustentável coloca os moradores da região como atores e protagonistas. Por isso é importante essa questão inclusiva. As atividades empresariais sustentáveis. Os bons exemplos são a Natura, que nós já comentamos antes, e a Castanhal, que é um parceiro desses projetos na Amazônia, muito interessante o que eles estão fazendo. Eles produzem todas as sacarias para café e utilizam as populações ribeirinhas, né, para a produção disso aqui. Então, é a Castanhal. As organizações que estão envolvidas, tem muita gente envolvida na Amazônia, muita gente. Órgãos, organismos internacionais, como o IPPC, a FAO, a IUFRO, a OFDA, né, a Ótica, que pega os países da América do Sul, o IPAN, o INPE, o SAD, IBGE, enfim, uma quantidade enorme. O nosso desafio é poder integrar todos esses órgãos num discurso comum para esse projeto de desenvolvimento que nós estávamos falando antes. Eu vou fechar aqui. Deixa eu ver aqui. Isso. O papel da ótica a gente vai falar depois, que é a organização do trabalho num outro momento. E o futuro da Amazônia, que, para a gente fechar, que nós chamamos de Amazônia mais 21, um desenvolvimento sustentável com inclusão social, né, um modelo que mantém a floresta em pé, a preservação dos ecossistemas, a regularização das propriedades através do CAR, a cooperação com os países vizinhos. É fundamental para a gente melhorar a segurança das fronteiras e combater o tráfico de drogas e de armas, né? E o desmatamento ilegal. A conectividade e a formação de empreendedores, e não sei se os senhores e senhoras sabem que existe um projeto novo chamado Conecta Amazônia, o Elon Musk, né, da SpaceX, ele fez uma parceria com a TIM, uma empresa multinacional italiana, para poder prover internet e demais serviços digitais para a região e fornecer satélites para o Brasil. Então, isso é uma coisa muito importante, que é bem recente, que aconteceu agora. A integração dos zoneamentos ecológicos, a disponibilidade de recursos, políticas públicas integradas com os governos estaduais, parcerias público-privadas, o empoderamento dos jovens empreendedores da Amazônia. E é isso, gente. O problema da Amazônia não vai ser resolvido se não fizermos juntos. Países, pessoas, empresas, academia, ciência, temos que trabalhar juntos. Aí a gente vai dar uma longevidade para esse maravilhoso ativo que nós temos, que é o planeta Amazônia. Obrigada.
Muito obrigada, Lida. Excelente. Temos que trabalhar juntos. A mensagem é essa, né? Cooperação. Eu queria passar, então, a palavra para o Fábio Calderaro, porque a Lida mencionou Suframa, e eu queria ver, Fábio, como é que você vê essa conciliação Suframa, bioma e oportunidades para a população local.
Bom, cumprimentando a Bia, a quem eu agradeço o honroso convite, em nome de quem eu cumprimento todos os meus colegas painelistas, saudar todos que estão aqui hoje, em especial os nossos colegas, nossos amigos da Amazonas, que vieram em peso esse ano, Bia, prestigiar essa 10ª edição do Green Rio.
Você não imagina o que isso significa para mim.
Está em peso.
É?
Cadê o pessoal? Levanta o braço aí, ó. O pessoal está trabalhando, né? Mas vieram muitos do Amazonas. Depois convido para todo mundo visitar os estandes, vocês vão ficar maravilhados que lá é feito. Pode colocar a apresentação, por favor? Bom, já vou começando a falar aqui, já pegando um gancho com o que a Lida falou, e vou fechar um pouco o escopo falando da área de abrangência da Zona Franca de Manaus, né? Que de Manaus só tem um nome, gente, porque ela cuida de 5 estados, tá? O Amazonas, o Acre, Roraima, Rondônia e o Amapá. Então, é um modelo econômico, uma zona especial de atividade econômica constitucionalmente garantida, criada em 67 e que tinha, no início, 2 objetivos naquela época. Primeiro, era que diminuir as diferenças regionais, até porque lá nós estamos muito distantes dos grandes centros consumidores. O segundo objetivo era um objetivo geopolítico, que era de integrar a região ao restante do país. Mas também outros objetivos, que são chamados na economia de externalidades, que não foram pensados no primeiro momento, também foram atingidos. Só para ter uma ideia, 96% do manto florestal do estado do Amazonas é preservado, porque o modelo concentrou uma indústria em 400 km² em Manaus, de alta produtividade, né, e tirou a pressão de atividades exploratórias não sustentáveis do interior. Então, essas externalidades também foram mantidas. E a Lida já falou muito bem aqui da importância que a Amazônia tem não só para o Brasil, mas para o mundo todo, né? Nós temos praticamente 30% da biodiversidade do mundo lá concentra, nós temos grande estoque do carbono florestal, da reserva de água doce, somos uma marca conhecida no mundo todo, né? Uma riqueza molecular de biomassa fantástica, mas nós não conseguimos ainda transformar toda essa que é a nossa vantagem comparativa em vantagem competitiva. A Amazônia ainda é um potencial, né? E por que isso não aconteceu dentro desse modelo econômico? Nós temos o modelo Zona Franca de Manaus, que ele alcançou os objetivos diretos e as externalidades, conforme eu falei, e quem diria que na década de 60, né, em 67, Manaus, que tinha 310 mil habitantes, poderia ter hoje 2,2 milhões de habitantes, com uma indústria que tem tecido produtivo mais complexo do que a média nacional, índice de escolaridades, enfim. Mas nós temos um colateral do modelo. Os efeitos diretos do modelo ficaram praticamente concentrados na capital Manaus. E ainda existe um contraste grande, porque no interior do Amazonas, por exemplo, nós temos várias cidades que têm um dos piores índices de IDH do país. E o que se explica isso? Existem vários fatores, mas vou me concentrar num para ir ao encontro com o objetivo aqui do nosso painel. A atividade incentivada do polo industrial de Manaus, ele acabou gerando um alto custo de oportunidade para as atividades que já existiam antes do modelo Zona Franca e que geravam demanda para as atividades extrativistas, até com atividades sustentáveis mesmo. Então existia um outro tipo de indústria na década de 60. Sorva, palata, balrosa, os curtumes, que geravam demanda para as agroindústrias do interior e que, por conseguinte, geravam demanda para as comunidades florestais, os sistemas de manejo. E por uma questão de eficiência locativa, o polo industrial de Manaus, os agentes superavitários migraram suas atividades produtivas dessas atividades que têm as cadeias produtivas mais desorganizadas e focaram nas atividades industriais conforme lá existem. Eletroeletrônico, bens de informática, duas rodas, termoplástico, e aí deixou de gerar demanda para o interior. Mas nós temos... Pode passar. Bom, só para ter uma ideia aqui, hoje, o polo industrial de Manaus ele fatura cerca de 159 bilhões de reais, faturou em 2021, e às vezes eu vejo muito se falar fora, olha, a Zona Franca de Manaus é um corpo estranho para a Amazônia, só que tem que tomar cuidado com essa questão. Por quê? Porque vai ser muito difícil substituir esse modelo, para não dizer impossível. E vou colocar alguns números aqui só para a gente, até porque realidade é crematório de ilusão, né? Só para fazer uma comparação, a receita com o turismo no Brasil foi da ordem de 40 bilhões de reais em 2019, antes da pandemia. Toda a receita que os turistas gastaram no Brasil, se eles fossem para o estado do Amazonas, não chegaria nem próximo do que só o polo industrial de Manaus fatura. Tá? O faturamento da cadeia do açaí, conforme colocado ontem, que é a cadeia produtiva mais organizada, em 2020 faturou 686 milhões. O polo faturou 160 bilhões de reais. Tá? E tem uma pesquisa do Conselho Nacional da Indústria que projeta a expressão da biotecnologia industrial daqui a 20 anos, da ordem de 53 bilhões, no Brasil todo. Hoje o polo já fatura um pouco mais da metade, né, desde já. Então, mas nós temos um problema com o polo industrial de Manaus. Deixa eu só passar aqui. Porque hoje a indústria, ela emprega menos do que empregava na década de 60. Esse é o problema. E por que isso acontece? Por dois fatores. Primeiro, por conta da automação industrial e da indústria 4.0. Segundo, é pelo parque, o complexo tecnológico, pela obsolescência do produto industrial que se produz lá hoje. Porque o produto industrial ele acaba absorvendo cada vez mais PIB de serviço. Então, antes você tinha indústria de aparelho de som, de máquina fotográfica, você tinha de calculadora, e agora tudo foi incorporado ao celular, não na forma de hardware, mas na forma de software. Então, ele está empregando cada vez mais. Então, a gente tem que criar um outro vetor econômico que vai empregar essas pessoas. Porque se o polo industrial tirou a pressão das atividades exploratórias não sustentáveis do interior, e se ela gera menos emprego hoje, quem é que vai empregar essas pessoas agora? E aí sim vem a importância do desenvolvimento da bioeconomia, não para substituir o polo industrial de Manaus, e não vai acontecer, mas para gerar atividade econômica e emprego e renda no interior do estado. Tá? Para não acontecer o efeito inverso do modelo Zona Franca. Bom, nós temos alguns desafios para isso. Então, sobre a ótica do financiamento, hoje o financiamento disponível para os produtores da floresta são do tipo, basicamente do tipo crédito rural. E aí tem um problema. Isso por meio de BASA, Banco do Brasil, o produtor do interior ele não tem acesso normalmente a essas carteiras de crédito. O BASA, por exemplo, não consegue repassar 1/10 da carteira de crédito dele por ano, por alguns problemas. Primeiro que no interior da Amazônia reina a informalidade, né? E o pessoal do interior sequer tem histórico bancário, e menos ainda título definitivo de terra, e não conseguem ter garantia para tomar crédito. Então nós precisamos criar produtos customizados para a realidade local, né? Principalmente customizados à sazonalidade das diversas cadeias hoje. Então, quem trabalha com açaí tem uma necessidade diferente do pessoal do Guaraná e assim por diante. E hoje é igual para todo mundo, então a gente precisa trabalhar nesse sentido. Outro é criar instrumentos, aumentar esse menu de instrumentos financeiros com soluções mais sofisticadas. Tipo, da mesma forma que existe o certificado do recebível do agronegócio, o certificado de recebível imobiliário que emite títulos de dívida para captar recursos e investir em projetos do agronegócio e imobiliário, a gente tem que criar esses instrumentos financeiros que promovam o investimento em atividades que visam o desenvolvimento, mas também tem uma salvaguarda socioambiental. Né? Precisamos, portanto, melhorar o aperfeiçoamento regulatório e, mais do que isso, gente, a gente tem que fazer um trabalho seríssimo de prospecção comercial para mudar o tipo das empresas que estão em Manaus. Não é mudar, né? Na verdade, é complementar o tipo de empresas. Né? São as empresas que geram, que vão, eu vou usar um economês aqui, tem o poder de spillover, de encadeamento para trás. Né? Hoje uma motorhonda ela é verticalizada, mas ela não gera demanda para uma agroindústria, nem para o sistema de manejo. A gente precisa encontrar e prospectar essas empresas. Né? E aí nós temos setores que têm essa capacidade, até porque há evidência empírica que quando o setor privado vem, principalmente as grandes empresas, elas ajudam a desenvolver as suas cadeias de fornecedores. O Daniel ali, o empreendedor, e ele faz isso junto com as comunidades florestais, que são fornecedores de matéria-prima dele. A outra também, o papel que a gente tem que fazer, é convencer, isso o CBA tem feito, convencer as empresas que lá já estão, se a biodiversidade é a nossa maior vantagem comparativa, a nossa maior vantagem competitiva é um polo industrial de 55 anos. Então, nós temos feito um trabalho junto das empresas para elas incorporarem cada vez mais nos seus produtos e processos os insumos da biodiversidade. Bom, sob a ótica da demanda, nós temos uma grande oportunidade, né, essa força transformadora do consumidor de decidir cada vez mais o que consome, o que coloca sobre sua mesa, mas nós temos alguns trabalhos a serem feitos, e tem muita gente aqui que já faz isso, o IDESAN que está ali, de organizar a cadeia de fornecimento. Então, iniciativas são importantes de rastreabilidade, que mostra a idoneidade da cadeia de fornecimento, né, e as certificações sobre as quais foi faladas no painel anterior. Mas nós temos que colocar também nossos produtos em acordos bilaterais. Né? Nós temos cadeias produtivas no Brasil que são mais, digamos, importantes do ponto de vista de participação. Então, por exemplo, cadeia da castanha não entra nesses acordos. Muito da castanha do Brasil hoje, que é produzida lá no norte, muito em parte no Acre, ele sai pela Bolívia e pelo Peru. Porque o maior consumidor de castanha do Brasil hoje é a Coreia do Sul, e nós somos taxados em 24% lá, enquanto a Bolívia e o Peru são taxadas, respectivamente, em 3% e 4%. Então, escoa por outro país. Então, nós temos que colocar nossas cadeias produtivas nos acordos bilaterais para sermos competitivos também. Bom, sob a ótica da oferta, nós temos que melhorar o ambiente de negócios. Na Amazônia, reina a informalidade. Melhorar a questão de infraestrutura, né? Estou falando em logística, comunicação, energia. O Luca ali, que é de Tefé, de Maués, tem hora que eu mando o WhatsApp para ele, eu vou mandar um de voz, ele fala, olha, eu não consigo abrir meu áudio aqui. E está em Maués. Então, a realidade do interior do Amazonas é completamente... Né? Os desafios perpassam o que os senhores que não estiveram lá possam imaginar. Capital humano, e para consertar isso, já foi falado aqui para os nossos colegas, né, nós precisamos de uma educação, além de ser técnica, é empreendedora, até porque nós precisamos produtizar, mercadizar o que lá no interior é desenvolvido. Uma remuneração justa para os detentores de conhecimento, a segurança e agilidade da atividade regulatória, licença ambiental é muito complicado ainda. Numa Selic, agora, para você ter uma ideia, uma média de uma licença ambiental no estado do Amazonas leva cerca de 485 dias. Com uma Selic a 3,75, o custo do dinheiro parado inviabiliza qualquer negócio. Né? Precisamos melhorar a complexidade da nossa pauta produtiva, porque o que vai nos diferenciar, e eu vi várias vezes aqui falando sobre desenvolvimento, nós não podemos na Amazônia ser uma espécie de almoxarifado. Nós temos que melhorar a complexidade do tecido produtivo e levar empresas de altíssimo valor adicionado para que sejam beneficiados os insumos lá. Até porque nós nunca teremos grande escala de produção. E nós temos um certo fetiche do agro no Brasil, que é competitivo, e o custo unitário de produção é competitivo. Mas nós não vamos ter isso na Amazônia. São coisas completamente distintas. Então nós temos que, para tanto, ter muito investimento em P&D, fala-se muito em gerar nota fiscal, mas para que nós tenhamos algumas pesquisas aplicadas, nós temos que ter muita pesquisa básica. Certo? Então a gente precisa de investimento em pesquisa, desenvolvimento e inovação e integrar todo o nosso ecossistema. Vou terminar, tá, Bia? É difícil falar em Zona Franca. Em 10 minutos eu planejei 15. Mas olha só, o que eu quero dizer é o seguinte, a inovação que vai drivar o desenvolvimento da bioeconomia na Amazônia. Né? A gente fala em São Paulo, fala em energia renovável, nos diversos biomas tem uma concepção de bioeconomia. Na Amazônia tem que ser a biotecnologia. A gente tem que largar um pouco das heranças da droga do sertão, que é ficar mandando produto in natura, sem agregação de valor. Né? A gente tem que sair da produção só de açaí na forma de alimento, que agrega no máximo em 2,1 vezes, e começar a trazer as empresas que produzam composto fenólico do açaí, da antocianina, que vai valer 105, 110 vezes mais. Então, a mensagem que eu quero passar, além da gente desenvolver as cadeias, que já estão agora, algumas delas já estão minimamente organizadas, não está passando aqui, para a gente fazer um trabalho de prospecção comercial, nós temos que criar segurança jurídica e os estímulos econômicos corretos e prospectar as empresas que vão gerar demanda para as cadeias produtivas amazônicas. Só assim nós vamos organizar, qualificar essas cadeias e deixar de ser, como eu disse, um almoxarifado do planeta, digamos assim. Eu acho que eu teria muito mais para falar, mas o tempo esgotou, eu vou respeitar.
Parabéns, Fábio. Eu acho que você conseguiu fazer um panorama de desafios e oportunidades muito preciso e com dados concretos. Isso aí é muito importante. Você trouxe toda a sua bagagem da sua vivência e com dados, com realidade, não tem como você questionar. Você trouxe fatos. E como você falou bastante de pequena empresa e média empresa, eu queria passar logo para o presidente do Conselho Deliberativo do SEBRAE-AM, o Munir Lourenço. Por favor, Munir, você que já ouviu isso tudo, acho que o Munir tem para... Se não tiver, você passa para ele. Tudo que você já ouviu até agora, o que você acrescentaria e que oportunidades você vê de parceria? Porque aí agora eu já quero ir numa outra direção aqui dessa mesa. Muito já foi apresentado, não por acaso o Virgílio e o Oscar vão falar no final, porque eles têm a visão do marketing, do desenvolvimento de imagem, mas eu queria que você, que está trabalhando diretamente com o SEBRAE, do que você já ouviu, onde é que você situa o SEBRAE nesse cenário?
Ok, boa tarde a todos. Eu cumprimento a Bia e, em nome dela, todos os que compõem aqui o painel de hoje. Agora à tarde, saúdo a plenária, saúdo a todos os meus conterrâneos amazonenses, que estão em grande número, já foi dito aqui pelo Fábio, doutor Fábio. Saúdo a equipe valorosa do SEBRAE Amazonas, nas pessoas da diretora Lamice e Adriane, que estão aqui. E eu fiquei muito feliz, Bia, de ter ouvido aqui um pouco dos debates, como amazonense, como amazônida, como empreendedor da região, verificar, não é, muita serenidade, em relação de um lado, a exuberância de uma região que distingue o Brasil do restante do mundo, não é? E, de outro lado, os desafios próprios de uma região que, cada vez, e aqui foi acentuado de forma muito clara, não é? Que não se resume à floresta. A floresta é algo muito valioso, né? Nós temos quase 30 milhões de brasileiros naquela região e que precisam ter qualidade de vida, prosperidade. Não somos, de maneira nenhuma, brasileiros de segunda classe. Precisamos de destinar todas as nossas inteligências para que nós possamos viabilizar, não é, essa potencialidade que todos reconhecemos, né, a Amazônia, um leque de oportunidades, mas ainda muito no campo da potencialidade, né, Vigílio, para que isso se transforme efetivamente em prosperidade real e efetiva para milhões de amazonenses, amazônicas que estão lá na região. Nós não queremos enveredar pelo que alguns vizinhos nossos já enveredaram, infelizmente, não é? Por exemplo, não é, com a questão de plantio de drogas, não é, narcotráfico. Não é isso que nós queremos para o nosso país. Alguns já temem isso, né? A Amazônia brasileira se tornar numa narco-região. Isso é deprimente para todos nós que somos da região. Nós temos que encontrar maneiras, eu acho que eventos como esse, com certeza, podem apontar cenários nessa direção. Eu quero agradecer o convite honroso para participar aqui do evento. Eu tenho aqui uma breve apresentação com alguns slides.
A apresentação do UNI, por favor. Alô?
É lá que passa ou eu aqui que passo?
Eu estou esperando ela
aqui, né?
aparecer aqui. Ela já apareceu? Eu estou zen, esperando aparecer a apresentação.
Eu acho que ainda não entrou o arquivo lá, né?
Não, é porque não...
Mas eu queria, enquanto o arquivo não entra aí, dos slides, eu gostaria só de...
Wagner, cadê a apresentação?
Principalmente ressaltar que para nós do SEBRAE...
Wagner,
já, né?
é a palavra mágica,
okay.
apareceu.
Pronto. Lado esquerdo aqui. Opa, passou. Bom, então, falar um pouco sobre o tema da Amazônia, fronteiras, desafios, né? Nós trouxemos aí algumas breves informações sobre o gigantismo da Amazônia, em termos de população, quantidade de municípios, cobertura florestal intacta, né, mostrando um pouco desse 60% do território brasileiro, só o Amazonas, só o nosso Amazonas, se fosse um país, seria o 10º país do mundo em extensão territorial. Então, realmente nós temos a marca aí desse gigantismo. Bom, aí também um slide sobre market share de produtos da Amazônia e que nós vislumbramos pelo SEBRAE com grande potencial de mercado, usando o que já foi falado aqui, essa marca Amazônia, que é uma das mais valorizadas no mundo inteiro, e aí a castanha com mais de 40%, me parece, do market share, está longe aqui do mundial, a castanha do Brasil, e que é da nossa região, né? Aí um pouco de movimentos convergentes, nós pontuamos aí, e não poderia ser diferente, né? Esse colosso brasileiro, símbolo do Brasil que deu certo, que é a Embrapa, né? A questão do Programa Prioritário de Bioeconomia, que foi idealizado pela Suframa, lá do Dr. Fábio Calderaro, a equipe do general Pouzin, né? e que vem apoiando negócios sustentáveis, aí, indicação geográfica, que é uma atividade que vem contando com um apoio muito forte do SEBRAE, porque nós acreditamos que a indicação geográfica traz agregação de valor, valorização, perspectiva de mercado, comercialização, acesso a mercados, né? E o SEBRAE, que tem cada vez mais a sustentabilidade como um vetor prioritário na atuação da instituição, principalmente voltado para os pequenos negócios, que são a razão da existência do SEBRAE. O Programa Inova Amazônia, que é um edital que tem sido disponibilizado para apoiar startups, empreendimentos, boas ideias, utilizando a potencialidade da nossa bioeconomia, a ciência, tecnologia, inovação e empreendedorismo. Aí um pouco da Embrapa, que já comentamos, né? Que é fundamental, e nós no Amazonas temos uma Embrapa muito importante, a Embrapa Amazônia Ocidental, um dos primeiros centros da Embrapa em todo o Brasil. Aí um pouco também do que a gente entende sobre ciência e tecnologia, agregação de valor, né, essa valorização dos produtos da floresta e das famílias que produzem através das associações, cooperativas que o SEBRAE apoia. Nós temos aqui algumas amostras de produtos que o SEBRAE vem apoiando e que, inclusive, estão aqui alguns empreendedores participando do stand. O Sebrae Amazonas, que há 6 anos participa da Green Rio, e é um orgulho, uma satisfação muito grande, Bia, o Sebrae Amazonas poder participar. Aqui o Guaraná, e o Guaraná já, e foi dito aqui, com agregação de valor, o Guaraná orgânico em cápsulas, né, produzidos lá em Maués, está ali o Luca, ali, né, que é o líder, né, desse grupo. Então, agregando valor, já exportando, acessando a novos mercados. Todos esses produtos aqui com certificação orgânica. Aqui cosméticos também. Está aqui o Daniel da Biozer, que está expondo aqui, que esse ano, inclusive, o Sebrae Amazonas apoiou para a sua participação na Expo Dubai, onde ele fez contatos, e agora há pouco ele me comentava já que vão se concretizar em negócios efetivos para o mercado árabe dos cosméticos aqui da Biozer também, todos com certificações que contaram com o apoio também do Sebrae para essa obtenção. Vou passar aqui para procurar ser... Aí um pouco das IGs que nós já comentamos. São 91 indicações geográficas no Brasil inteiro e várias já no Amazonas. Aí nós citamos algumas aí. Pirarucu do Mamirauá, o Guaraná de Maués, o abacaxi do Novo Remanso, o abacaxi mais doce do Brasil, quiçá do mundo, né? Peixe ornamental também, todas essas indicações geográficas contando com o apoio do Sebrae e ressaltando o Guaraná de Maués, a IG que está mais à frente, né, Luca? Já muito consolidado e acessando a mercados, utilizando a IG como um ponto de agregação de valor à marca, né? Aí um pouco também das IGs que estão em processo de obtenção do reconhecimento pelo INPI, que também estão contando com o apoio do Sebrae, o mel de Boa Vista do Ramos, o açaí de Codajás, o queijo coalho de Altazes, uma diversidade de IGs também. Aí um pouco, eu acho que passou para... Aqui aí o que buscamos, modelos de negócio inovadores, direcionados para a preservação, conservação e uso sustentável dos recursos naturais da Amazônia. Isso é um princípio do Sebrae. Aí também um mapa com aí 17 áreas de economia, da bioeconomia, onde o Sebrae mapeou e que tem inserção dentro dos projetos e atividades do Sebrae, aí agricultura, alimentos e bebidas, fármacos, fitoterápicos, químicos e outros. Aí um pouco dessa iniciativa também importante, a Rede de Recursos Humanos e Inteligência para a Sustentabilidade na
It is the
Amazônia.
network of human resources and intelligence for sustainability in the Amazon. We are a partner of this initiative. And Fábio Calderaro is the manager of the new Center of Biobusiness in the Amazon. It is for sure the main vector here in the development of the bioeconomy in the Amazon. And we have been trying to strengthen this partnership with the Biotechnology Center of the Amazon. This is an example, basically, of what this added value can represent in the products of our region, the Copaíba oil. So here we can see here when it is distilled, its price goes up, and we are trying to contribute to this added value. So just to finish up, we have 2 quick videos on different initiatives for the Amazon's bioeconomy that are supported by Sebrae. We have one from the cosmetic area and one in the use of residue. One more stop here. We have reached the Rio São Francisco, one of the most visited areas. I think it's the wrong video.
Até desacabar.
The future is made for us. Daniel is a biologist and entrepreneur and a reference in the bioeconomy. Daniel is a researcher and he works with medicinal plants and other assets of the Amazon's biodiversity. We work with cooperatives in the state of the Amazon, and he has created a brand from the region that connects health, well-being, and beauty. And his company promotes the conscious consumption of these products with sustainable practices that can preserve the forest. Let's activate these entrepreneurs with tips, information, inspiration, and opportunities for those who want to be entrepreneurs.
Deixa eu pedir para o Daniel se levantar, porque ele está aqui. A gente está vendo ele ao vivo e a coisa.
Okay, I think Daniel is here.
Parabéns, Daniel.
Congratulations, Daniel. We're so proud of you.
Desculpe, Moni, entrei aí, mas não resisti.
Sorry, I just had to do that.
Parabéns a Befer. E são dois vídeos aí, dois empreendimentos sustentáveis, mas nós selecionamos esses dois em homenagem a vários empreendedores que estão aqui.
And we have chosen these to honor the entrepreneurs who are participating here with Sebrae support. Thank you so much, and the bioeconomy can always count on Sebrae. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Parabéns, Monique.
There we go. That's fantastic. How proud am I of this initiative? I want all the videos. I'm going to take them home with me. I'm going to take Ismael's. Everybody, I'm going to take them in my bag, and if everybody starts talking bad about Brazil, I'm going to show them the videos. There you go.
Agora vamos entrar para outro lado. A gente já viu.
Now we saw a series of very important issues. This is the question that I want to ask everybody. I've wrote it down already. But I would like to give the floor to Virgílio, who lives in Amazon. So he talks about, say 10 minutes, please. Virgílio, thank you.
Vídeo para começar, já que a onda é o vídeo.
I have a video. If video is to start, first of all, good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank Bia and to greet all of the present here, of the table as well. I'm Vigente Viana. I'm going to talk about the Sustainable Amazon Foundation, and I would like to start with an opening video that is almost ready to run, and I'm going to create a little spoiler. I think that this table is really interesting. Each one has a different approach or complementary approach, and I would like to talking about taking care of the people that take care of the forest. We have to look at the products, but behind the products there are people, and we're going to emphasize them now, since other aspects have been already brought up by our colleagues before me. Virgil's video, please. We want Virgil's video. It's on his way. There it is.
sem som.
There's no sound.
Começa de novo.
Trabalhar com construção de madeira.
Tem que começar de novo.
As pessoas também olhavam a gente como um grande desmatador assim, da floresta, mas na verdade a gente só sobrevivia, né? Trabalhava com construção de madeira e legal na mata. Então todo dia eu ia pro mato com o destino de derrubar a árvore. E fiz isso durante 30 anos da minha vida. Essa palavra sustentável que entrou na minha cabeça que antes eu não sabia. Para mim, sustentabilidade era, sei lá, no meu tempo, tirar madeira, eu estava sendo sustentabilidade para mim. Mas aí, com a chegada da fundação, não. A fundação fez com que as coisas acontecessem. Trouxe vários projetos, saúde, educação, e trouxe o conhecimento para dentro da comunidade e passei a ter a oportunidade de fazer outra atividade, não ser tirar madeira. Aproveitar a floresta de outra forma. E trabalhar no turismo básico comunitário para mim foi assim, uma oportunidade que mudou a minha vida. Não só a minha, mas a minha família toda.
Tenho uma família muito grande, né? Tenho 80 sobrinhos, meu pai faleceu e ficou só a minha mãe que já está idosa. E eu tenho a responsabilidade de ser o esteio da família agora. E a FAS trouxe o curso aqui e tive uma oportunidade de trabalho. Curso de produção sustentável, unidade de conservação, curso voltado para a nossa realidade, fazer que surgissem novos empreendedores dentro da comunidade. Hoje eu trabalho no projeto de pesquisa experimental, trabalhar com óleos vegetais e produção de açaí e vendemos a grandes empresas de cosméticos. A chegada da FAS, né, realmente mudou a comunidade, mudou muito o modo de valorizar o local, porque eu posso produzir, vender, mas viver em cooperação com a natureza. Tipo, eu vou tirar tanto, mas eu tenho que deixar tanto para gerações futuras. E isso, nossa, não tem nada melhor do que você saber que eu vou tirar aqui, mas meu filho, meu neto, meu bisneto vai saber que eu trabalhei com isso e ele vai poder trabalhar também.
Antes de ser uma vida de atleta, eu já tirava com marco nativo. Sempre o arco e flecha foi dos indígenas. Pescava com meus amigos quando ia 7, 8 pessoas. Eu fui aprendendo, pegar as técnicas com eles, a olhar o que eles faziam, o que não faziam. Comecei a pescar sozinho, dentro da minha canoa, pegava o almoço, 10, 15 peixes. E foi quando apareceu a FAS. Além de um grande desenvolvimento na nossa aldeia, a educação, a saúde e o projeto trouxe a oportunidade de nos tornarmos atletas de arco e flechas. Antigamente eu não pensava no futuro que eu ia fazer ainda. Hoje eu vejo novas oportunidades, novos caminhos para preservar a nossa cultura indígena.
That's society.
É um desafio para todo mundo. Em qualquer lugar você pode viver sustentável, mas é um desafio. Hoje eu vejo assim, a preservação em si, só da água e floresta, não acontece. Acontece se tiver a preservação também das pessoas que moram aqui dentro da floresta. Preservando as pessoas, dando qualidade de vida boa aqui dentro, não tem órgão nenhum que quer mais preservado isso do que nós que moramos aqui.
Então, como eu falei no spoiler, cuidar das pessoas.
Take care of the people that take care of the forest. This requires a systemic approach that goes from the first infancy with the cognitive capacity with the people, with the first elementary school, then middle school, and nowadays we have the like a little bit of a post-media middle school, and obviously we also have universities in the forest, which allows the young people not to look as the only option to migrate to the city, and developing entrepreneurship there at the area. So this project nowadays has already taken care of the issue of the jandiroba oil that had an acidity problem, and the jandiroba oil, which used to be sold to 30 reais per liter, is now 900 reais per liter. So this is a little flask instead of being sold as a granel. So Pirarucu used to be sold at 350. With the deintermediation of the productive chain, is being sold at 11, from 350 to 11 reais per kilo for the fish gutted directly by the hand of the people. And I could name a number of other examples. You know, the arrival of new actors is always great for us, but it's very important to come here and take a look at what's being done already, because people who are in São Paulo from far away, they look at it starting from scratch, but it's actually not. There is already a lot of really good products and some SEBRAE and other institutions that are working in the area, not just in the Amazon, but in all the other areas. But I think that we see a scenario that is kind of like dual, because on one side we have like a catastrophe. The data of deforestation which are in this graphic. There was a peak in 2004, and it went down all the way to 2012, and now has gone up again more acceleratedly in the last 3 years. We're living an ecological collapse in the environment of the forest. There is a tipping point coming up, but there's a lot of loss of resilience of the forest and so on and so forth. So there's an alarming situation. Crime, organized crime, is related to the illegal extraction of wood and drug trafficking. As was mentioned, there's a lot of problems nowadays. We have biopiracy in the rivers of the Amazon, which is similar to the situations in the favelas in Rio de Janeiro, in the Alemão, for example, in Rio de Janeiro. So it's really serious. The situation is really serious. A challenge of the trajectory that is basically an economy where you withdraw from the forest and towards an economy that is sustainable. The FAS, which is the largest organization, the civil society in the Amazon for many years, is a systemic approach looking at everything. We synthesize this in this graphic here representation, 8 that are all considered by the UN. We focus a lot on education, and the center of this graphic is health, income, infrastructure, etc. And obviously the center of that is the development of humans and bioeconomy. And with regards to human development, there are 9 mini universities in the forest. We have nucleus for conservation and sustainability. We have 15 years been working at this. We work with 600 communities, with which we have the name and last name of all the residents of the area. It's a work that, you know, building downside up, basically from the bottom up. This is a term that was created in the in the Amazon to avoid the deforestation. There are a few numbers. The Pirarucu example, talking to Oscar about this, that there's a great work with Pirarucu being transformed into very, very valuable things. The topic that I'm bringing here as a central issue is to take care of the peoples. There's a lot of rape of girls and violence against women. It's very serious in the Amazon, so we have to look at this and see how we can empower females if there is really a serious issue, and take care of the citizenship and all of this systemic approach. Is really important. The time is short and the content is vast, so I will go quickly through all of them. This is the UNESCO annual prize and award in País for the educational work we did to graduate people. And the third strategy is to build from the bottom up, not to take things from there, is to involve people in the construction and value what we know, ethno-ecologic knowledge about nature and about natural resources. Here's a little bit of data of these 600 communities that we work on. We came away from 1/3 of the revenues of extreme poverty in about 2009. We measured every 4 years, and we were able to increase in 200% the average income is already above the level of extreme poverty. So I think it's possible to do something that envelops everyone and involves everyone and brings them together. Our really greatest challenge is to reduce inequalities. We have a very uneven country like Darcy Ribeiro. We cannot be resignated in this Brazilian tragedy. The other deforestation data that we have to share reduced in the last year. There was a relevant increase in deforestation. We had 255% in the areas where we act, and I think we work about 100 million hectares, something about the size of the state of Rio de Janeiro, and the areas where we don't act, it increased about 28%. So it is possible to contain it. On one side we have a tragic scenario, we also have a few things that brings certain hope to the future. We evaluate this with 3% of but we see that in general people say that life has improved, and not to be here for such a long time, our final mission, as I would say, this is the ceiling of our we have 100% of solar energy self-sufficiency, and our challenge is to perpetrate the living Amazon with all the communities, riverside populations, indigenous people, people from the urban areas as well, that are very important of the equation, and for everyone else in Rio de Janeiro who reap the benefits of the forests that exports to the whole country. And as Isabel says, the Amazon either takes Brazil out of the world or puts it in the center of the world. We have the Amazon as the greatest strategic asset in our country. So deforesting Amazon is stupid in terms of national interest, because the Amazon is essential for us to maintain our agri and livestock farming production. Hydroelectrical depends on rains, and the urban production also depends on rain, and rain depends on the Amazon. Thank you.
Muito bom. Excelente.
Thank you so much. You now spoke about this systemic issue and how we need to get to know this. It is quite a model, and since I can see the smoke signals here telling me we are out of time, I'm just pretending I'm not understanding them, but I want to pass the floor to Oscar, because he said something once to me that I never forgot. I think it was about 10 years ago. So I'm not going to speak about this. I'm going to let him explain. Please, Oscar. Thank you, Bia, for inviting me here. I think this is such an important discussion table and opportunity for us to get together and listen, because that is how we can get to know the whole chain that is involved in the Amazon. And what I see here, well, why did I get involved with the Amazon? I think that just like all of us, I started my involvement in Rio 92 because of the civilizatory transformation that Rio 92 brought to us. It raised awareness of this new economy in the 21st century where the Amazon would be such a protagonist. I was able to go to the Amazon in '94. And you can't go there and come back without becoming an activist, because you see the ancestral cultures, the riches of the resources and how this contrasts with everything that happens in the Amazon. You know, you can't go there without becoming an activist. What am I trying to say with this ideology and being an artist, an entrepreneur, and having this connection with nature? I can see and I think that the Amazon should be the big green economy of the world. I think we all realized this in the 90s. And my platform for transformation, I think it's very important to say something here so we understand why I'm here and why you invited me here. We need to remember that fashion has to do with livestock, with agriculture, because all of the elements we use come from these areas. So we transform commodities and we create desirable objects for society. We create value. That is our function in the fashion chain. And perhaps we are a bit different from other brands and fashion institutions connected to sustainability. We work, our Asklin team is involved with the chain, conceptually speaking, from the cotton seed with Embrapa, and we know the whole chain. As designers, as entrepreneurs, we have this vision, this transformational spirit, and we are involved with the whole agricultural chain, livestock, if it's leather. We are involved with all of the processes in the chain. So we have experimented, we have worked with fish as well because of its economic potential. And as a designer, I could see there was a difference there. And there was a proposal here of creating a product from the Amazon, a socio-environmental project that during its chain was fully sustainable. We have received international awards because of this. So this involves our design and these luxury fashion brands. We are in Tokyo, we are in the US. So we compose this chain starting in the biological aspect in the Amazon, and we are present in this whole transformational chain. And I think we can all see that this richness is present in the whole chain. This richness of the 21st century is not just in the aesthetics of these products or services, or not just in their quality, but it's in the chain, which is quite a noble chain from the beginning until the end. And this has to do with social, environmental, and economic sustainability. So I've been following these chains for almost 30 years, not just in the Amazon and not just in the fashion industry, but other industries and big and small companies as well. And we can see this moment in which there's this huge potential to create a state project here in Brazil. And why is that? In this table alone, you have seen the number of initiatives that exist. So we have these institutions, academic institutions, research institutions, NGOs, governmental organizations as well, companies. Each of us in have our specific focus But we all work with this sustainable core and with creating this brand. So this potential that we perceive in, this potential that we receive in Brazil is very vulnerable because none of the institutions here today, the brands, we have this potential for branding and communication around the world. People say that the Amazon is a brand. No, the Amazon is not a brand. It is the symbol of our nation. It is a region that has a huge economic potential. But it is not a brand. It is not worked as a brand. Brazil does not know how to work brands. We do not know how to do this. So I like to show something, you know, this utopia of creating a state project that considers the capacities of all of these institutions I've mentioned, you know, it seems like a kind of utopic vision. Those of us who work in this area know that this dream that we are communicating here is almost utopic because we have been working with this for so many years and we know how difficult it is to be involved with the whole chain. And what Bia said, you know, is that we have this uniqueness in natural resources. We export them as commodities. This uniqueness of products that we have here. So when the Portuguese ships came here, they would come from Malta, and so today the trade is commodities for iPads and iPhones. So these ships, they go back to the other continents empty because we don't have a symbol for our creativity, for our originality, for the strength of our industry, for our research. We created Embraer, for example. We have research institutions, we have Embrapa, we have Petrobras that was created in the same way. These are all state projects that involve many institutions. We have created the Manaus Free Trade Zone. We have the capacity, our institutions and our individual and collective efforts, our collaborative efforts with institutions can create a project. And I like to say that when a group of people, let's say when man decided that we would land on the moon, and this archetype, you know, of humanity, this dream was to land on the moon. It was utopic, it was romantic, maybe it was impossible. But a group of people in the US, they did it in Russia as well, but in the US they got together and they decided, okay, we're going to take man to the moon. These institutions of research and these businesses and society as a whole in the spirit of a nation got together in one brand. Imagine how many companies in the technological chain that exist behind this action of landing on the moon. If NASA was able to make this dream come true, and this was done especially through research and innovation, so they made the American dream come true, you know, and this is the big brand that we associate with the US. We could do this too. We could have our seal, our trademark. We have the Amazon, we have other biomes. We could be the country of the 21st century's economy because we have innovation and technology, we have institutions and projects. So we have collaborations with research and educational institutions, with companies from other nations. Of course, they are welcome to develop with us what I think, is on our minds today, which would be like a kind of Silicon Valley. What they did with Silicon Valley, which is a very dry place in California, what they did there was done in the same way. They united these institutions that are involved with digital technology and its development. This was put together with creativity and branding experience with the main brands of the world. So you have a supply chain that is not just national, it's international. I think one of our dreams here, we know that the Manaus Free Trade Zone has existed since '67, and today it's creating less jobs than it did in the past. So these incentives that the Free Trade Zone receives from the government is of about 30 billion per year. So if we just took 10% of this, 3 billion, I'm speaking of us as society here. If we took 10% of that, all of us together, why not invest 3 billion for us to create what? Just like when we created ITA with Embraer, Embrapa, Petrobras. Invest this to create a center and join the expertise of the projects that already exist, that Sebrae already supports. All of our knowledge, our ancestral knowledge, small projects, if we put this together with academia and our Brazilian research institutions, and international institutions, we could create a center of excellence, our NASA, our Silicon Valley in the Amazon. And just as the Manaus Free Trade Zone invited international companies to develop themselves there, we can invite companies from other countries to establish themselves in the Amazon, as long as they work with sustainable development, and that way we can support our initiatives more and more. I think the Amazon is not a brand. We, of course, need to know how to use its image to create a reference image for Brazil and the world. All of these commodities that we export, we have brands. It's very difficult for everyone here. First of all, because we are in the global south. It is more difficult to develop brands and businesses in the global south than in the northern hemisphere, because we are out of the main route. Even if we are being recognized, we are recognized as the country of sustainable development, as the country of the green economy. And we are being attacked because this leadership, because the possibility of this leadership is ours. So it is difficult for us. We do not have this strength. We do not have a strong brand. We need to have one strong brand for Brazil.
Nowadays, an international project of communication where people look at our product within our own brands or brands of international companies, but the way when they saw something like this and they saw it, when I say obviously them as the consumers, they say this product comes from the Amazon region in Brazil, from social, environmental, cultural, sustainable projects. So this is a 21st century product, I think, that we've been for 3 decades developing more and more. What I saw here today, I can see that we haven't wasted time, that we haven't moved sideways, but it's about time now. We're coming into the 3rd decade of the 21st century, and it's about time we have a project to put together all the strengths and synergies that we want to be and move forward. That is what I wanted to bring. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Acho que você arrematou.
I think you knocked it out of the park.
Nós humanos estamos aprendendo.
We are learning and understanding that we need to save the planet. 20% of the world population works in the fertile industry. Half of the clothes are exported in less, and the forest is striving to survive. People are fighting for this forest to survive. I think sometimes we, in the life of the city, disconnect a lot from our own bodies. When we're in nature, I feel so small, but even more full of life, and everything is going to eat you up, but as though something great is going to swallow you up. I don't know if you don't know what your body is feeling, but it's just getting energy. And everything there is in the forest is used, the earth, the land that we use to feed ourselves, and the waters where we take our money from. We started to work. This was people used to live with fishing and had no more contact. The only things that we did was not, people say, oh, I can't work with this. I say, yes, of course you can. I always ask myself if it's really possible an individual action to succeed. What are we actually supporting? Learning with life to respect forest being its friend, because nowadays I don't even say what is the forest represents for me, what represents to the world, and if we kill the forest, everything else dies too. Even ourselves, our own lives are gone. The step for any change is to recognize that we need to talk about how we can consume better. We need to talk about it. We need to think about it. It's how my consumption affects the world. I need to know. I want to know. There's an invisible line connecting producers and consumers, a line that connects resources, culture, and sustainable design. I'm talking about social biodiversity. One thing is for you to look at something watching on TV, and another thing is to look at from your own perspective, being there. I believe in an industry that values artists and artisans. We need products so that environmental projects can exist and the nature can be preserved. We are responsible for our impact. I'm also responsible. You are responsible. Sometimes every sustainability seems something so far away. It makes sense, but sometimes we don't see what makes sense, right? Being a consumer, we have a lot of powers in our hands. Once you understand where it comes from, where the clothes come from, you start changing as a consumer as well. You are significant. You are significant. You don't have to be there. You have to use our creativity, our minds, our love. We need to act now. More than words, it's about actions. Defending the forest, defending the fight for Amazon. We have to be caretakers. We are caretakers of this environment. It's about respecting everything, the ground, people I can consume and take care of. We have to be the guardians of the parents, of the planet, and of the Amazon. We need to strengthen the original guardians of the Amazon. I'm Brazilian, I'm English, I'm Brazilian, I'm from Ghana, I'm from Chinese, I'm Brazilian, I'm a citizen of the world. We can all be Amazon guards. We can all be Amazon guards. Our struggle here is to keep the forest standing and not leave nobody deforested. It's our nature. That's where all of our life is. And I, alongside everybody who lives in the communities, we are the real guardians of the forest. Being sustainable is a choice. Make yours with information and consciousness. Opt for products that value culture. I did this manifest for society, not for the public that are sitting here. This is our manifest to the society of consumption. Consumers have to realize that they are responsible just like everybody else in the chain. If the consumer continues buying products non-sustainable products just because they're cheaper, or because they're fashionable, or because they represent luxury, represents only status. The economy is not going to change. All of our efforts is going to be in vain. So we are all activists here, just like everybody else who started in the 50s, environmental activists. We are here too. The entrepreneur spirit is one of the great transformations forces in the environment, but we need to talk to the society too, to the consumers, so that they can choose. Consumption society nowadays, especially the younger generations, they demand sustainability, but they are still consuming that which is in TikTok or fashionable or is cheaper, not respecting not only the social environmental issue but also the ethical parameters. And I'd like to always say that over these 30 years, entrepreneurs and companies have evolved, as well as the institutions connected to sustainability. Sustainable products, there are pretty much everything that we consume during our day can be sustainable. I say that all of us, we have not changed as consumers, and I think that this is the opposed thing, is the post-sustainability period, and youth is raising signs and posting on Instagram and doing all of them. I think is the Greta Garbo function is important, but I think that youth is talking just like Greta Garbo, but they're not transforming like we are. The social environmental issues with entrepreneurship, economy, and added value. This is a call. This is what I put this video up to. The consumer has to be aware, to be perceived as an Amazon guardian. Anyone in the world can be an Amazon guardian if they can only consume sustainable, social environmentally correct products coming from Brazil and from the Amazon. If they notice that, they are part of the chain as well. Just like the extractors, the biologists that are working, the engineer, just like the institutions, the company that is running the whole project. It's time to create this perception. The value of the Amazon is how to take this brand communication so that people understand that they are a part, instead of pointing the fingers to the wildfire and everything that happens in the Amazon, is choosing to buy products like these products that we can see here from the Amazon, that they are reflecting the wishes of society. And what we do as fashion designers is to create desire in products. We transform commodities into desirable products, and so why not create something like that and dedicate to create sustainable commodities so they become desired. This is what our institute comes to bring to the partnerships with all the other institutions and companies. Thank you. I'm sorry, but I needed to explain. Well, now that we are all guardians of the Amazon and been nominated, so I would like to break the table because there's another table that are waiting online. Thank you greatly to each one of you, and this table will have a continuation next year or before. Thank you very much, and congratulations, everybody. Thank you. Actually, stay there because you're going to have a sensational table today, so you're going to like this table a lot. Food security right now. Have a seat because we're going to have a great table. Now we're going to have a Dream Team table once again.
Muito obrigado. Obrigado.
Sua palestra também no Nova Amazônia foi muito legal. Eu estou ativo em Porto Alegre, eu trabalho no canal.
Olha só,
Mas quando parar no Amapá...
Olha só, nós estamos no Pará também. Mas, bom, você me deixou o cartão? Não. Deixa. A gente tem muito interesse em conectar com o Sebrae.
Não, lógico que não.
Sebrae.
Eu fico nervosa da
agora
pessoa não saber que tem uma coisa básica.
Muito legal. Tudo bom? Vamos ficar do lado, eles vão fazer a mesa.
A Eunice, que trabalhava no Instituto Bandeira lá, fala que... Vem cá. Não, eu tô falando com o Marcos. Chama logo todo mundo. Agora, depois vai ver o que eles fizeram, que eles estão trabalhando com ideias. Eu falei quando falaram em certo.
Teresa Corção, if you don't know, Teresa, could you please stand up? She's a very important person. Where is Cida? Could you bring Cida from SESC because she's a speaker? There she is. The most important woman at this table. I'm just here calling people.
Você é palestrante mais importante, você sabe disso. Bom, Teresa, se você puder me ajudar.
Teresa, if you can help me to call your gang over, because you're kind of like our boss. I'm going to start. Very glad Enrique Grazilasso from OCDE came to watch. He was very curious about this talk. I'm going to introduce. I'm sorry about the time, but it's not exactly this panel, the previous panel that created a cascade effect. But anyway, I think you're going to have the opportunity to become familiar with. I'm going to send the word, give the floor to the moderator, because he's going to introduce the rest of the speakers. I came here just to clap my hands, because all the speakers here are of the highest authority. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Bia very much for having invited us to Green Rio and Green Latin America for one of the panels that closes the day today within this cooperation that we heard with a topic of a highest relevance in the terms of what we nowadays need. I would like to introduce the table to you guys, starting with Cida Pessoa. As you know her very well, coordinator of the program of food security and nutritional security, Mesa Brazil, SESC from Rio de Janeiro. I would like to introduce Saulo Barreto, co-founder of the IPTI, Institute for Technology Innovation Research, one of the most renowned projects in technology, social technologies from Santa Luzia do Itaim. Those who don't know, is the capital of social technology in the world. And if anyone is here to contest, if they didn't contest it, it's because it's confirmed. That's what Saulo says. I would like to introduce as well Burkhard Hoffmann, the CEO of Colossal Fish. He's a German-Brazilian businessman with one of the most innovative projects when it comes to transformation and production of fish.
And I also want to introduce our friend Fernando Schwank, who is in Costa Rica right now. And he is the director of the ICA project, which is one of the Inter-American Institutes of Agricultural Cooperation. Fernando Schwank is a great friend of ours here at Green Rio. He's been a collaborator, he was a secretary of ours, and he has followed our activities very intensely. And today he is here with us online. Thank you for being here. I apologize for the delay. We will make up for this, and we will make up for this now with this great dialogue, this high-quality dialogue. I also want to thank Tilman Shashtik. You have already heard him over the past few days. He is representing here today the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security of Germany. He has apologized for not being here today. Apparently Lufthansa started a strike yesterday, and they have the only flight that leaves Brazil for him to get back on time. So he wanted to stay here over the weekend, but I think the ministry might not agree with that. So here I have a message of something he would have liked to communicate. That being said, I'm going to start the first round. We will not have PowerPoint presentations, so this is the big disappointment here that I have to communicate to you. But all of them have made a presentation that is on Green Rio's website. And I also, sorry, I apologize for my mistake. I'm so glad we have smart people here that can detect these errors. Excuse me, Dominique Evel from the German Society for Food and Agriculture, one of the organizations from Germany that combines innovations in institutions, social innovations, and technological innovations. So how are we going to start this dialogue? We will not have formal presentations. Each of us has already put our presentations up on the website. We will here discuss and debate the subject of food security and how it relates to innovation and technology. So I'd like to see the first chart here, the chart of integration,
colocamos pouco
where we
o tema do qual nós estamos falando. Qual?
Não apareceu o chart, por enquanto.
Ainda não, mas ele aparecerá. Enquanto aparece, eu já comento pouco como nós estamos. Está aparecendo. Segurança alimentar, hoje, inovação e tecnologia, que é o tema mundial, mostra de que nós temos hoje algo como quase 8 bilhões de pessoas no mundo. Nós temos 350 mil pessoas que estão na prevalência de risco alimentar. O risco alimentar é caracterizado por baixo, médio e alto. E essa prevalência, ela já vai para a mediana como para alto. E vejam, nessa proporção, o quanto nós temos de população com sobrepeso ou população obesa. Então, quando a gente fala de segurança alimentar, a gente não fala tão somente da parte da falta, mas também da qualidade de alimentação, que não é saudável. E aqui nós temos um número de óbitos, de 7.365.000 que têm falecido. E o que é mais triste nesse número internacional é que quase 3/4 desse número são crianças de 0 a 5 anos. Por semana, são 140 mil crianças que falecem por fome ou
So these children are dying because of hunger or because of a lack of access to medication.
Os números em relação ao Brasil,
The numbers in
nós
relation
temos
to Brazil,
a prevalência de
we
risco
have a
alimentar,
prevalence
que é já
of food
a
risk
forte é de 4,1%,
that
são
is
os
at
9 milhões.
4.1%, 9 million people.
Sobrepeso 60%,
So
obesa
overweight
22%.
population
E nós temos
60%,
óbitos
obese
de fome
22%,
também, estão na
and
ordem de
deaths
6.300 até
here,
agosto. Esses números nós
until August of
colocamos
2022,
pelo World Meters. E
6,371.
a relação, ela aqui pode ser verificada. Por que nós colocamos isso? Porque o tema da segurança alimentar, ela tem duas dimensões. Ela tem a dimensão do risco alimentar, e aí, no mais extremo, é a fome, ou até o óbito. E quem tem fome, tem pressa. A fome não pode esperar. Então, tudo que se pode fazer em relação a esse ponto tem que ser para já. E nós temos o outro lado, que é a parte da qualidade, que essa sim é um espaço de tempo maior. Por que esse painel é absolutamente privilegiado? Ele é privilegiado porque nós temos todas as dimensões que uma sociedade ou a humanidade tem. Governos, que é o Tillman. Nós temos instituições multilaterais, como é o ICA. Nós temos instituições privadas e públicas, como é o ACES. Nós temos iniciativas exclusivamente privadas. E temos um ativista da comunidade. Então, temos todas as partes envolvidas dentro da questão da segurança alimentar, envolvendo inovação e envolvendo tecnologia. Então, esse diálogo não poderia ser diferente do que explorar o máximo que essas personalidades, esses líderes, têm e experimentam e propõem. Eu quero iniciar com o Tillman, que me solicitou essa referência. O governo alemão, segundo ele, tem como objetivo o ministério dele de ter um programa de segurança alimentar não só para a Alemanha, a Europa, mas em cooperações mundiais. Segundo ponto que ele coloca dentro dessa prioridade é que essas cooperações precisam ser vistas no longo prazo. Não podem ser vistas no curto prazo. E ele me pediu para sublinhar essa questão. E um dos exemplos é a cooperação Brasil-Alemanha, que aqui o Green Rio tem celebrado, onde ele disse: iniciamos isso há 6 anos atrás. Há 4 anos atrás a gente começou a trazer frutos e hoje, quando vocês viram que eles demonstraram e o que demonstram, são frutos claros de uma cooperação de persistência, de perseverança e de resiliência. Então ele frisa isso e diz que os resultados ele vai ver depois no vídeo e vai estar muito entusiasmado para poder continuar essa cooperação e estimula nós a pensarmos no longo prazo e não só no curtíssimo prazo. Colocado isso, eu queria passar a palavra ao Fernando Schwank para fazer suas primeiras considerações. Fernando, como a gente tinha combinado, seria um primeiro relato daquilo que o ICA se propõe a fazer e como você está se posicionando. Mais uma vez, muito bem-vindo e desculpa o atraso.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for inviting me here. Bia, Ingo, and all my colleagues
de bancada. E primeiro dizer que o ICA, que é o Instituto Interamericano de Cooperação para a Agricultura, nós fazemos parte do sistema interamericano, que é
Inter-American system that is led by the Organization of the Inter-American States, and we are the branch that works with agriculture for the Americas and the Caribbean. Our focus, of course, is this technical cooperation for agriculture. And I have witnessed and I can certify that we are working very closely with this subject of food security. We recently, like 30 days ago, had a meeting with the Executive Council, the Ministries of Agriculture here in Costa Rica, and we discussed this subject because it has an impact on agriculture, and that also has an impact on other elements of this chain. So food security is not something new, but it became a more serious issue right now because of some problems, some structural problems.
A gente pode citar primeiro a pandemia, né, que impactou as cadeias produtivas como um todo. Depois da pandemia, a guerra, Ucrânia, a invasão da Rússia na Ucrânia, e nós temos um terceiro fator que vem afetando bastante o tema da produção de alimentos, que são as secas que estão ocorrendo nos diversos continentes. A Europa agora passa por uma seca enorme, os Estados Unidos por uma seca enorme, e nós, na América do Sul, passamos por uma seca gigante no ano passado, que impactou muito fortemente a produção de alimentos no sul da América do Sul. Esses três fatores são causas importantes dessa desestruturação e do aumento de preços dos alimentos em nível mundial. Além disso, nós temos que lembrar que a Rússia e a Ucrânia junto exportam quase 30% do trigo mundial, quase 20% do milho mundial e quase 80% do óleo de girassol. E eu vou encerrar essa minha primeira parte para depois aprofundar um pouquinho, Ingo, com relação a onde esse conflito e essas questões têm impactado em alguns canais de transmissão que têm chegado nesse tema. Primeiro, um tema de restrição de comércio de alimentos mundial. Isso acaba impactando preços de alimentos e oferta de alimentos. O segundo item importante, o comércio e o preço de fertilizantes. Nós tivemos um aumento de quase 300% no custo dos fertilizantes nos últimos 2 anos. Isso impactou o aumento acelerado do preço das commodities, que aumentou o preço dos alimentos, e, além disso, o aumento do preço da energia. Bom, na minha próxima intervenção eu vou tentar entrar um pouco em cada um desses 4 canais de transmissão, né, que tem impactado o tema de preços de alimentos e, por outro lado, a queda de renda da população, que acaba tendo mais dificuldades de acessar, né, esses alimentos, o que agrava o tema da inseguridade alimentar. Isso é uma corrente, que uma coisa acaba impactando a outra. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Fernando. Te agradeço muito por essa introdução. Já abriu o leque. E muito obrigado também por ser sucinto e usar o poder de síntese. I would invite Dominique Evout, if you can make a short introduction about the issues, what you are working for in the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft. Please, Evout.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction and that I can be today apart from this nice panel. And yeah, for me was the same problem like for Tillmann. I get also the pilot strike and my flight end in Munich. So that's why I'm today not in Rio. Thank you for this, but have fun, guys. Yeah, the Fraunhofer. We have built up a really new department while we were seeing, okay, the questions get more and more complex to develop technology into the market. And especially when we see in the bioorganic value creation that they're coming up with many, many problems where one department or one institute alone can handle not anymore these kind of questions and to create the technology alone. This we connected to smart farming, where we were saying, okay, the digitalization is a nice tool to track the bioorganic value change and also generate answers for the value change. Here we are connected to many different kind of institutes from the Fraunhofer. Once, of course, you see it in the background, the Fraunhofer EGB in Rostock. On the table comes four other institutes, the EGP, the ESS, the EYY, and the EMFT, which are located in MacPom. It's on the Baltic Sea in Germany, and the other two institutes from Bavaria. So when you look in this kind of approach, in this holistic approach, you see there are many questions which are coming up when you look in the value chains. Firstly, you have the farming side connected to the customers, and then you see there are different kind of types of stakeholders where you need to nail it, okay, what kind of technical question they have. So the farmer, of course, the farmer production, manufacturing, the retail part, and the customer. And here you have different kind of data flow and different kind of question how you can create data for the stakeholders and how deep the data can go inside, for example, interesting for the politics, for the logistic, for the banking side, for the research side, of course. And this kind of approach was for us to say, okay, we need to bring here different kind of institutes on the table which have a different kind of mindset to answer this kind of question and to create technologies for the society, and end of the day also, of course, for the business. And we have here different kind of examples in my presentation. One of the examples that is also where I have the division lead is, for example, livestock. One of the questions, for example, in Europe is also how you can track animal welfare, and how you can create here different type of answers to track them and also to bring them to the customer. Well, this end of the day brings us a big plus in retail markets. And here we have many different kind of technologies which we was developing. Of course, firstly, it's important to create a data plot. There you need to do different kind of skills. Firstly, of course, you need to find the sensors for this. You need to visualize and analyze this kind of data. You need to build up platforms. You need to build up a data structure. And end of the day, you need to market this, for example, in a digital twin. All these kinds of technologies we bring now on a table, and create them from this one platform where we can interact to different kind of stakeholders, create answers to the industry, to the farmers, and to the customers, and create this kind of question which I want to have. I think it's for the beginning a small introduction what we are doing. Of course, we have a really big interest upside from the livestock also to create these answers for the agriculture sector, mariculture sector, agriculture sector, where we also closely connected to Burkhardt, for example, to bring this technology to the farmers, generate this kind of data, and connect them to the industry partners which have the most interest sometimes on this kind of data, for example, the biomass side, the feeding side, and so on. And everything you can connect in real time, and that is something that we create.
Thank you so much, Dominic, for your introduction. And I think what you put on a discussion forum is highly interesting in the channel view and also in the smart form, how to innovate in this channel. Thank you so much. Agora eu queria passar a palavra a Cida para nos dar uma breve introdução. A Cida é uma liderança na parte do movimento de nutricional Mesa Brasil na SESC, aqui no Rio de Janeiro. Então, é uma instituição onde tem o setor privado, tem uma questão estrutural da sociedade e a proposta muito direta dela. Por favor, Cida, se você puder se introduzir. Obrigado.
Boa tarde a todos. Para a gente é uma honra estar participando dessa mesa, Bia. Obrigada pelo convite, de poder estar trazendo para vocês um pouco da nossa experiência, né? Nós somos parte de uma rede de banco de alimentos, hoje a maior rede de banco de alimentos da América Latina. Nós somos, hoje, em torno de 82 bancos de alimentos em todos os estados do Brasil. E, recentemente, o IFEC, que é o Instituto Fecomércio de Pesquisas e Análises, fez para a gente uma pesquisa que comprova muito o que o Ingo colocou logo no início, proves what Ingo
said at first about the Rio de Janeiro population, proving the efficacy and efficiency of our work. There was a correlation between hunger and poverty and food insecurity, completely connected to access and not having the conditions to acquire the food. And research also revealed that most people are connected with some Social Security aid from the government, and then depending on them sometimes for the survival of the whole family. And it also proved that children up to 18 years old and the elderly would be the most vulnerable members of the families for food security, because they don't consume 3 times a day a meal. They have no access to 3 meals per day, which would be the level of food insecurity considered as serious, because we know that there is no guarantee even for 1 meal. Sometimes the Mesa Brasil brings food that is proper for consumption and donates to these institutions food that would be discarded. Since 2018, we've released a project called Mesa no Campo, where we take the food that is proper for consumption, but because it was planted, but they have nobody to sell to, so it stays in the countryside, and the agriculturer basically goes over with a bulldozer and smashes it. So we proposed to harvest this to donate to the Mesa Brasil project, and so we've been doing that, which is around Nova Friburgo region in Rio de Janeiro, only from one association, where we know that there are over 200 associations in the country that could be a part of this program. And each harvest we take about 10 tons of food. So it's a lot of food that is left without a proper destination, food that is is ready to be consumed, and that would make a difference in the lives of the people who receive this food. These institutions are all registered. They have a very good technical team of social assistants and social workers. And this research came, as I said in another table, it's very important sometimes to mention the obvious, because people sometimes need to be sure and be not conform that something like this should not be happening, but it still does. And we see that here in Rio de Janeiro, population has impoverished. And so with the pandemic, we needed to be fast and act quickly. So we innovated our vegetable garden, because we used to take all the food, and these people needed food, and we created, so there's vegetable baskets that were donated not only for the institutions but to the families that were part of the program. So I was extremely brief to try to be as brief as possible. I'm open to questions and anything else that I can contribute with.
Muitíssimo obrigado, Cida, por sua introdução.
Thank you, Cida, for your introduction to the topic. And now we can see here very clearly that that's a short term to take care of the pain of hunger within the possibilities that exist in a circumstance where we have the capacity to do so for big cities. I would like to pass the word now to Saulo. I called him, he's a visionary for social technologies, and because of a deep personal indignation, he decided to dedicate to the most impoverished municipalities in Sergipe to transform them. And now, it's not just a model, it's not just an initiative, but it is in more than 30 different municipalities in over 30 states, and over several states, and it's touching the lives of a lot of people, and I would like him to introduce this project.
Obrigado. Novamente, obrigado,
Thank you, Bia and Ingo, for the invitation. It's great to be here with you guys. I live in the world capital called Santa Luzia de Itaim. This was the title that I gave myself, but nobody contested. It still holds.
O que a gente fez há 12 anos atrás, o IPT já tem 20 anos.
IPT has about 20 years. I'm from Sergipe, and this gives me a degree of exclusivity that you guys don't have.
O IPT tem 20 anos, mas há 12 anos atrás a gente se mudou de São Paulo para Santa Luzia de Itaim, com o intuito de criar
with the idea to create a model based on community that we can revert the perpetration of poverty to the potency of the communities. IPT does not do anything. We reveal the potential, the transformational potential that exists everywhere. And it gives a little makeup so that they can entrepreneur and be the owners of their own fate. So I like to say that we make pragmatic utopia a reality, and we are actually making it a reality. What connects me to this panel, which is a privilege, is because our vision to break the perpetration of poverty starts from the early childhood to the elementary school, so that and entrepreneurs, so that they can be entrepreneurs locally. They don't have to leave their communities, but for that to happen, you need to have basic health. You cannot be malnourished. You cannot be hungry. What brings me here is a project that we've been developing since last year that is based on two social technologies that precede IPTI. We created a management system for a school that's also monitoring part of self-health, and the HB, which is a social technology to combat some forms of anemia, and it affects over 25% of the children in the southern hemisphere. So they have a problem with the database, and it's social technology that allows me to evaluate anemia, malnutrition, and obesity. I had the NYAM program, which is the NYAM, but it's actually, there's a name in English for that. And NYAM is a connection between school catering services and the family agriculture, using data science not only to just give food to the schools, but also giving food the way that people need to ensure food security, thinking very strongly about this for children and adolescents. A little different from the emergency, which is emergency care. People are hungry today, they need food today. We work for that so that all children have a good development looking at the future. And so we're going to go deeper into the details further later on in the presentation. Thank you, Saldo. Thank you for having this power to make such a complex issue brief. And now we're going to the entrepreneur and innovator side, which is looking for technologies that are completely different. I'd like to give the floor now to Udgar to give his introduction. Bia, eu gostaria de ser o peixe sempre foi recurso muito importante para pessoas pobres em países em desenvolvimento.
It's a part of the food security, and if we want to resolve this issue regarding hunger and food security, we need to have new and sustainable solutions, because up till now we don't have such huge amount of resources of the fish in the Atlantics or in the environment, as we have overfishing, if we have air pollutions and water pollutions. So what we need is, and we want to feed the world, is to have, need to have solutions. Agriculture is one of these important animal protein resource for pure and developing countries. So to have a fish grow which is innovative and effective, like RAS systems, so recycling agua systems, which allow us to produce fishes in the area what is needed. For instance, in growing cities and where the biggest demand is for having fish. Also, the new technologies, they are bringing new opportunities for small and mid-sized farmers to be part of the new social structuring and creating new jobs. I think it is important to install this kind of systems in the kind of for the food security, and innovations needs to create jobs, and jobs needs to be created to aliment all the peoples in the needed areas and the poor areas and developing countries as well.
Thank you very much for your introduction and also for your fantastic time management. Thank you. Until now you won the round. Eu queria olhar nessa segunda
I wanted to look at, during the second round, I want to look at the following thing here. When we started these presentations, we had ICA's quick presentation, then Fraunhofer, that are institutions that look at governments and these relationships. However, I want to look at this from back to front, thinking first of the short term, because those who are hungry are dealing with something very urgent. So, Cida, based on your experience in your projects, the experience you have had over the past few months, and looking at the numbers that we have, all of these numbers are huge. How could you visualize work like yours or somebody else's work to accelerate this fight against hunger? So, what we usually say at Mesa is that each one of these numbers is a social security number, it's a person. And this is urgent. Many initiatives actually end before they even get started. So we have the project table in the field, Mesa no Campo, that could become a public policy. We have spoken about this for some time with Bia with the SESC, because we have reached a moment, we have reached a situation in which we have realized that no numbers can actually measure these losses. For example, we have foods that can be consumed, but when we choose what we want to buy, that actually makes the food more expensive. For example, not all of the apples are going to be the same, not all of the oranges are going to have the same size, but these foods are presented in this way. And this also involves lack of access, absurd prices. Sometimes the agricultural producers prefer not to sell than to sell at a low price, and so they end up throwing food away. So I think that some initiatives like this one, and maybe it's not just about initiatives, it's about joining efforts. I do my job, I have a structure, so why can I not start a partnership so we can boost these initiatives and not start from zero? I already have Mesa Brasil, I have Mesa no Campo, I have a fleet of trucks that can pick up the food. I have an infrastructure. I don't need to start from zero. So a direct question here. The SESC is present all over Brazil. Is this action all over Brazil? Yes, we are the biggest food bank in Latin America, and we work as a network. All of the capitals in Brazil have Mesa Brasil, and some of them with their more advanced units in other cities. Thank you so much. Saulo. As we have heard, there is already a network, let's say, that in a way is concentrated in big cities. So you have worked with one of the poorest communities in Sergipe, and you started working at that base, and started working with technological innovation there, and started working with other municipalities as well. So based on that experience, how do you look at this urgency? Is there a possibility to speed this up? Do we have any shortcuts here with your model? No, we are looking at something long-term here. I think that differently from the work that is done that deals with this emergency, we need to look at transformation. And transformation has many essential issues involved. Society needs to be a protagonist. We need to form human capital. People need to create what they don't even know exists. And to do this, to scale this up, you need people with this human capital and this ethical vision of a society to disseminate this to the rest of Brazil and the world. So yes, this is urgent, but we can't look for shortcuts. We can't rush this process because we might make strides, but they will only last for as long as your personal energy lasts. So I don't know if you know about this, but the school meals here in Brazil cost 36 cents, so 36 cents for lunch. And President Temer, he celebrated that this price had increased, and he organized a celebration for this. I have a bit of an anarchist perception because our society is weak, so sometimes I dream of a country without a government. Actually, we haven't had a government for some time, and so society needs to take on its role in this process. I like this idea of creating networks, initiatives in which people get together to work for these collective causes. Yes, it sounds like utopia, but it's a kind of pragmatic utopia. Today we have a network of professors that started with 4 people, and now it involves 1,000 professors around Brazil. So we need to consider that in these communities and in neighborhoods, these school meals are the main meal of that children. It is the opportunity for them to obtain the food they need to develop. And we also need to consider that the families, and this is not just about those who are at the base of the pyramid, this is a cultural issue. We do not eat well. So these people, for example, who make these school meals, they have low self-esteem because they don't feel valued. They need to be empowered and feel like they are an agent of this transformation. We need to understand that if these agents, for example, we are part of technology using AI, these can all be partners in this process, and at the same time build a reputation that can make this product more competitive and more accessible to society. So we need to bring value to a collective cause. That is what we work with. Okay, yes, it's utopic, but, you know, I think it's an all or nothing situation here. I always need to make some comments here. So as you heard, Saulo was using technical terms here. Okay, I'll come back to you in a minute, all right? I think things are going to get very interesting now. Fernando. So, I think that you had a fantastic experience looking especially at the small agricultural producer, family agriculture, the cooperatives that you valued when you were secretary, and now you are at the ICA. You are in the middle of Central America, smaller countries, complex communities, that are not easy,
Você está colocando programa
and you are launching a program. So how could you talk a little bit about about experience, the base experience, just like Cida and Saulo have done? How do you, as a, let's say, a manager, an administrator, how do you perceive these initiatives, and what kind of joint initiatives do you see as possibilities?
Pela pergunta, parabéns
Thank you,
aí a
Ingo,
Cida
for
e
your
ao Saulo.
question. Congratulations
Primeiro,
to Cida and Saulo. First of
fortalecendo
all,
as cadeias curtas
we
de
need
alimentos.
to strengthen the short food chains, and the pandemic has boosted this. The consumer wants fresh food,
que estejam mais cerca de si e que
saiba de onde
estão
they want to know where this food is coming from. So this can be done through the family agriculture of our country and of the countries in the Americas as a whole, because we have most agricultural producers in the Americas and in Brazil are about 80% small agricultural producers. We have small properties, and about 1.5 million of them produce 92% of what is produced in family agriculture. So fruits, coffee, manioc, these products,
vamos dizer assim, que sejam mais rápidos
to have them be produced more quickly. Pork and poultry in the south of Brazil, for example. So this is something. And then innovation in terms of market logistics can have an essential role to bring these agricultural producers closer to trade and reducing intermediaries. So we have discussed this at the ministry. You know, if you have Uber Eats app for family agriculture, to strengthen these chains and get closer to them and have cheaper food for the consumer. I think that's essential. And these agricultural producers need to organize themselves through cooperatives, and this has really grown in Brazil over the past 15 years, but it has been present in our country for more than a century. But through the professionalization of the cooperatives, we really saw a huge boost, and these cooperatives now represent 4% of the Brazilian GDP. So this is important. And just to finish up here, and I think Cida would agree here, we need to reduce waste. We can't just lose 30% of what we produce. So crisis produces opportunities, and the crisis we are living now is a great opportunity to put innovation into the production of foods and in the market, and to take innovation and use this to reduce waste. We cannot accept that a country like ours loses what it does in foods every year. Thank you so much, Fernando.
Eu volto à questão para Cida.
So now, Cida,
eu gostaria que você
I'd like you to comment on this, please. I agree completely. Waste is not only in our homes, it happens in the countryside as well. And just to answer what Saulo said, Brazil has this emergency, but also we are dealing with an educational issue here. So we conduct constant actions with the institutions, with the cooks and the institutions that receive our donations. And for more than 10 years, we have received foods from family agriculture through PA, which is now the program Alimenta Brasil. So these cooks, they need to understand how they will serve this food. And sometimes we receive a lot of the same food. So we created a project called the Gastronomical Network, where we invite a chef to give classes to these cooks, and at the end of these classes they need to use the techniques that they learned and use their creativity to make a new recipe, not the Google recipe, but her own or his own recipe. And many times they have their traditional recipes that they learned from their mothers. And so here we're speaking about food culture as well. And we need to talk to people about the foods that sometimes we have in our backyards. So we want to think about these recipes and also bring dignity to the table, because everyone wants to sit at a nice table and eat a nutritional, healthy, and beautiful food. So Mesa also conducts this work.
Great, thank you very much, Cida. I would like to instigate our leader a little bit to the left, or to the right. I would like to ask Bia, did you have, or do you have a great experience with the organic foods, which are smaller farmers, specialized, and sometimes around great metropolitan areas? How would you interact with this in this topic with food security? Thank you very much for putting this question to me, Ingo. Brazil is the only country in the world that has a law. I know that there's very small value, but there is a law that 30% of the food from the schools should be organic. No country in the world has such a law. And unfortunately, not even all municipalities can afford or can comply with this law, but this is by itself a differential that should be publicized. And I stand behind everything that Cida said, and I congratulate her for her great work. I'm a fan of hers, and I was very pleased with the work that Saulo does. Saulo, congratulations, you deserve the world title that you've given yourself. And I think that the matter of school catering services, if you are here tomorrow morning in the auditorium, there's going to be how it can be a transformative. FAO wants to do an event like this for next year. And people who cook these foods need to have a school chef diploma or some kind. We did work with Sebrae during 2 years, building capacities for the school cooks, because they should be called school cooks, because sometimes they are as though a janitor or something like that, with all the respect to janitors, but it's not what she does. So for her to have a registration that recognizes what she actually does, and there was a training and they received a diploma for that, and I can't forget the emotion. Rosa was there when the school cooks came here to get this diploma from the Ministry of Health and from the Ministry of Education. Their families were here, and they were extremely emotional. They came here singing Cidade Maravilhosa, a theme song for Rio de Janeiro. They came from other cities as well, like Itaperuna. It was one of the greatest days in my life. What was the greatest emotion in life? Obviously, the birth of my children and grandchildren, but one of them, for sure, is going to be that moment when I saw them coming into the Marina da Glória. Why do I say it was a frustration? Because it was an interrupted project. The dignity that Saulo spoke about, and that Cida always mentions, and Karina as well, dignity that should be given to them, should be to give dignifying status to them for the wonderful work that they do. Thank you for this statement. This is amazing. Thank you.
Antes de passar a palavra ao Dominique, depois,
now I'm going to send the word to give the floor to Dominic, and we're going to talk about an important issue regarding innovation. I'd like, Saulo, for you to explore a little bit more this part of innovation. I think that what you are developing in the terms of innovation, how did you deal with the need for school, which is a demand that is structured in a system where even the agriculture is going to notice that you use the technologies to include people? Here, Oscar Metsava was that Saulo does a project with them, with the youth, that to present products in New York. So talk a little bit about this technology and innovation. Get ready, Dominic, because I'm going to pass the ball to you later. What we have today in terms of technology, I spoke briefly about it. We have a management system that allows us to monitor the entry and exit of schools, and I think of food, and where the gender, age for the students, for the HB I can have weight and height and hemoglobin rates, but for the parents and family health I probably can get the family history for diabetes and hypertension, high blood pressure, and we created an online presence system. Not everything can be online, but it's called Cortex. It's not necessarily, it's a workaround, but you know, when the school cook knows the students that went to the school and what are the groups of food that they need to prepare in order to take care of the nutritional needs of these specific groups. On the other hand, for the stock control and consumption, we can also let the family agriculture know they work because they're illiterate, so they don't have the interface, but they can also plant the plantings and there is a directive for agriculture to be purchased by the government. So from the app, they're going to be able to sell their products to the municipality. Just so you can have an idea, it's about 40,000 reais that they can sell per year with no public bid required. Of course, the cooperation association don't have that limit, but it's nice for them to be able to sell individually, so that the product that they supply to that school can also, be sent back to him, showing that the food security in the school was improved. The first idea is to use for people to engage and to participate strongly. Without information, everything is subjective, and looking from a different perspective to use technology, I'm going to talk about iFood. I don't like iFood because I have to think about the motorboy that is exploited by them, but let's think about a platform for direct commercialization for the agriculturers associated with a food security value at schools. I adopted the school chef. Sorry, I'm going to steal the idea for you. I was crazy when I heard it here. It blew my mind. But technology came in order to allow that the school cook and the managers can make decisions based on evidence, and the agriculturer can also make plans on the sowing of the seeds based on evidence. He's also building a training and workshop new techniques, and not only organic agriculture but biodynamics, so that they can actually add value to their production, eliminate the intermediaries so that they can access the more competitively the final market and final consumer. And technology has this role because sometimes there's a simple solution for complex problems, and the only thing that is remaining is to be able to do it. I warned you, Dominic. He put the central issue at hand. Complex issues are generally solved with simple solutions. But I would also like to add a little bit of an additional point in my question to you. A little time ago, Viana commented how relevant it is to go from the communities in the Amazon and inside the Amazon. Communities have a very specific need that are obviously not the same between each other. So when Bia and Saulo are documenting, you who are working in this whole, the most renowned, the Fraunhofer, and looking at the global productive change, where you say, I need technology, I need innovation, if I understand, to smarten the process. How do you see these innovations in your solutions?
Yes, it's a good question.
Pergunta excelente.
Yes, it's a good question. Let's give for example, a short example. For 2 years, we were starting a project in Africa where we modernize agriculture projects. The problem was there that we modernized the farms in the agriculture farms in Africa on a level where it also was important that the knowledge increased by the farmer to use this kind of agricultural systems. And the problem was there in the beginning, they get the instruction and then they said, okay, here, please take this kind of farm, it's a new modern agriculture farm, and we leave the place. Yeah. The problem after 6 months was that after 6 months there was this kind of scientists and technologists and engineers coming back. They were seeing all the fishes with the belly swimming up to the air, and they were saying, "Hey guys, what happens here?" And they say, "Yeah, we don't know what happens here, but now all the fishes are dead." They say, "Yeah, okay, that's the problem. What happens here?" And after many talks to them, there was getting the information that the fish feed ants, and they're starting to feed the fishes with cat feed. Yeah, so that was a really big problem, of course, but the cat feed was not for this kind of fish type, and that was this kind of problem was starting to rethinking our project where we stay, for example, in Tanzania, where we want to build up a hatchery to say, okay, how we can track important informations like temperature from the water, pH, and so on, and also the feeding status and also the grooming status. Yeah, we're saying, hey, we have so many sheep sensors, so we can put them in the farms. In one way, we do a lifetime traction of the starter, and on another way, we're helping them to understand what the data means, also in the grooming rate of this kind of fish type. So you have a control mechanism. You can directly teach them what that means, yeah. And 100% to manage 1 kilo fish is not so hard to manage when you increase this to 100 times more, yeah. So you need really lifetime data, and we were seeing there, okay, how you can helping them was also to say, okay, when we digitalize this process and teaching them in the same processes, so that they get a better understanding how they need to manage the farm when you increase the fish biomass in a farm. And that was for us a really helping tools to see, okay, when we get enough data, we put them on a platform and have the control mechanisms and also the teacher mechanisms. That is the example what I want to give, yeah, to create tools one way that you can control this kind of information. But I think the biggest problem is not that you have not enough food on the world or resources. Of course, it's a question about the region and availability of resources and product where you have it in a global world. Yeah, and there can our technologies and platforms can help to get a better traction in which time you need resources, for example, to feed the fishes, yeah, and that the ordering starts before the fish farmer knows that the feed ends, you know, but that he have it then on the farm when the fish need it. And this kind of digitalization, the processes to all the stakeholders, can really a helpful security tool to see where you need the resources, where you need the products, and to build also platforms. And on the same time, when you see where is the knowledge lack, by they managing the farm, for example, not correct, or you need to put there more teaching inside. Also, there's many different kind of ways how you can use the technology on a helpful ways. One way is, of course, the security, safety, teaching, and so on. And I think the point is that we need to open our platforms to each other and to see how we can, how the data can flow to the different kind of stakeholders and how we can connect this kind of data. And that is a really big point. We were seeing in some projects, for example, in Africa, it can work. Yeah, so the Wi-Fi or the internet, for example, is in Tanzania or in state where we was active, not the problem. There was more or less the question how we can use this kind of new technology in action to the production systems there. That is a helpful tool. And for example, in Tanzania, the interest on this kind of technology also to get smart hatcheries that they can produce their own fishes also for the neighbor farmers enough that they can increase the biomass. The interest is there really high. The question is how we can transform end of the day the technology, for example, also to the Amazonas, and connect it also to the production system that you need all the time, which kind of resources the needs is there. And that is a really nice security tool.
Thank you so much, Dominique, for this kind of answer. You done a fantastic answer, but you didn't answer my question. But that's okay. Yeah, I think to difficult question you have a lot of answers. And if I would give now the word to Burkhard, we will hear 2 hours about RIS system and how they can improve all your problems that you have. But I will not do this question. Yeah. So in this moment, I would ask Burkhard a different question. My question is, Burkhard, the following: you hear this discussion, and you see that the terms of solutions are quite different in the channel and are quite different from the issue getting from bottom up. Do you think that international investors are seeing that as an opportunity, or it's too complicated and they want to see things that works in a different way?
2 points. Standardized processes. So what we need to have is the process to be standardized and to be transparent. Coming to your question about investors, are they interested to do in this kind of investments, this kind of solutions? Yes. Why? Because we have, and we as Colossal Fish are working on a kind of platform, how we can going to digitalize processes. That means we are able to put, let's give an example, a project. This project will be analyzed, will be digitalized in the contracts. The contracts will be then into receiving a token. We call this tokenization of processes. This kind of tokenizations is then available on the funding market, private capital market. The private capital market is the most available market for resources to get funds for this kind of projects. And this kind of tokenization is the new key, Xavi, to realize this kind of interesting project. It's independently, if it's in Amazonas, if it's in south of Brazil, it's in Africa, and anywhere. If we have a standardized process that we have digitalized this, and we have a contract, we have a completely transparency of this point. And once this project is digitalized, you can never change it. So all the information what is inside, all the contract is inside, it's fixed. Then you can sell these kinds of assets on the market. This market, you can sell it at the Bolsa in Brazil, you can sell it in the Bolsa in New York, anywhere. So, and now is this point, you have in this moment an access to capital to raise for this kind of interesting projects. Besides this, when we're talking about this tokenization, there's a lot of access of potential available in the market, the cryptos financings. What do they need? They need to have assets. They need to have to be transformed from a digital form into reality. And this is now the moment where we have to concentrate us. We need to have this platform. We have to standardize the processes, and to fund this kind of projects. I hope I answered your questions.
Absolutely, and it was surprising for me. It was very surprising for me. We will get in this discussion. Desculpe, eu vou trocar de novo para o português, se me permitirem. Eu queria prestigiar, Bia, se você me permite, esse público que na
Just want to acknowledge this crowd who is here on a Friday at 6 p.m. with us. And Dominique is 5 hours ahead of us. So, you know, he's not even, he should be sleeping by now or celebrating his Friday. So I just want to acknowledge those who are here, and I want to open this up to questions. So, Henrique Gazilasso, are you here? Henrique?
Passarinho do meu lado.
A little birdie next to me told me that you are the head of rural development of the OECD, and you know that Brazil wants to be a part of the OECD. We are preparing ourselves for this. So I would just love to hear some comments from you. Please.
I will switch to English because I tried to speak in Spanish the other day and it was not easy. No, it's a very interesting discussion. I think I'll make a couple of statements, you know, because the problem of food security is also very important for the OECD, and I'm glad the panel touched upon the war in Ukraine and the implications that has for food security. I think, you know, things are changing very fast right now. Some years ago, we had a project with the FAO on food security, and we worked on a territorial approach to food security, because I think something that is very important is that all of these systems are interconnected. One is the problem of the supply of food. We heard about Mesa de Brazil. Incomes of people are also very relevant to food security. So building up infrastructures or building up skills are also quite relevant. So it was a very interesting project, and we did 6 case studies in Africa and also in Peru and Colombia. So we have a very interesting report where we try to think about food security as a holistic approach, and I think that's something very important to keep in mind, that it's not just one trigger or another trigger, but it's an integrated approach that we need to think. And geography and the space offers that integration and that holistic, because that's where people, firms, food is produced. So I think it's important to keep that in mind on the topic of food security. Now, I don't want to be the one that gets called off by not answering to your question. So Brazil is currently in the accession process. There's 6 countries in the accession. There is Peru, there is Brazil, there is Bulgaria, there is Romania, and Argentina has dropped off. So I think, you know, we're very excited to have Brazil, because the OECD many years ago was the first world club of first world countries, and that represented about 80% of GDP. Of course, after time, developing countries increased more, and then the OECD was about 55%. So I think there was a big change inside the OECD to open up, to allow, you know, especially if we want to be relevant for global issues. So there was a big push to support membership. And for many years, there's been a push to get Brazil inside. And now we're very close. You know, I've been following the accession country for many years. And in fact, I will be involved into that into the next year. So we're very much looking forward. And that's also one of the reasons that I came here, to learn more from these types of initiatives in Green Rio. And I think if you show leadership in topics like sustainability, that's going to be really, really good for not the accession, but also in Latin America. So I'll stop here.
So thank you very, very much, Enrique, and very much for your statement. And I understood that you are also looking how the civil society is reacting over issues. And you see here leadership doing that. And they have solutions. So I appreciate so much that you will approve Brazil and approve Peru, and the others, of course, I don't know. But thank you so much for that. Alguém outro ainda queria fazer uma pergunta?
Does anybody else have a question here? Please. Julia.
Pick up the phone and in English.
Julia, você pode pegar o microfone?
So, at the beginning you talked about fishing and finding sustainable ways how to do it, and that fishing were in the beginning a kind of work to get out of poverty. Now I'm asking myself, you were talking about this funding and sustainability stuff, but for me it sounds like it's just for commercial fishing. How about the small business? How can they do it?
Good question, Julia. Thank you. No, just kidding. No, this is a good point. Our structure, our idea is, the concept of course, of fish is to integrate small and mid-sized farmers. With this kind of tokenization, what I mean, this funding point, we give them the access of funds, what they don't have. If they wanted to try to have access to governmental funds, they are restricted. So mostly of the small farmers and the mid-sized farmers want to evaluate their own business and want to have it very fast. And we want to collect these small farmers together in a kind of corporation, and then they can grow up in the corporation. And the idea of the RUS system is a decentralized production. So that means where the demand is. We bring out and take out, for instance, of the rural area where the small arts, bring them to the cities or near to the cities and building centers to produce the fish or send them out. With this system as well, we give them the access to the international market, which they are not so. But it means this democratization of fish farming in short terms. Okay?
Muito obrigado. Eu vou passar para o Saulo. Essa mesma pergunta.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the floor to Saulo now. Yeah, I think it's interesting, Julia. I had heard about you, of course. I think it's interesting because we are located in a region of very small traditional fishing communities that fish a local species called aratu. Actually, it's a small crab that is very, very tasty. And the sururu, which is more common. We have a big dilemma here. We, of course, see the excessive farming of shrimp that is destroying the local environments, and many of us ignore this. So it doesn't make any sense for us to have this large-scale development of fishing. People need to understand how to consume local products with added value. And in Brazil, many times we think that these things that come from traditional communities need to be cheap because they are done by poor people. So everyone wants to eat aratu, but they want to pay a low amount of money for this. So we need to think about our identity here, and this is a problem in South America, this low self-esteem. You know, when I show my Brazilian passport, when I travel around the world, people smile at me, and people love us, but we don't know how to value our country. You know, we want to go live in Miami or something, which I would say is a kind of caricature of something that did not work out. So we need to have this self-esteem, understand that the local chains need to supply everything that we need in essence, and of course there is a scale problem here, a sustainability problem here. And it really concerns me, you know, how this small-scale fishing that is done, it's really a lot of work. Never go find aratu. It's a lot of hard work. And I feel like society really disrespects these traditional food cultures and producers. Thank you very much. Bia, would you like to ask a question here? Yes, I would like to ask Cida, actually all of you, out of everything we have heard here, and I want to ask our audience this too. Well, I'm going to direct the question here to Ingo, who started this table. I'm almost ordering a caipirinha here so we can continue the talk. Yes, let's get that caipirinha. Don't you think that from here, you know, Saulo and everybody else, I've talked to Cida about this a lot. A proposal of public policies, a real proposal that is more objective based on what we talked about here. A proposal to be taken to our government.
But for OCDE as well, I don't want to, you know, use your presence here, Enrique, but, you know, we have Van Hofran, we have OECD and Ika and Fernando. You could make this come true. An objective proposal, because we talk about combating hunger, but I always say that Mesa Brasil is a government program or a state program. And Saulo has raised the issue also. Buchmann is a professor what he wrote here, not mentioning Ingo, that's a visionary and had the idea for this panel. I have zero merits in this panel. I'm here just clapping my hand, but it's not possible, Julia and all of you who have stuck here with us so far, that from this encounter, from this joint forces, we can't come up with a proposal. It's very serious. These people can't wait anymore. It's obvious. The solution is obvious. It's an easy solution. Dominic, Fernando, it's not possible that from here we can't get a paper issued. Let me get Bia's provocation here and ask that each one of you try to reflect and give her an answer and maybe make a final comment. I would like to respect each one of your times that stayed here on Friday, and I would like to make this the final round, if you allow me. I would like to start in Germany in terms of time zones and have the more time zone to start with his Friday caipirinha. So Dominic, if you could please start again, and then I will give the floor to Fernando.
Yes, thank you. To go shortly, also for my ending, to this question from this young woman, really good question, but we have here a really good example in Bangladesh where we build up a system directly connected to really small farmers. We want to interact end of the days, over 2 million farmers on our platform. We build up their accounting system, which they can use directly on the shrimps farms. It's about shrimps. And they can use it directly on the farm, and it's a really stable system which is connected to a platform. And the nice one here, we was interacting here, for example, directly with the security, with the government to see, okay, how we can bring them, this kind of farmers, but they are really important in Bangladesh for the mangrove, how we can interact with them so that they have a product which we can bring to the European Union. And then we get a list from question from the government how our technology needs to build up that this kind of connection can build up. Yeah, now we're starting next year with the first test farms, and the nice one is here. This kind of 2 million farmers, they are really important for the ecosystems in Bangladesh to stabilize the mangrove. Yeah, And so we have here a win-win situation. We bring over the technology, they can directly sell the shrimps on stage there, live, connected them to our system, and they get directly a pay. So we directly buy it on this place, as it's connected to an industry partner, of course, and you get here a win-win situation. The people see directly the plus on the account, yeah, and have directly upselling to Europe, and we increase the money on a bank account. And we have a nice ecosystem effect. This kind of farmers are really important for Bangladesh, for the mangrove. Without them, they get really big problems there with the mangrove. So the Bangladesh government itself have a really big interest, this kind of technology interaction that this groove and that the farmer uses. I think that is a really, really good example that technology in the right way of thinking how you can use them on this kind of farms and which kind of development and how easy they need to be that they can use it. You can do it everywhere on the world. It's all the time the question which kind of problems the stakeholder have to use this kind of technology and how you can build up the interactions that also small farmers have the power to use this kind of technology. And that is, end of the day, only a question how you want to interact there and how you can help them, and what Burkhard was saying, it's the best on. End of the day, it needs to be also upside from the ecosystem helps a win-win situation on the bank account, and the technology can help in this kind of way really good that they directly get this kind of prices which they need to have also a plus, and not only to use this kind of technology, sondern also to get a contact to a market what vorher was not happens.
Thank you very much, Dominic. Thank you so much for this contribution. Fernando, se você puder fazer suas considerações, por favor.
Bom, eu queria concluir dizendo que nós estamos trabalhando muito com países nos 4 temas que eu iniciei, e que isso muitas vezes depende dos próprios países e de blocos. A não restrição de comércio de alimentos. Ou não barreiras em comércio de alimentos. Isso é uma questão fundamental se a gente for falar de segurança alimentar. Então, inclusive agora no mês que vem tem uma reunião da LAD em Montevideo, justamente trabalhando, e as Américas têm trabalhado muito no bloco perante outros continentes, também, continents such as Europe to try to remove barriers for food commerce because it impacts directly the food security topic. And the second, commercialization and the price of fertilizers. We are helping several countries in the construction of public policies for produce inputs, biofertilizers, biofactories. And this for us, so that we are not completely dependent of importing fertilizers. For example, Brazil imports 85% of their fertilizers. Países como que importam mais de 60%,
that import over 60%, Peru, Ecuador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Suriname, that import over 60% of their fertilizers.
Então, o ICA tem ajudado,
ICA has helped, by demand of the countries, in construction of public policies to consolidate plans, national plans for the production of bioresources. And I think the acceleration of the price of commodities, this is, I believe, the gentleman from the OCDE is a holistic topic, so one thing starts attaching to the other to create impact and the growth of the energy matrix. As a few final inputs, I would like to say that food security nowadays is at the top of the global agenda, and agriculture is an instrument for peace. And I think Minister Roberto Rodriguez said what brings the countryside and the city together is food, and agriculture is a part of the solution for this problem, and it has done its share of work. We have to look at the public policies of access to these foods. America is an insurer of food security all over the world. From here, there's a large part of the more than 800 million people outside depend on what we produce. If we add Americans, it's much more. And this is just a little provocation to reflect if the environmental aspects will be left behind in our discussion for food security. In our vision, no, even though some countries started flexibilizing, no, because the climate change is something that is going to impact agriculture and needs to be worked on. Thank you very much, Ingo, for the participation, and count on me whenever you need, whatever you need. Just to end, we have an observatory for public policies that was built this year, and that is a hub that can, it's called OPSA. I can give you the link, but it's an observatory of what the countries are doing in terms of public policies for agriculture, including the food security topic. This is available on the internet, and all the data from all the American countries, South Americans, of what countries are doing in terms of public policies. Thank you very much. Big hugs to everyone.
Contribuição, por tua espera e, como sempre, como grande entusiasta, mas com visões. Isso nós precisamos muito nas nossas Américas. Muito obrigado por isso. Passo a palavra ao Burkhard, por favor.
Então, vamos fazer... eu tenho um sonho. Esse sonho é uma coisa, eu quero que nós fazemos uma roadmap junto. Uma roadmap para fazer uma próxima follow-up meeting. A gente não vai esperar até um ano que vem, ou para o AI, do Encontro Econômico Brasil-Alemanha. Vamos fazer nos próximos tempos. Agora nós estava um dos primeiros momentos, nós trocamos nossas ideias, porque todos têm um sonho, todos têm que procurar por umas soluções. Os chaves para resolver essas soluções já existem, estão disponíveis. A gente só precisa colocar junto e fazer uma roadmap conjunto e fazer uma próximos steps. Que, como você está falando, certo? Nós temos ITAC, nós temos Fraunhofer, nós temos SAL, nós temos Mesa do Brasil, BIA, e você, Ingo. Sim, claro, também. E nós temos uma potência nós temos um pensamento igual. Que a gente vamos resolver uma coisa, vamos criar uma ideia, criar umas soluções. Esse é o meu sonho.
We have a dream. Muito bom.
I have a dream, yes.
Yes, we have a dream. E um sonho compartilhado, ele vira visão. E isso é muito importante expressar. Cida, por favor, seja sucinta, se possível. Tá?
Com certeza. Eu fico emocionada, porque assim, a gente também tem um sonho de ver um mundo melhor, de imaginar que agora não teria ninguém morrendo de fome, que não teria ninguém necessitando do nosso auxílio. E poder me sentir acolhida e entender que juntos somos mais, eu acho que é o caminho mesmo. Obrigada.
Saulo.
Bom, primeiro a Bia me pediu para pensar um projeto de governo para um anarquista. Isso pode até soar ofensivo, mas como eu gosto muito dela, eu vou entender que foi um equívoco de colocação. Mas eu ia propor exatamente isso, Burkhard. Eu ia propor, na verdade, que a gente tivesse um encontro real de trabalho. Eu estou aqui em nome de Saulo, mas, na verdade, eu represento o IPTI, que é essa instituição que faz esse trabalho lá. E eu acho que se a gente quer salvar o mundo, quer ajudar o mundo, tem que ir para a capital mundial das tecnologias sociais. Então, eu acho que temos aqui o IICA, a Fraunhofer, até a OCDE para financiar esse encontro lá em Santa Luzia do Itaim. Eu acho que a gente não pode perder essas oportunidades de financiadores que estão aqui presentes. E a ideia, eu acho que tem que ser bem pragmática, né? Bom, o IPTI pode entrar pragmaticamente com a caipirinha e com o aratu, o que já é, por si só, motivo suficiente para estimular as pessoas a irem para lá. Mas o que eu acho mais importante, pegando a sua provocação, Bia, é que a gente possa pegar todas as experiências que a gente tem aqui, todas essas organizações que nós temos aqui, e a gente tentar construir uma política de sociedade, não de governo nem de Estado, mas de sociedade, em que a gente possa, com a visão privada, com a visão humana que nós temos de comunidade, com o potencial tecnológico de uma Fraunhofer, com o potencial de escala e de representatividade do IICA, etc., a gente possa sair de lá com um plano de ação. E eu acho que essa é a coisa. Mas minha sugestão é que isso aconteça em Santa Luzia do Itaim. Tá?
Olha, eu não imaginava um final desses. Eu não imaginava. Não tenho nada mais acrescentado que fazer parte desse sonho.
But to be a part of this dream,
Se estiver à minha disposição,
and whatever I can
conte
do,
comigo. Eu
count
acho
on
que
me for it. And I think can count on
vocês
all
aqui.
of you who have stayed here with an ending like
Green
this.
Rio
And Green Rio
alento de
is
esperança para
a
aqueles
breath
que
of
não
hope
têm.
brought to those who have no time and those who want to have a brighter future ahead of them.
Muitíssimo obrigado.
So thank you
a todos
very, very
vocês.
much to all of you.
Só acho, Ingo, que na
I just
posição de
think
líder
that
da
Ingo,
mesa,
as
você
a
poderia
position, the
terminar
leader
isso
of
já
the table, you
definindo a
could end
data,
it
né?
defining the date for the
Porque
event.
senão fica vazio, né?
Otherwise, it's kind of like up in the air. I cannot define a date because I'm not the host. He is the host, so he has to set the date, right? Please, say it.
Eu acho
Say
que o
when.
começo de dezembro seria muito bom.
The start of December
Eu acho
would
que
be a great
um
moment.
momento,
It's
digamos, de temperatura elevada para quem vem da
high
Alemanha.
temperature for people
Então,
who
acho que é um momento
come
de
from
muito
Germany, so I
calor
think
humano para a gente poder
a lot of
discutir
human
Santa Luzia do
heat,
Itaim. Eu
so
vou
we
olhar
can
a data,
discuss
mando por
things,
e-mail o melhor
and I'll send you
possível,
by
para vocês
email so that you can program, okay? There you go. We have a date, we have dreams, and we have sharing. So I would like to thank you very, very much to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, that stayed here with us today,
Nossos palestrantes, aqueles que
to our speakers who have been far away and those who are close and who are thinking so far ahead. And I would like to also make a little homage to our master leader. Yesterday, a book was released in São Paulo called Reputation and Shared Value. If anybody has reputation here, that's Bia. She's a leader with great reputation and that deserves this book that was written by Tatiana Mayalins and Elisa Prado, who you might be familiar with. Both autographed it for Bia, this book, so here it is. Thank you. A round of applause.
Ai, meu Deus.
Você quer fechar?
Eu quero só agradecer a todo mundo de novo.
The translation booth is finishing up for the day, as we were hired to stay until 6 p.m. and it is now 6:38. We hope you understand. I think they're finishing up anyway. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Isso aqui também, que ele merece também uma... Porque ele também está me insistindo, temos que fazer um projeto, seu sonho vai acontecer.
A última salva de palmas é para a equipe e para os tradutores que tanto nos aqui agraciaram durante esses dias, tiveram um trabalho fantástico. Muitíssimo obrigado à equipe.
Que lindo, obrigada.